Chapter 572. Murong-Ching rubbed her delicate chin and then said to Lin Xian, "Amazing engineers and designers are easy. I can bring my people here. You will believe me, right?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Whether I believe you or not is another point. The main point is that I am sure that even if you want to steal any secrets, you won't be able to. Besides, there are no secrets." There were indeed no secrets. When the time came, the formula would not be known by Lin Xian alone. The staff in charge of manufacturing would naturally come into contact with all the formulas and would know. However, they would not be able to obtain the most important chalcedony liquid. Even if they could steal it, there would only be so much of it. Even if they could make it, the chalcedony liquid would be useless after it was used up. Because only Lin Xian had the chalcedony liquid. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from." Murong-Ching just could not understand. "Curious?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Quite curious. When a woman starts to be curious about a man, that's the beginning of the girl's fall." But Murong-Ching could not help but laugh out loud. "Then please let me fall. I have been single for more than 26 years, almost 27 years. I have never been in love. I also want to know what it feels like to fall." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. "There will be a day. Don't worry." "Really? You mean to say that I will fall for you?" "Of course. After all, I am so handsome and so outstanding." "Hee hee. Lin Xian, let's go. I will look for you tomorrow." "Are you going to Linen City?" Lin Xian asked. Murong-Ching nodded. "Thanks to you, I am bored to death every day." "Of course I will go. Remember to bring the money," Lin Xian said and walked away. Murong-Ching shook her head secretly. Is he really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, or is he really that confident? This business will definitely make money. It is the only business that will not lose money. Moreover, it will make a lot of money. But how can you guarantee that your formula will not be stolen? This is very interesting. Obviously, the formula was the most important. She believed that as long as it was a formula, as long as it was a finished product, as long as they wanted to develop it in large quantities, there would definitely be a lot of workers. Then, there would definitely be a lot of people who would come in contact with them. There might even be spies from other families, including herself. When the time came, the raw materials would all be in the factory. Everyone would know what the raw materials were, including the number of workers. Since they wanted to produce it in large quantities, they would definitely be worried that the formula would be leaked. Even if she racked her brains, she still wouldn't understand. So, Lin Xian had the Adonis system. So the formula could only be provided by the Adonis system. So, the jade marrow liquid didn't exist in this world. Lin Xian hummed a tune as he walked on the road at night. Now that Han Chushue and Ling Ying were completely at ease, and his plan was ready to begin, what else was there to worry about? Zhao Mengyu, Evil Fiend Shrine, Yarrow beasts attacking the city, and then missions. Suddenly, Lin Xian's footsteps paused. "I say, you guys, stop following me. Come out." Lin Xian's voice rang out. Behind him, two figures slowly walked out from a secluded alley. A sneer came from the mouth of a very handsome man. Lin Xian turned around to look at them. Two very handsome men. In the words of those men, they were little fresh meat, Adonis. Moreover, there was an air of arrogance and nobility about them that made them seem superior to everyone else. They were the same type as Zhao Nanfeng. When Lin Xian saw them, he roughly knew who they were. "You're Lin Xian?" Ouyang Jing's eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Lin Xian. Ouyang Jing, the second young master of Tianju's Ouyang family, one of Han Chushua's suitors. The Ouyang family was one of the 8 great families, but it was said that the eldest young master of the Ouyang family, his elder brother, was also one of Han Chushua's suitors. However, he probably felt that he had no chance, since they were already married. "Whether I'm Lin Xian or not, don't you know?" Lin Xian sneered in his heart. This was the usual tactic of this group of people. They clearly knew who was who, but when they saw him, they would deliberately ask him, "Are you so-and-so?" It made them seem very high and mighty, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were pure idiots. This third-tier city isn't big, and the prices aren't high. Everything is trash. However, the people of this city have quite a temper. They haven't seen much of the world, but they have quite a temper. How sad. Another man took a step forward and said with a sneer. Lin Xian also sneered back. I bet you don't dare to say that in front of the citizens of Tianhua City. Chen Mo secretly clenched his fist. How did he know who they were? Since you know who we are, we don't want to make things difficult for you. Leave Han Chuxue. Chen Mo coldly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked his ears and made a TSK sound. Brother, let me ask you something. Chen Mo and Ouyang Jing looked at each other. If you have something to say, say it. How many suitors does Chuxue have in the 8 great families of Tianju? Not to mention the 8 great families, how many young people in Tianju don't admire her? You better know your place. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Ouyang Jing sneered. Then I want to ask, both of you are Chushua's suitors. If I give up on her, won't you fight each other to the death? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You don't have to worry about that. Even if Chuxue follows young Master Chen or anyone in Tianju, we won't say anything. But you can't, a poor person from a 3rd-tier city. Ouyang Jing looked at Lin Xian and said. Oh, but I, a poor person from a 3rd-tier city, managed to chase the goddess that you can't chase even after racking your brains. Then what do you think? A group of young masters from the 8 great families can't compare to a trash from a 3rd-tier city. Then what are you? The trash of trash. Lin Xian couldn't help but mock. You're courting death. Ouyang Jing was angry and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Chen Mo. Moreover, even if I leave Chuxue, you don't have the ability to chase her. If you ask me, go home. The two looked at each other. It seems that you think you can do whatever you want because you used some kind of trick to deceive Chuxue, right? This young master will let you know how big the gap between you and us is. Ouyang Jing's aura surged. 5 stars of the Thunder Tribulation Realm. The so-called genius of Tianju is like this. Lin Xian sneered. Of course not. Although they were from the 8 great families of Tianju, they weren't the most powerful ones. Chapter 573. 5 stars of the Thunder Calamity Realm. It was actually quite impressive for a 21 or 22 years old to have this realm. As for actual combat ability, that was another aspect. But it was only 5 stars of the Thunder Calamity Realm. Shameless boasting. Wind, forest, volcano. A flame erupted from Ouyang Jing's body, wrapping around him. Wind and fire dual attributes. This young master will ask you one last time. Are you going to scram or not? Lin Xian twisted his neck. Idiot. All right. Die for this young master. As the young masters of Tianju, what did they not dare to do? However, they did not dare to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was still Han Chushue's boyfriend and Han Chushue's mother was here. But in the end, Lin Xian was fine and she went back. This would make him more cautious, but it was not a problem to injure him. Moreover, he did not believe that the Han family would acknowledge Lin Xian. Swish, a terrifying force rushed toward Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he directly appeared behind him. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Brother Ouyang, be careful. Chen Mo was shocked. Sizzle sizzle, thunder and fire merged, but after all, Lin Xian's realm was 4 stars lower than his and the flame beside him was also an Earth rank martial technique. Its grade was not low. Bang, the 2 forces collided and both of them retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. Space and thunder dual attributes. Thunder Calamity Realm. Ouyang Jing revealed a shocked expression. How was this possible? He did not investigate Lin Xian at all. He only heard that he had a space attribute. He did not expect him to be so powerful. In terms of attributes, he was absolutely suppressed. Chen Mo did not make a move. Compared to Ouyang Jing, he was much calmer. Young Master Chen, are you sure you don't want to make a move? Ouyang Jing glanced at Chen Mo who was standing not far away. With just this one move, he felt that even though his level was higher than Lin Xian's, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. His attributes made it so that even if he didn't want to fight, he could still run. However, he knew that this Chen Mo was also of the space attribute, and his realm was the same as his. With his space restriction, Lin Xian would not be able to escape. Chen Mo had no choice but to wave his hand. Space imprisonment. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and he broke through the spatial shackles. What? Chen Mo revealed a shocked expression. How could the spatial attribute released by a 1-star lightning tribulation realm cultivator instantly break through the spatial confinement released by a 5-star lightning tribulation realm cultivator? I'm sorry, although your realm is a bit higher, your control of the control attribute and the purity of the spatial attribute are far from mine. Spatial shackles. Lin Xian also released the spatial shackles. Chen Mo was shocked to find that he was unable to break through in a short period of time. The space released by a 1-star lightning tribulation realm cultivator crushed his 5-star lightning tribulation realm spatial energy. Whoosh! Lin Xian then teleported behind the dumbfounded Ouyang Jing. Bang! He kicked his back that was still burning with flames, and he was sent flying. Next time, please bring some more powerful people over. You guys are not enough. Lin Xian said mockingly before walking away. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with them. His shoes were basically scrapped. Although Lin Xian's combat strength was indeed stronger than theirs, the flames of a 5-star lightning tribulation realm cultivator were not to be trifled with. None of them were serious, but even if they were, Lin Xian would not necessarily be afraid of the two of them working together. One was constantly training and had the combat experience of 2 lifetimes. The other was 2 flowers that lived in a greenhouse and had never experienced setbacks or life and death. They were destined to be higher than Lin Xian in terms of their realm, but that was all. However, they were destined to be surpassed by Lin Xian. This kick did not cause any substantial damage to Ouyang Jing, but it insulted his self-esteem and pride. Bastard! Go to hell! Ouyang Jing was furious. Brother Ouyang, calm down. This Lin Xian has the space attribute. Even if you have the wind attribute, you can't do anything to him. Chen Mo hurriedly said. Ouyang Jing gritted his teeth and then withdrew his power. If this matter spreads out, won't our reputation be ruined? Ouyang Jing said unwillingly. Lin Xian is Han Chushue's boyfriend. We are unreasonable. Then why did you still come with me? Didn't you want him to stay away from Chushue? Chen Mo said, that's that. At least this Lin Xian's combat strength is still very strong. With the lightning and space attributes, we are naturally not afraid of him if we work together. We are also not afraid of a one-on-one fight. At least, it will be difficult to take him down. Bullshit, so what if he has the space attribute? It's only because we are in the city that I don't dare to use my true strength. No matter how hedonistic he was, the 8 great families and the 3 great powers were different. No matter how powerful the 8 great families were, they were still below the 3 great powers. Even the 8 great families did not dare to challenge the 3 great powers. If he committed a crime, as long as the 3 great powers did not want to let go, he would be judged even if he was the young master of the 8 great families. Chen Mo did not say anything. Young Master Chen, in your opinion, what should we do now? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. If we can't do it by force, then we can use our wits. 10 minutes ago, I sent someone to check on this Lin Xian's schedule and found that he booked a Star Cloud car to go to Linen City at 10 in the morning tomorrow. The Star Cloud car was a special bus. It was extremely fast and was powered by special crystals. It was a means of transportation for ordinary people to travel between big cities. Although it was a human world, there were a lot of undeveloped areas between the cities, and there were a lot of demon beasts in these areas. It was not that the human race and the demon race divided the world into 2. There were no demon beasts in the areas where the human race lived. It was not because there were too many places in the human race that were barren or undeveloped. The demon beasts did not necessarily need to travel through the cities to go to the human race. Those demon beasts were also the targets of the martial artists in the inland cities. It was just that as long as it was not a large number, millions of demon beasts migrating, there would not be a big problem. The cities also had barriers, even Tianju was the same. However, if a large number of demon beasts migrated, it would naturally be discovered. Even if the human race entered the barren land, as long as there were a lot of them, coupled with the power of technology, they would definitely be discovered. Therefore, even in the inland, such as from Tianhua City to Linan City, from Linan City to Fengyun City, the hundreds of kilometers of uninhabited places in between were also demon beasts' territory. The difference was that those places were inhabited by the human race. Under such circumstances, the Star Cloud car had become the only means of transportation. There were planes, but there were almost none now. Although it was faster, there were also many demon beasts flying in the sky. Planes were really fragile. Once the plane crashed, even if you were in the Thunder Tribulation realm or the Law realm, you would not be able to survive in the plane. For this reason, there were no means of transportation in the sky. Of course, if you were not afraid and had the money, you could buy your own plane and fly it. Chapter 574. Lin Xian's mood wasn't ruined because of this incident. Instead, he was very happy. This young master is awesome. Your goddess was wooed by this young master. Are you unhappy? Angry? Wahahaha, then stay angry. On the way, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lu Yufan. Hello, little Fan, what's up? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Lu Yufan's voice came from the other side. Do I have to have something to call you? Then you must be missing me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Tell me, how many days has it been since you last saw me? How can there be a boyfriend like you? Lu Yufan said with grievance. Ding. Feeling Lu Yufan's grievance, Adonis points plus 50,000. These 50,000 Adonis points could reach 100,000 sets of gene medicine in the future, or even more. However, Lin Xian also knew after hearing Lu Yufan's words. Yes, she was his girlfriend, but what about it? This wasn't a long-distance relationship. Their homes were only a few kilometers apart. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. It was normal for girls to complain. Sorry, I've been a bit busy recently. I have to go to Linan City tomorrow. Lin Xian sincerely apologized from the bottom of his heart because he knew that it was all his fault. Not only Lu Yufan, but also Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Xintong, and even Xiao Running and Yi Yi. Lin Xian was quite cold to them. Lin Xian also wanted to play with them every day, but a day was so short. These days, he was busy with Han Chushua and Ling Ying. It was normal for him to forget about them. Even Lin Ya was cold to them, but that didn't mean that Lin Xian didn't care about them. Hearing Lin Xian's apology, Lu Yufan felt much better. I don't mean to blame you. Lu Yufan said in a low voice, you have things to do. I should be happy for you. At least you're not slacking off like before. It's just that. I miss you. Lu Yufan said with embarrassment. Lin Xian froze for a moment, then smiled happily. This girl, I miss you too. Bar, who would believe your nonsense? I'm hanging up. Go ahead and get busy. When you're done, remember to come and play with me and Yi. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Then, Lu Yufan reluctantly hung up the phone. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at the time. It was already 9 p.m. He really wanted to visit Miao Xiao Miao and Wang Xintong, as well as Lu Yufan. However, he decided against it. After returning from Linan City, he would spend more time with them. He didn't want to let any of the girls down, and he couldn't bear to let any of them go, but he couldn't take it. This era wasn't ancient times. They had to know about these things. How could Lin Xian make them accept these things? He could only say, even if he couldn't bear to, he had to respect their choice. If Lin Xian was really a scumbag, if he really didn't care about them, Lu Yufan, Wang Xintong, and Lin Xian would have had sex with them a long time ago. Because he cared about them, Lin Xian didn't really take advantage of them. As for Miao Xiao Miao, that little lowly, he would raise her first. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room. Let's eat. Do you want me to accompany you to Linan City? Lin Ya had already prepared breakfast for Lin Xian. No need. You can go shopping with Miss Xiao or train. It's a small matter. Leave it to me. Lin Xian smiled as he pinched Lin Ya's cheeks. But, you don't have any experience with these things. Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Don't worry. I have a big boss with me. She has experience. Okay, As long as you believe me. Let's eat. Rose Heaven Hall. Lin Xian and Ling Longyu sat there. In front of Ling Longyu was a pile of desserts, drinks, and delicious food. She was happily eating. Ding. Ling Longyu's favorability towards you +1. I didn't expect you to have such a good heart. You brought me out to eat so early in the morning. You're not as bad as before. Ling Longyu said. She was indeed not as bad as before. She wanted to kill this bad guy before, but now, she couldn't bear to. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself. After all, her favorability towards him was 36. It was even higher than her sister's. Hearing Ling Longyu's words, Lin Xian awkwardly coughed. How should he put it? Bringing her out to eat was just convenient. While waiting for Murong Qing, Lin Xian wanted to bring Ling Longyu to Linan City. As for the purpose, first, it might be to cultivate their relationship. Second, was there anyone more suitable than her as a full-time bodyguard? Furthermore, this girl was very gullible. Although he had said that he would take her out to eat delicious food, it was actually just a matter of convenience. More importantly, she was acting as Lin Xian's bodyguard. Who knew if any accidents would happen? With this girl around, Lin Xian was even more confident. That's right. I wasn't bad in the past, okay? Who said so? You were so bad in the past. At that time, I even wanted to kill you. Ling Longyu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Cough tilde after eating, I'll bring you to another city. Why? Ling Longyu asked curiously. To play. The human world you're in is just a hotel in Tianhua City and Jinghua City. The human world is huge. Every city has its own face. I'll bring you to see more. Ding. Deceiving big sister, Prince Charming points +1000000. Okay. Ling Longyu agreed without hesitation. Since she was bored and she was alone, she was indeed hoping to follow Lin Xian to play. Is that city more fun than here? Ling Longyu's big eyes sparkled as she asked expectantly. Not necessarily. Everyone has different opinions. It's up to you whether you think it's fun or not. But it's definitely different from Tianhua City. Lin Xian. Okay, let's go. Then, this little girl was tricked by Lin Xian again. She was still happily thinking that Lin Xian was bringing her to see other cities. In fact, she was just a pitiful little girl. At this time, Murong Qing walked over in a white casual outfit with sunglasses. She attracted everyone's attention. This woman was too tempting. She was the most tempting woman Lin Xian had ever seen, like Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu. They were beautiful, but their temperament was not the seductive type. Murong Qing saw Ling Longyu, a sky sovereign expert. Murong Qing was not surprised that Lin Xian brought her along. She was only curious as to how Lin Xian could casually send a sky sovereign expert. Lin Xian wanted to say that it was simple, give her good food and toys, and then coax and lie to her, just like coaxing a child. Let's go. She can buy her ticket at the station. The Star Cloud car was much faster than driving by themselves. It was also safer. The journey to Linan City was 500 kilometers. It would take a day to drive, but it would take 4 to 5 hours by car. Chapter 575. Buying tickets naturally required an ID card. Lin Xian had already asked someone to get Ling Longyu's ID card. As for Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu, Lin Xian brought them to get their ID cards done personally. After all, they did not know what an ID card was. Living in the city, an ID card was something that cannot be missing. Why not have an ID card now? Even going online required an ID card. Going to a hotel also required an ID card. And these girls would be living with Lin Xian in the future. An ID card was definitely something that could not be missed. Hey, why are you in a daze? Murong Qing sat down and stole the uneaten pasta in front of Lin Xian without him noticing. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. A guy will only be in a daze because of one thing. Murong Qing said. All right, you have lived for almost 27 years and have never been in a relationship. How can you know this? Lin Xian retorted. Murong Qing, why was she so angry? In the past, she did not feel anything. On the contrary, she had lived for more than 26 years and still kept her chastity. She was proud of herself. But now that Lin Xian said that, she felt that she was so pitiful. What's wrong with that? My sister and I have never been in a relationship. We have been in a relationship for much longer than you guys. Ling Longyu muttered as she ate silently. Are you lonely? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Get lost. Damn pervert. Ling Longyu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If it was based on her previous impression of him, Lin Xian would have already flown out. Are you done eating? If you are, let's go. Ling Longyu then stood up with a dessert in one hand and a drink in the other. Let's go. Murongqing then went out to get the car. When will your sister and the rest return? Lin Xian could not help but ask. Because they were too far away from where humans lived, the signal could not reach them. Therefore, Lin Xian had lost contact with them for a long time. I don't know. Ling Longyu shook her head. What? Lin Xian smiled and said, I do. TSK, don't you know who you are? Ling Longyu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, he really wanted to hit her. A red sports car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Get in. In the Star Cloud car, Lin Xian and the other two sat there. Lin Xian and Ling Longyu sat on one side while Murongqing sat opposite them. The Star Cloud car was on its way to Linen City. Because Tianhua City was indeed in a state of unrest recently, a large number of residents would leave for other cities. Of course, they might not be moving, but taking this opportunity to travel. Who knows, maybe they could avoid the disaster. If there was no disaster, they would return to work and so on. Therefore, there were many people in the Star Cloud car. Murongqing, of course, did not like to sit with strangers. She also knew that Lin Xian would most likely choose to sit with Ling Longyu. Therefore, she had already bought both seats. There were some people around who didn't have an empty seat. After all, they had bought standing tickets. They also knew that although they had noticed this empty seat and this super beauty, no one sat there. The two people sitting not far away were Ouyang Jing and Chen Mo. It was too easy for them to track Lin Xian's whereabouts. After all, Lin Xian used his own identity. Of course, they also saw Lin Xian and the others. Brother Ouyang, don't you feel that the woman opposite Chen Mo looks a little familiar? Chen Mo frowned and suddenly asked. Young Master Chen, do all the beauties look familiar? Ouyang Jing joked. Then he glanced at the side of Murongqing's face. But she is really beautiful. I'm afraid that she is not inferior to Han Chuxue. This Lin Xian's luck with women is also amazing. But no matter how beautiful the women in this third-tier city are, they are still the same. Chen Mo did not think too much about it. I don't know why this Lin Xian suddenly left Tianhua City. I hope we can make his plan fail. Ouyang Jing's eyes were full of gloominess. They came here for Lin Xian. What's the harm in spending more time? They knew that Lin Xian left Tianhua City for no reason and did not bring Han Chuxue, his family. Naturally, something must have happened. At this time, a man squeezed through the crowd and sat in the empty seat next to Murongqing. Murongqing turned her head and glanced at him. Beauty, let's get to know each other. Then he smiled gentlemanly and handed Murongqing a business card. I am Wang Yulong, the chairman of Yulong Group. Murongqing curled her lips and said, I don't know you. Thank you, please move. Wang Yulong was the CEO of a company. He had an important matter to attend to in Linen City. He managed to catch the bus, but he didn't manage to buy a ticket. However, he suddenly saw an empty seat and then saw a woman who was so beautiful that she took his breath away. For people like him, once he had money, all that was left was women. If he could prove his identity and get this woman, and at the same time, get a seat for a few hours, it would be wonderful. As for why he did not drive himself or hire someone to drive him to Linen City, it was because it was dangerous. Other than the transportation of the three forces, what was safer than the Star Cloud car? Wang Yulong smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. Let's get to know each other. 3 seconds. If you don't get lost, do you believe that you will fly out? Murongqing said domineeringly. I say, You are a beautiful woman, but you are a bit too domineering. You don't want to give an empty seat to someone else? Don't you think so, everyone? Wang Yulong then said to the people who were standing around. Yes, yes. There is such a big empty seat. Why does one person occupy 2 seats? Yes, just because you are beautiful. Ridiculous. For a moment, some of the passengers who were standing around began to agree with him. They were already unhappy just standing there. Plus, they saw that Wang Yulong seemed to be rich and powerful. They valued this point. Moreover, these days, there were all kinds of incidents of people occupying seats on cars, eating instant noodles, insulting passengers, and beating and scolding drivers. They also felt that Murong-Ching might be one of them. Anyway, they were just unhappy. Now that someone had taken the lead, of course, they would speak out. Wang Yulong could give up this woman who was so beautiful that it took his breath away. However, he had to save his face. Moreover, he did not exercise all year round and overindulged. His body was not very good. Standing for a few hours was really a torture. Hearing the words of the people around him, Wang Yulong sneered in his heart. Why do you occupy 2 seats? The corner of Murong-Ching's mouth curled up. Then, she slapped the 2 tickets on the table. Because I've already paid for these 2 seats. So, do you think I can sit on both seats? Chapter 576. Murong-Ching's words made those who agreed with her speechless. Wang Yulong looked at her and was stunned. Was there such a thing in this day and age? So, are you going to scram or not? Murong-Ching glanced at Wang Yulong coldly. Wang Yulong then said, Beauty, you can't waste a free seat, right? How about this? This ticket is 800 yuan. I'll pay you double and give me the seat. Scram. 3 times. I'll say it again, scram, 10 times. You just don't have enough money, right? 8,000 yuan, I'll buy your seat. Wang Yulong said. Last time. Murong-Ching said coldly again. Lin Xian didn't panic at all. This Murong-Ching was much more unyielding than him. She had money and power. Lin Xian didn't worry about what she wanted to do. He didn't need to clean up her mess either. Wang Yulong sneered. Okay. How about 80,000? 80,000. I'll give you 80,000 yuan for this ticket and accompany me for a night. Is that enough? In his opinion, what kind of woman couldn't be won over by money? Couldn't be won over? That's because he didn't have enough money. This woman was indeed top-notch. He was willing even if it was 80,000 yuan. Murong-Ching couldn't help but laugh. The surrounding people secretly shook their heads. Sure enough, society was like this. Money could make people put down their dignity. Looking at her smile, she was obviously going to agree. I'll give you 800,000 yuan. Kneel down and apologize to me. 800,000 yuan? Ha ha ha. 800,000 yuan. Take out 100,000 yuan first. Ha ha ha, you're acting cool in front of me. Okay. Don't pretend to be reserved. You just don't have enough money, right? I've seen a lot of women like you. Which woman isn't like that? Just use money. 80,000 yuan isn't enough, right? Is 100,000 yuan enough? Wang Yulong said and took out a check. Murong-Ching had seen all kinds of people flirting with her, but this was the first time she saw such a disgusting guy. Slap, bang. The crowd couldn't help but scream subconsciously because Wang Yulong was sent flying by Murong-Ching's slap. The space of the star cloud car was quite big. Wang Yulong-Ching's body flew for about 2 meters and then landed on the ground. You're so despicable, why did you have to make a move? Murong-Ching's good mood was ruined by this beast. This time, not only did the surrounding people not attack Murong-Ching, but they also felt relieved. In the beginning, they stood on Wang Yulong's side because they felt that Murong-Ching was not a good woman. But now, they discovered that they were wrong. This woman was worthy of their admiration. Fuck. Smelly bitch, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the boss of Yulong Group. Wang Yulong was naturally embarrassed to be slapped like this in front of him. Moreover, it was by a woman. Not far away, 3 men with standing tickets quickly gathered around. They were obviously Wang Yulong's bodyguards. They didn't come over earlier because they didn't expect their boss to be sent flying. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. It was over. If it was before, he would have just slandered Murong Qing. But now, he actually scolded her. Wang Yulong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a gloomy face. You're the one who started it, so don't blame me for being rude. Drag her out and strip her naked. Wang Yulong said angrily. Yes. Everyone secretly shook their heads. This was bad. But some of them were looking forward to it. If this kind of beauty. Oh my God. I can't take it. On the other side, Ouyang Jing sneered. Sure enough, they're a bunch of bumpkins from a third-tier city. What idiots. But to be able to see this kind of beauty doing that, it's not a waste of time. Brother Ouyang, don't you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Under normal circumstances, he would definitely go. He would even take the initiative to strike up a conversation. But when he remembered that this beauty was Lin Xian's colleague, he decided against it. I'm not going. The 3 bodyguards slowly walked over. Murong Qing then looked at Lin Xian. Little Xian. What? Lin Xian scratched his head in confusion. Why was she looking at him all of a sudden? Cripple him and break his legs. Lin Xian, why don't you do it yourself? I'm not doing it. Lin Xian said proudly. Dirty your hands. Help me cripple him and I'll slap you for the whole night. Lin Xian, damn. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So this young man was the real boss. Let me do it. Ling Longyu was also unhappy with this Wang Yulong. Although it wasn't directed at her, he actually looked down on girls. She was a lawless person. Ling Longyu then stood up and walked over. Little brat. Who do you think you are? Slap her too. Wang Yulong said angrily. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. Such a small lowly, she would cry for a long time from this slap. One of the bodyguards raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The next scene made everyone speechless. Thump, the 3 bodyguards held their stomachs and knelt on the ground. Ling Longyu then went to Wang Yulong. What? Ouyang Jing and Chen Mo were also shocked. Young Master Chen, did you see this girl fight? Ouyang Jing asked in shock. Chen Mo shook his head. No. It was too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. I admit that even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do it so fast that I couldn't see the movement of 3 people. She seems very powerful. Although he was shocked, in Ouyang Jing's view, there were countless experts who could do this. It was nothing much. However, the others were even more shocked. Wang Yulong's face was extremely ugly. He was also extremely shocked. What happened? Why did the 3 bodyguards he brought fall? How did this girl appear in front of him in an instant? Wang Yulong gritted his teeth and angrily slapped Ling Longyu. Crack, the sound of bones being broken was accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, making everyone's heart tremble. This wasn't a dislocation. This was a bone being broken. Wang Yulong was lying on the ground screaming and his right hand was completely flipped over. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could such a young and cute lowly be so ruthless? Damn it. Ling Longyu was furious. Crack, one of Wang Yulong's legs was broken by her little foot. Ouyang Jing and Chen Mo were shocked when they saw this. Isn't this too ruthless? How could a 12 to 14-year-old girl be so ruthless? Wang Yulong never thought that these people would dare to do this. Wait for your death. All of you wait for your death. Wang Yulong wailed. Yes, openly attacking people would be punished by the trial union. Even if they didn't kill anyone and this Wang Yulong was very rich and powerful, they could still vent their anger. However, what happened next? You're courting death. Ling Longyue's delicate body exploded with energy, wanting to kill him. Wait. Lin Xian stopped her. Enough. Crippling him is fine, but killing him is not allowed. Go back and sit. Lin Xian then looked at him. Crack, the other leg was broken by him. Everyone. Chapter 577. These are all ruthless people. Wang Yulong fainted. If he didn't faint, He would die from the pain. What's going on? Several staff members heard the commotion and quickly ran over. The Star Cloud carriage was under the control of the three major forces. There would also be some powerful people from the three major forces accompanying the carriage to protect everyone's safety. Naturally, there would be people coming over. Then, they saw this miserable scene and glanced at it. Who did this? It's her. Lin Xian pointed at Murongqing and said. Murongqing, hey, is this how you sell people? The main thing was that Lin Xian knew that she would be fine. These people didn't know Murongqing. Publicly injuring someone, the circumstances are serious and you're defying the law. When we reach Linen City, you will be brought to the enforcement union for punishment. A man then said, Miss, please cooperate with our law enforcement and come with us. Murongqing then stood up and looked at Lin Xian and said, this old lady will remember you. Hey, it's obviously your order. All right, let's go. Murongqing said. Did you guys make a move? That man looked at Lin Xian and Ling Longyu. No, we're good people. It's her. Lin Xian pointed at Murongqing and said. I say, young Master Lin, how can you say such nonsense? Everyone around saw that the two of you beat him up like this and you still haven't made a move. At this time, Ouyang Jing walked over and said. If Lin Xian was imprisoned in the enforcement union, wouldn't it affect one of his plans? Why are these two people here? What a coincidence. No, it can't be so coincidental. They must have followed him here. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. All right, we'll make a move too. Let's go together. Then, the three of them were taken away. Those people felt that it was a pity. This was considered as enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, right? What a pity. Ouyang Jing sneered. Young Master Chen, what do you think of my move? Chen Mo nodded. Not bad. Even if this Lin Xian is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to go against the three major forces. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to run away. Crippling the CEO of a company, although it doesn't reach the level of murder, but according to normal trial, it won't be a problem to lock him up for 1 or 2 years. However, they were acting in self-defense. If they acted in self-defense, it would probably take a few months. It's over. They didn't expect to end their grudge with Lin Xian in such a way. By locking Lin Xian up for a few months, his cultivation would drop, and his original plans would also be delayed. Although they didn't know what his original plans were, it was very satisfying. In less than a minute, 3 people swaggered over. Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Why did he come back? Shouldn't he be locked up temporarily? Ouyang Jing, who was enjoying his coffee, almost spat it out when he saw this scene. What's going on? What are you doing? Give up your seats. Lin Xian said to the people who took their seats. Then, those people left resentfully. Aya, it's so comfortable to sit here. Lin Xian said happily. Then, he glanced at Ouyang Jing and the others on the other side. What's wrong? You look very surprised. Are you a little disappointed that I'm not locked up? Lin Xian said with a smirk. You think that's enough? This young master wants to see what qualifications you have for the 3 major forces to protect you. At this time, the people from the 3 major forces came over and served Lin Xian and the others tea. You. Ouyang Jing pointed at them and said, covering up a criminal, that's a double crime. Those people looked at Ouyang Jing and said, they were just acting in self-defense. It doesn't constitute a crime. That's still self-defense, right? I don't need you to point fingers. If you're not convinced, go ahead and sue. What a joke. This was the leader of the Divine Palace. What were they afraid of? Do you know who this young master is? This young master is Ouyang Jing of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 major families in Tianju. You're shielding a criminal in front of me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. The young master of the 8 major families. Oh my God. How could such a person appear here? This time, it's over. Even if the head of the Ouyang family is here, he'll have to be careful. The man said. Who's that behind him? That's the chief executive of the Divine Palace. Her position is not inferior to any of the heads of the 8 major families. At the same time, the family behind her is the founder of the Divine Palace. Everyone was even more shocked. How is this possible? Why are the ordinary members of the three major forces not afraid? Ouyang Jing was also stunned. That's not right. Logically speaking, if he revealed his identity, the other party should be scared out of their wits. The 8 major families. What kind of colossus is that? He's not afraid at all. Is there really such a blind person in this world who's courting death? Not only is he not afraid, he even said that even if the head of the family was here, it would be useless. This really made him feel incredulous. Please remember what you said, Ouyang Jing said with an ugly expression. That's right, he was not afraid of these people, but he did not dare to do anything to the people of the 3 major forces in front of everyone. If he did, he would also be courting death. The 8 major families were colossus, but the 3 major forces were even more colossal existences. It could be said that the 8 major families were the top families, but the 3 major forces were the country. No matter how powerful your family is, can it be compared to the country? Not to mention him, even if his father was here, he wouldn't dare to offend any of the members of the 3 major forces. Offending a small member was the same as offending the 3 major forces. Of course, he could still do whatever he wanted in secret. At this time, Murong Qing said, "Are the 8 major families really that powerful?" Ouyang Jing sneered and said, "I guess people like you who live in a third-tier city don't know how terrifying the 8 major families are. Let me tell you simply, any one of the 8 major families has property and power comparable to your entire city combined. Understand? Oh, so powerful." Murong Qing looked as if she suddenly realized something. How can a family be so powerful? Do you know how to do some shady business? You better take back that sentence, Ouyang Jing said coldly. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Then you said that your family is very powerful. Will they send people to kill us? I'm so scared. Hearing Murong Qing's words, the surrounding people started to discuss. Ouyang Jing's expression was ugly. What he was most afraid of was bringing shame to the Ouyang family. The poor were afraid of the rich were afraid of the powerful were afraid of the powerful, and the powerful were afraid of the masses. If it caused a heated discussion, it would have a huge impact on the Ouyang family. And he had also made a big mistake. Of course not. To us, there is only one enemy, and that is the demonic beast. Humans are all friends, Ouyang Jing quickly said in a relaxed tone. This little girl at the Heaven Venerable Realm seemed to be a little special. Either she was living under protection and had never come into contact with anything unclean, or she had never lived in the human world before. Demon race. She couldn't sense it, but she suspected it. She was at the Heaven Venerable Realm at such a young age. Even if her family caught a demon beast for her, she wouldn't be able to reach the Heaven Venerable Realm. High-grade demon beasts weren't something you could catch just because you wanted to. If a demon beast of that level wanted to run away, it would be too difficult to stop it. As for using low-grade demon beasts to raise her realm, not to mention the Heaven Venerable Realm, even if she reached the Domain Realm, the amount of experience points needed to raise her realm by 1 star was unimaginable. It's delicious, Lin Xian said. Ling Longyu, oh my god. How could he make such an expression of enjoyment and say such words? Was he crazy? There was a conspiracy. There was definitely a conspiracy. But Ling Longyu was very curious. After all, Lin Xian ate it in front of her. It's a little spicy, but it's very satisfying. Lin Xian then took another bite. Ling Longyu, she slowly moved closer. Here. Lin Xian passed the other one to her. She slowly reached out and took it while pinching her little nose with her other hand. Here. Lin Xian also passed one to Murong Qing. I'm not eating. Of course, it's not that it's not delicious. It's just that we have to go to a high-end event later. Do you really think it's good to eat this? Chapter 579. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter, I'll just drink a cup of milk tea later. Then I won't eat it. Murong Qing shook her head. She also likes to eat it, but when she attends an event, she will definitely not eat it. Even if the smell can be suppressed, she will not eat it. This is a habit she has developed over the years. It's good that you don't want to eat it. I'll eat it all. Lin Xian threw the bamboo stick he had finished eating into the trash can and started on another one. Ling Longyu was going crazy. She looked at Lin Xian without blinking. Not only did he eat it, but he also ate so much. He still looked like he was enjoying it. Is it really delicious? But it's so smelly. She lowered her head and looked at it. Do you remember what I told you before? This is stinky tofu. It's the kind of thing that smells bad but tastes especially good. Linen City is the most famous city for stinky tofu. Try it. Since you're here, you can't miss out on the most famous delicacy. Lin Xian said to Ling Longyu with a smile. Ling Longyu believed in Lin Xian's nonsense. You can't lie to me. She pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Damn. Why would I lie to you? I brought you here to eat good food. I told you about stinky tofu before and now I'm here. Also, if it's not good, why would I eat it? I'll believe you this time. Ling Longyu pinched her nose and took a bite. Her expression was really cute. She took a few more bites and her big eyes lit up. How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Not bad. Ling Longyu ate another piece. At first, she couldn't accept it, but the more she ate, the better it tasted. Soon, she finished it. Do you want more? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Then, let's eat another one. Lin Xian bought 2 more sticks for her with a smile. Only then did he walk away with satisfaction. Lin Xian, why is this thing smelly? But the taste is quite good. Is it made with papa? Lin Xian, facing Ling Longyue's interrogation, Lin Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't that be eating shit? Bah. Ling Longyu also realized that she had asked an idiotic question. It's not a problem to eat it in a special way, but it's not good for the body if you eat too much. But for you, a heavenly venerable expert, it's not a big deal even if you eat poison. Ling Longyu nodded and took a sip of her milk tea. Soon, they arrived at their destination. She raised her head and looked at the 30-story building. It was especially beautiful. This building has been built for about a month. Now, the public auction will begin. Because of the special location, the bidders are basically the rich people in Linen City. In fact, I don't think you really need to get this building now. The existence of an office building requires the company to reach a very large scale and even have branches in many places. Only then will it have meaning. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, It will happen sooner or later. It's not like our beautiful sister is poor, right? Lin Xian grinned at Murong Qing. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Of course, she knew that it would happen sooner or later because of Lin Xian's business. But as for how long it would take, she did not know. Moreover, the 30-story building would have at least 1,000 employees, right? With 1,000 employees working in a building, the scale of the company would reach the level of 10 billion or even 100 billion annually. Of course, if it really happened, then Lin Xian would not only be earning 1 billion or 100 billion annually, but 10 billion or even 100 billion a month. Of course, Lin Xian could not do it because he did not have that many Adonis points. One after another, people walked into the building. Let's go in. The auction site was in the building. Then, they walked in. 2 people at the back got off the car and saw them entering the building. Are they going to bid for this building? Ouyang frowned. Obviously. Then this young master will snatch it from them. Ouyang Jin sneered. To them, bidding for this building was not a problem at all. For example, Zhao Nanfeng had spent 1 billion just to slap Lin Xian in the face and buy Drunken Pavilion. As for the money, as long as it wasn't too much, he would be able to bid for it. As for the purpose of bidding for it, he could either choose to give it away, or he could use it to realize his business. It could even become a small branch of the Ouyang family here. In short, with the Ouyang family's financial resources and power, he would not lose anything. Most importantly, he could disrupt Lin Xian's plan. That would be great. He just did not like Lin Xian. Come, let's go in too. Then, the two of them walked in. Inside the beautiful building, there was a huge space. There were no less than 100 people sitting inside. Every one of them was dressed in a suit and looked graceful. After all, everyone who came here was from the upper class. Then, looking at Lin Xian, all right, he was dressed in a simple casual outfit. Ling Longyu was the same, but her outfit was quite expensive. As for Murong Qing, her outfit was extremely expensive. Even if you were from the upper class, you might not be able to recognize these clothes. You might think that they were from a random brand or from a street stall. In fact, they were clothes that they could not even buy. The three of them sat in the middle of the crowd. Ling Longyu did not know what was going on and was sipping on her milk tea. The entire space was very high-end and beautiful. In front of them was a huge screen. It was similar to the screen in a movie theater. The only difference was that this was a huge ultra-thin LCD TV. The people around them were chatting with each other, waiting for something. After all, they were from the upper class and had some morals. Although they were chatting, they were not noisy and the volume was very low. Ouyang Jin and Ling Longyu slowly went to the back and sat down. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Ling Longyu asked curiously. Bidding for this building. Ling Longyu's eyes flashed. Head of the house. Lin Xian, damn. Head of a building with 32 floors. What was this little girl thinking? It's all right. It's not too shabby to be the head of a place like this. Lin Xian. That's wishful thinking. At this moment, a few men and beauties walked over to the front of the stage. Seeing them, the crowd stopped chatting. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was quite handsome and revealed a gentlemanly smile. Today, there are many more people than I expected. I am the chief planner of the construction of Linen Building. Of course, I am also the current owner of this building. My name is Liao Jian. I sincerely welcome you all. The crowd applauded. Mr. Liao, we didn't even have time for lunch before coming to participate in the auction. Ha ha ha, the people around him smiled in agreement. It's my fault. I'll give the order now. After the auction is over, everyone can come for lunch. Liao Jian said with a smile. Then, he glanced at the crowd and his eyes fell on Murong Qing. He had 2 seconds. Chapter 580. To be honest, they were all rich and upper-class people. What kind of woman had they not seen before? Beautiful women, they should be ordinary, right? Among the others, perhaps only the few people beside her had seen Murong Qing, but Liao Jian was facing Murong Qing, so he could see more clearly. Stunning. Incomparably stunning. His wife, all the women he had played with before, what were they? Even before this, he had been complacent because his wife was very beautiful. Yes, she was indeed very beautiful, but he had seen someone even more beautiful. He looked around and saw a young man beside the woman, who seemed to be much younger than her. He should not be her boyfriend. In other words, she might not be married yet. Even if she was married, or had a boyfriend, he should not be present. That was a little interesting. Of course, he was reluctant to part with this linen building, but he could tempt her with other things. Anyway, he was already interested. The people below were all trying to curry favor with him, joking and so on. They all knew how powerful Liao Jian was. 33 years old, the richest man in the entire Linen City. At least in Linen City, his family property was the most. His enterprises were the most. At least, almost all the people present here had cooperated with him, and they hoped to continue cooperating with him, because they would also make money. Although Liao Jian's company was founded by his father, and he was a rich second generation, the fact was that this company sat in the top position of Linen City under his management. The construction of this linen building, they came to auction, not only to get the building, but also to sign a cooperation agreement with Liao Jian's company and the Liao's group. In fact, no one could say for sure if the final price of the auction was in line with the building, but the cost would definitely be higher, which was normal. However, if they could sign a cooperation agreement with the Liao's group, they would definitely make a profit. Liao Jian then said to them with a smile, "Everyone, please look at the big screen. This is some information about Linen Building. Of course, it's now called Linen Building. As for who will get it later and what it will be called, that's up to you. Then, Liao Jian said, the building has a total of 32 floors and is made of the best materials. The entire building is covered with high technology. At the same time, there is an airport at the top of the building, which is responsible for the helicopter landing. Moreover, the entire building is powered by solar energy. The energy stored for a day can last for half a month. The entire building also has an extremely large defense system. Although it may be superfluous, in this era, the neighboring Tianhua city is in turmoil. Maybe Tianhua city will fall, and our Linen City will become the first city close to the border with the demonic beast domain. Therefore, this defense system is very important. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Xian said, this person is quite creative. Who in their right mind would spend so much money to build a defense system? That's not very useful. For example, the building where your sister is. Even if there is a defense system, if the entire city falls, will the defense system still be useful? Lin Xian said, that's true. However, if it's used to deal with special attacks, or even a sudden attack before retreating, it will be very useful. Moreover, he also said that there is an airport at the top of the building. He should be a very cautious person who will leave a way out for himself. The existence of the airport may not be for the helicopter to go somewhere, but to be able to escape in time of danger. Murong Qing nodded slightly. This was indeed a person who would leave a way out for himself. That is to say, in fact, this building can really be used as a residence. Murong Qing said slightly. This was a good idea. It might be very safe, but it was definitely not groundless fear, especially for the rich. The main thing was that this era was like this. They would rather spend more money to buy safety. Otherwise, flying spiritual weapons and defensive spiritual weapons would not be so rare and expensive. Did you think that this kind of spiritual weapon was rare? This was one point. The main thing was, they were all fucking with the rich. Did you think they were flying to experience flying? They were all fucking used to escape in case of a special situation. It was too extravagant. Liao Jian then continued, the innermost room on the 32nd floor of the building is also the most special place in the entire building. Just this room alone cost more than 80 million yuan. Everyone was speechless. Mr. Liao, what kind of special room is this? Why did you spend so much money to strengthen it? Liao Jian smiled, and then the big screen showed an animation. Look, this is the part that I'm most satisfied with. This room is more like an independent place than a room in the skyscraper. The entire room is made of super miniature metal. In a word, this room is a fortress with super defensive ability, Zhong Tai said with a smile. Look, everyone, this room is more like a fortress with super defensive ability. Everyone was dumbfounded. Liao Jian smiled and said, even if the entire building collapses, as long as you are in this room, even if the room falls from the 32nd floor, you will be fine. The room has a fixed position for the human body, and there are specially made reflective metal and reflective sponges. Even if you fall from a high distance, you will be fine. Its strength is enough to withstand the full blow of a domain realm expert. This. Mr. Liao, what's the meaning of this? Liao Jian smiled and said, the meaning is great. If the demonic beasts suddenly rush in, even if you can't escape in time, you will be safe here. You just have to find the time to escape. This room and all the other floors can be used as living quarters. This is my suggestion. I just hope that the building I built can at least allow the owner to have the ability to survive in times of danger. Plus, in the current era, with our location, this is a problem sooner or later. Do you still think this is unnecessary? Everyone nodded. That's true. We have indeed neglected this point. Although theoretically there is time to escape, if there is a special situation, it may not be so. For example, when Zhihai City was completely unprepared, a large number of demonic beasts rushed in, and there was also spatial teleportation. There was no time to defend at all. The demonic beasts rushed to every corner of Zhihai City in an instant. Escaping depends on fate. If there is such a place, It is indeed a guarantee for the lives of oneself and your family. Liao Jian nodded and said, "That's right. If there is a little time, this room has a direct passage to the rooftop. If there is a helicopter on the rooftop, we can also leave as soon as possible." Lin Xian was secretly speechless. It was not to say that he was worrying for nothing, because what he said was very reasonable, but there were too many theories. But Lin Xian liked this kind of building. He liked it very much. Chapter 581. If Lin Xian was asked to build a skyscraper or build his own home, Lin Xian would also choose to leave a way out for himself. Even if it wasn't for himself, he would give it to Lin Ya. For example, leaving a way out for his own home. It was very, very important. Whether it was to deal with the monsters in the future, or the possibility of bad people sneaking into his home to commit murder, or to avoid danger, it was all very important. At least in this aspect, Lin Xian felt that Liao Jian was right. Of course, many people at the scene said that he was right and completely agreed with him. They felt that it was really unnecessary to spend so much money on groundless fears. Even if the monsters attacked, who would be stupid enough to hide in the skyscraper? They would have run away long ago. The so-called too late to escape did happen, but the probability was too small, right? If they were allowed to build it, they would definitely not do something unnecessary. However, they still had to buy it. This skyscraper was very important. In addition to its geographical value, it could also cooperate with Liao Jian. The money they would earn after the cooperation would definitely be more than what they invested now. Liao Jian then said, "This is probably the highlight of the skyscraper. I don't care if you want to build it into a business building, a work building, or even a place to live after taking over the building. In short, this skyscraper will protect your safety to the greatest extent. I suggest that you change the upper floors into your residence and the lower floors into an office building. The area of the 3 floors alone is much larger than a normal villa." Everyone nodded slightly. Well, that's all for now. Everyone must be hungry. Then, let's start the auction as soon as possible. Then, a series of data flashed on the big screen. The entire Lin skyscraper, including all the renovations, completed facilities, technology, and land, has a comprehensive geographical advantage. At the same time, it is also a key partner of the Lin city government. I think everyone knows how big the opportunity is to cooperate with the Lin city government. The overall starting price is 2.5 billion yuan. Each bid must not be less than 10 million yuan. Let's start now. Liao Jian looked down with a smile. The bidding began, and a fierce competition began below. 2.51 billion, 2.52 billion, 2.53 billion. Lin Xian was speechless. I thought it would be worth at most 1 billion. I didn't expect the starting price to be 2.5 billion. Lin Xian really couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, if what this person said is true, then this building is indeed worth a lot of money. It has top-notch materials, top-notch technology, special rooms, and a golden geographical advantage. Just the land alone is worth hundreds of millions. The cooperation with the government is also very important. I heard that the Liao family is also cooperating with them. The starting price is 2.5 billion. And the final price may be about 4 billion. At least if the future development is normal, and with the value of the building itself, it won't be a loss. Mu Rongqing was naturally experienced in the Jianghu, and she was also a businesswoman. Of course, she understood these things. Then why didn't the Liao family use this building? Mu Rongqing smiled and said, "You are too young. The so-called advantage is aimed at the people present here. For him, he certainly does not lack cooperation with the government, and he does not lack buildings. He would rather quickly raise the price by auction and sell it to others to make money quickly. For him, if he uses it himself, the value of this building will be less than half of what it was auctioned off. These people who play tricks are really dirty." Mu Rongqing smirked as she looked at Lin Xian and said, "One day, you'll be as filthy as this." To be precise, this is a situation that everyone is well aware of. But they still have to jump in because it's valuable to them. This is also unquestionable. Then what do you think? Lin Xian asked Murong Qing. Murong Qing certainly knew Lin Xian's thoughts and said, if you really want it, I think it is a loss because in my opinion, you don't need the two important points of the cooperation between the government and the Liao family. Therefore, you may only spend about 4 billion to buy a building worth 2.5 billion. What do you think? Lin Xian pondered slightly. It is indeed so. But I have checked in Linen City. In the past 6 months, there may be only one new building. If you don't choose this building, and you really want it, then you can only buy other old buildings. Although they are relatively old, they are still very good, and the price will be much lower. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Of course, if you bid for this building, you will also have an advantage. This is well known. The geographical conditions are also very important. Although it is only a head office, if your company grows and sells the building, then the value will be very high. Normally, even if you buy it for 4 billion and don't cooperate with the Liao family, you won't lose out. Moreover, you will need a lot of factories, a lot of them. You can take this opportunity to discuss cooperation with the Liao family and the conquests. They can at least let you solve the problem of the factories relatively easily. Murong Qing continued. Lin Xian nodded, then let's bid. I have no problem with it. Anyway, you have 30 billion. That's right. Lin Xian had 30 billion. This 30 billion was not borrowed, but given to him by Murong Qing in exchange for 5% of the shares. Then why would he care about the money? It was not his. 30 billion for 5% of the shares of a company that had not yet been established. To be honest, there would not be a second such event in the world. But the main thing was that Murong Qing knew how profitable Lin Xian's business would be. She was losing out now, but in the future, 5% of the shares would be worth more than 30 billion. She believed that it was only a matter of time. Ouyang Jing, who was behind, was stunned when he heard the starting price. The starting price is 2.5 billion. Is this third-tier city a group brain? Originally, he thought that the total price would be about 1 billion, but who knew that the starting price would be 2.5 billion? Chen Mo said, although it is a third-tier city, the scale of this building is still very large. If it is an equivalent building in our Tianju, the starting price may be more than 3.5 billion. With the Liao family, the cooperation with the conquests is also a very important point. It was true that they were very rich, but remember their identity. They were only the sons of the 8 great families and did not have any real power. Their money belonged to their families. At most, they earned it by relying on their family's power to do business. It was not a big problem to take out 1 billion, or 2 billion at once. But more than that, it was a bit unbearable. After all, their identity was like this. Even if it was the 8 great families, it was impossible for their children to casually take out tens of billions, right? So this building. Chapter 582. Ouyang Jing asked Chen Mo, young Master Chen, how much can you offer? Chen Mo said, my current assets are about 1.5 billion. I can get 2 billion at most, but I don't think it's necessary. We will definitely lose money. If we stop Lin Xian at a loss, we won't make a profit. Ouyang Jing sighed slightly. It was too expensive. It was indeed a loss to use this method. Moreover, they didn't care about this place at all. They would never spend time and effort to manage this building. That meant that if they won the bid, they would definitely lose money, and it would be a huge loss. To stop Lin Xian at a loss of hundreds of millions was simply an idiot. Previously, Zhao Nanfeng spent 1 billion. It was a lot, but he wouldn't lose money. He only needed time to earn it back. This time was different because the price might be a little high. That's not right. Why is Lin Xian auctioning this building? Ouyang Jing suddenly realized this. Chen Mo was the same. That's right. Although Lin Xian's family is better than ordinary people, it can only reach 100 million at most. This kind of billion-dollar auction is definitely not a place where he is qualified to come. What does he have to auction? Even the richest man in Tianhua City is just SOSO. Moreover, Why is he auctioning this building? They couldn't understand. Could it be that he followed that woman here? Their gazes fell behind Murong Qing. At this time, the price was still soaring, reaching 3 billion, but it was increasing by 10 million. Bid. I'm a little hungry. I want to have lunch, Murong Qing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and raised his sign. 5 billion. Hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at Lin Xian. Although they expected the price to be more than 5 billion, he couldn't just raise it by 500 million, right? They were just testing the waters by increasing it by 10 million. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in unison. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What's wrong? He just didn't want to raise the price by 10 million, it was too much of a waste of time. Sir, are you sure you want to raise the price by 500 million? The beautiful auctioneer confirmed. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, 5 billion. Wait. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Ouyang Jing standing up. He sneered and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also saw him. Well, as expected, he came with them. They were here to discuss people. Sir, what can I do for you? Liao Jian looked at Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing then said, what I mean is that the auction is fine, but we also need to know if there is anyone who can afford the price. I know this gentleman. His name is Lin Xian, and he is a citizen of Tianhua City. His family has some money, but his annual income is around 10 million. So I don't understand. How can he afford the price of 5 billion? To be honest, the difference between an annual income of 10 million and an auction of 5 billion was huge. Relying on the woman beside him? How could a woman from a third-tier city have the spare money to auction a building worth 3 to 4 billion? There were probably only a few people in the entire Tianhua City who could do that. Moreover, she was so young. Tianhua City couldn't be compared to Linen City. After all, it was the most border city. Because of this, many people would give up on investing in this city. Hence, it was getting worse year by year. Among the hundreds of auctioneers present, half of them were here to buy soy sauce. The remaining half probably had loans to participate in this auction. The remaining half were those who had the ability to auction. However, Tianhua City was much weaker than this. Hence, he didn't think that Lin Xian had the ability to participate in the auction. Why would he bid then? In Ouyang Jing's eyes, he was more likely to be Liao Jian's burden. He was using him to raise the price and then take the money. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, everyone was stunned. Your company's annual income was over 100 million, but you were not qualified to participate in this auction. An annual income of 10 million? That was even more impossible. In this kind of upper-class society, everyone was very cautious. When doing business, they would worry about the other party's methods and so on. Hence, when they heard this unusual sentence, they were all brainstorming. Could there be some kind of conspiracy in this? Liao Jian and everyone else looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed, then looked at Ouyang Jing and said, I say, whether I have the ability to participate in this auction or not is none of your business, right? Yes, you're right. My family does have an annual income of 10 million, and it's not me, it's my sister. However, how do you know that I don't have the ability to participate in this auction? What if I don't have the ability to pay 5 billion? As everyone knows, auctions are legally binding. If I bid this price and can't afford it, I'm afraid I'll be in jail for the rest of my life. Little brother, aren't you being too ridiculous? Ouyang Jing's face darkened. However, because of this, no one else dared to bid. Lin Xian then raised another sign. 6 billion. Is there anyone else? If no one else, I'll pay. Whether or not I can afford it, you'll know soon enough. Liao Jian's face darkened. This person who suddenly spoke was courting death. Originally, the auction could go on step by step, but because of his words, these people began to have fear and doubt in their hearts, causing them to not dare to bid too much. If there was no group of people competing, then what was the point of bidding? Then how would the price be raised? He originally estimated it to be 4 billion, but now, 6 billion. Of course, 3.6 billion was still a profit in terms of cost, but who would complain about earning too much? He might lose the 400 million he had spent for nothing. As expected, Lin Xian raised the price by another 100 million, but no one followed. Ouyang Jing sat down with a gloomy face. I'd like to see if you can afford it. He, the young master of the Ouyang family of one of the 8 great families, could not afford this price. How could a piece of trash from a third-tier city afford it? Relying on the woman beside him? Then why did he have to bid? 3.6 billion, no one bid. 3.6 billion going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The beauty swept her gaze across the crowd. 3.6 billion going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? They wanted to, but for some reason, they did not dare to. This was not a few thousand or a few hundred, but a few billion. As long as they had the slightest doubt in their hearts, it would expand infinitely. If not, the entire family company would be finished. 3.6 billion going thrice. Bang! As the hammer closed, applause rang out in the hall. Liao Jian's expression softened a little. He was a little unhappy that 400 million was less than his estimate. But that was it. Out of 3.6 billion yuan, the construction cost was indeed 2.3 billion yuan. Although he had earned more than 1 billion yuan, it was not a loss for Lin Xian. He might be able to earn more than 1 billion yuan from them and the government. Chapter 583. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the rest. Congratulations. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. To be able to afford 3.6 billion at such a young age, it's really extraordinary. Yeah, us old people have to learn. For a moment, those people were exchanging greetings crazily. Liao Jian smiled and said, "Congratulations to this gentleman for bidding 3.6 billion for linen building." Ouyang Jing's face turned ugly. That was because he saw the faint smile on Lin Xian's face. Could he really afford it? Pay up. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked over with Murong Qing and Ling Longyu. Ouyang Jing frowned. Could it be that this brat is still pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Ouyang Jing found it unbelievable. The possibility is not high. What he said is not wrong. The bidding has legal effect. He wouldn't dare. Chen Mo said. Let's go and take a look. Then they walked over. Lin Xian was signing a contract with Liao Jian and the transfer agreement. Mr. Lin Xian, this is the building's property certificate, land certificate, and a series of documents. Please take a look. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Lin Xian did not understand these things. Let me take a look. Murong Qing took it. Ah. Miss, may I ask who you are? Liao Jian looked at Murong Qing. At such a close distance, he felt more deeply how charming this woman was. Never before had he felt so impulsive when facing a woman. This woman's beauty could make him lose his mind and do some things. As the old saying goes, femme fatale. This was not just a joke. When a woman's charm reached a certain level, even an emperor would be captivated and do some unimaginable things. This was also a precedent. Murong Qing smiled faintly and said, "I'm his secretary." Everyone, oh my God. This seemingly young man had actually found such a heaven-defying and charming secret technique. Was it just a simple secret technique? To be honest, no one believed it. After all, they were all CEOs of major companies, and they knew all too well what men were thinking. Which fucking CEO wouldn't want to find a beautiful secret technique to do something with? How many of those present hadn't done such a thing before? However, why was there such a huge gap between them? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What was this woman trying to do? Not far away, Ouyang Jing and Li Qie were even more confused. Lin Xian's secret techniques? How could this be? When they were on the Star Cloud carriage, the relationship between them didn't seem like the relationship between a boss and a secret technique at all. Besides, what right did Lin Xian have to be the boss? Then, Murong Qing helped Lin Xian look through the contracts and said, "There's no problem. Just sign it." Then, Lin Xian signed his name and handed his ID card to them to make a copy. Murong Qing took out a card and handed it to Liao Jian. Liao Jian nodded to the woman next to him and completed the transaction in front of these people. All right, our cooperation is officially complete. The other two of you can continue to cooperate with my Liao's group. At the same time, you will also cooperate with the government. These contracts are all clearly stated, and the documents are all here, Liao Jian said. Kaka Touyang Jing clenched his fists. How could this be? 36 billion, and it was really a deal? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. So much so that he made himself look like a clown. Let's go. Then, he left the place angrily. He couldn't understand. He roughly knew Lin Xian's family background. It was possible for him to take out 100 million, a few hundred million, but a few billion? He really couldn't understand. He still had to investigate. Lin Xian nodded. But now, I have something to trouble you with, President Liao. Liao Jian smiled and said, of course, no problem. You all can have lunch with me and have a good talk. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Liao Jian looked at the crowd and said, then I won't accompany you all. The lunch is already prepared. You can enjoy it as you wish. Mr. Lin, please. Then, they moved together to a private room in a 5-star hotel. The table was filled with delicious food, which made Ling Longyu happy. Sure enough, Lin Xian didn't lie to her. He brought her out to eat delicious food. Liao Jian didn't believe that Murong Qing was Lin Xian's secret technique. At his position, he was quite good at judging people. How could a secret technique have such an amazing temperament? This was definitely not a temperament that a secret technique could have. But no matter what, he had his eyes on this woman. He must think of a way to get his hands on her. The first thing he had to do was to please her. What did a woman want? Money. Care. In his opinion, it should be because Lin Xian was rich that she followed him. But he, Liao Jian, was also rich. As long as he treated her better than Lin Xian, wouldn't that be enough? Although Ouyang Jing said that Lin Xian's family was poor, everything was the truth. If he could take out 3.6 billion to buy this building, he was rich. This was the truth. So what if he played with her? A woman of this level, even if she had been played with many times, just based on her temperament, appearance, and figure, men would still go crazy for her. He had a wife at home, but if he could have a lover of this level, his life would be complete. Mr. Lin, do you have any questions? Liao Jian smiled and poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. He wanted to give it to Murong Qing, but she refused. I'll just have a drink. Liao Jian didn't force it. Lin Xian said, it's like this. I'm preparing to build some factories in Linen City. But I'm from Tianhua City and don't know anything about Linen City. So I thought that since Mr. Liao is the boss of Linen City, you must have some methods, right? I thought it would be something big. Liao Jian smiled and said, Mr. Lin, factories are a piece of cake. What can't you do with money? Lin Xian shook his head, I don't mean to build, but to get the existing factories. That's easy. There are many factories that can't work. Just give them money and let them leave tomorrow. Lin Xian said, I understand that, but Mr. Liao, you don't understand my real meaning. I mean that you're familiar with this area and know which places are suitable. Also, I need a large number of factories. A large number? How many? A few dozen. Liao Jian frowned. What was he trying to do? He directly auctioned a 3.6 billion building and then a few dozen factories. A few dozen was just the beginning. He might need hundreds in the future. At least in the early stage, Lin Xian had hundreds of millions of Adonis points. A few dozen factories weren't enough, but it was enough for now. There's an industrial area in the suburbs of Linen City. It's quite big. Mr. Lin, you can go there and take a look. Most importantly, it's easy to do anything with money. Liao Jian smiled. Chapter 584. Money? Of course not. The beauty beside him was a pure rich woman. Anyway, whether it was buying a building or doing something else, Lin Xian did not need to spend a single cent. It all belonged to Murong Qing. Who would be so fucking comfortable? Murong Qing did not feel any heartache. She only needed to know that now that she had no money, she could earn more in the future. She had originally come to work with Lin Xian to get Lin Xian's formula so that the holy sanctum could develop. In the end, they had indeed worked together. She did not expect that 30 billion in exchange for 5% of the shares. She was drunk. But she could not force others. If it was fated, it would be fated. If it was not, one should not force it. The industrial area. Most of them are still in business. This is a bit difficult. Murong Qing rubbed her delicate chin and said. Liao Jian heard Murong Qing's words and quickly said, "No problem. I will take you to the industrial area in the afternoon. As long as there is money, it will be fine. Of course, with my face, I will not let you lose much. But since most of them are still in business, I naturally have to give them some benefits." "Thank you, Mr. Liao." Lin Xian smiled and raised his glass. "Here's to you." Liao Jian smiled and clinked glasses with them. But Liao Jian looked hesitant. He looked at Lin Xian and Murong Qing. "It's like this. After all, I have some status in Linen City. They will also give me face. I can only say that I did it. So when the time comes, I will have to trouble Miss Murong to impersonate my secret technique." Murong Qing smiled faintly and said, "No problem." "Then, Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Lin Xian said, "No problem, I'll let her follow you." "I won't go either. Murong Qing can represent my wishes." Of course, Lin Xian knew what Liao Jian meant. Liao Jian wanted to send him away so that he could be alone with Murong Qing. This was also the reason why he was so attentive. Murong Qing also knew that she deliberately said this. Anyway, Lin Xian was relieved that Liao Jian would not be able to take advantage of Murong Qing. He would even be charmed by her. She was a seductress. Women, femme fatale. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Liao Jian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be able to send Lin Xian away so easily. The afternoon would be his home ground. Then, Lin Xian pretended to look at Murong Qing and said, "Follow Mr. Liao this afternoon and do a good job. I'll leave the money with you. Do a better job." "Yes, boss." Murong Qing chuckled. She had to hand it to him. She had to run with him, spend her money, and put in the effort. But how should I put it? One was willing to hit while the other was willing to be hit. "All right, I'll contact the directors and bosses of the major factories in the industrial zone after dinner and gather them together. Since Chief Lin is willing to trust me, I'll naturally help you settle this matter properly. In the future, there will be a lot of cooperation between us." Liao Jian smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Liao." Liao Jian was very curious as to why Lin Xian wanted so many factories at the same time. What kind of business did he want to do? Did he want to start with such a big business? But he didn't care about these. He only cared about Murong Qing. This woman, if he could do it once, he would be willing to give up a year of his life. This wasn't an exaggeration. She was just a secretary. How could she be clean? So, after this afternoon, he would have a private chat with Murong Qing, have a meal, and give her more benefits. Wouldn't that be the end of it? In the afternoon, Murong Qing followed Liao Jian. Lin Xian brought Ling Longyu out to play. In the past, Lin Xian would only take her out for a meal. But in the afternoon and evening, Lin Xian brought her to various amusement parks, video game rooms, scenic spots, and even disco dancing. Ling Longyu was overjoyed. As for Ling Longyu's favorability towards Lin Xian, because of playing for an afternoon and half a night, her favorability had reached 42. After all, she was still a little girl. She was easily satisfied. If you treated her well, she would be able to feel it. When they returned to the hotel, it was already 11 p.m. Ling Longyu was tired from playing. The hotel was the Rose Paradise Presidential Suite. Lin Xian, where are we going to play tomorrow?" Ling Longyu laid on the bed and looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. "Tomorrow? I don't know. Let's see how it goes." He had to stay in Linen City for a few more days to finish up the factories. So, he had to play. It could be considered a vacation for himself. Ian, I want to rest. You can go back first. Go back for what? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Go back and rest. We still have to play tomorrow. Can't I rest here? This room is so big. Ling Longyu, go to hell. Stinking hooligan. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian then left helplessly. Stinking hooligan. Ling Longyu pouted her lips and her face was actually a little pink. Lin Xian returned to his room and chatted with Murong Qing. It turned out that Murong Qing was watching a movie with Liao Jian. This matter was not completely settled yet. They still needed this Liao Jian. If it was just Lin Xian alone, he could get these factories. However, it would take more time. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xian sent a message to Murong Qing. Go to hell. Even if I started my own business, when did I end up like this? It's all because of you. How are you going to compensate me? Of course, Murong Qing was unhappy. You can compensate me however you want. Then, 5% more shares. Lin Xian, my phone is dead. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Murong Qing, bastard. Fuck. Bastard. I want to beat him up. However, Lin Xian felt comfortable. This Murong Qing and Liao Jian had bought a total of 13 factories in the afternoon. Of all sizes, 13 was actually not bad. However, Lin Xian wanted at least 25. It should be done by tomorrow. However, the money spent was not small. Close to 800 million. However, it did not belong to Lin Xian. Comfortable. Therefore, Lin Xian really wanted to thank Murong Qing. However, shares, he still could not give her more. The next morning, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyu downstairs for breakfast. He saw Murong Qing already sitting in the corner. Morning. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Morning. The 13 contracts are in my room. I'll bring them to you later. There's no hurry. Do you think I don't trust you? Lin Xian smiled. I have a big problem with you. Lin Xian smiled. Why? Did Liao Jian take advantage of you last night? He dares. You bunch of stinky men are all the same. Murong Qing stretched her body. Instantly, many people who were secretly sizing her up stared at her. Even though Lin Xian had been with her for a long time, her charm still had a huge impact on Lin Xian. Today is the last day. It should be done. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 585. The current Lin Xian did not have the idea of developing gene potions, at least not now. Even if he wanted to, it could only be diluted in small amounts, and he did not have the materials. But there would definitely be in the future, because Lin Xian needed new things to gain the expectations and love of the people of the mainland. Murong Qing said, I can probably find a few dozen 3-star rainbow berries for you, but you will have to pay for it, and the price will not be cheap. No problem, you still have a lot of that 30 billion. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. It was still her money, but it was already equivalent to Lin Xian's money. As for the 9-colored spirit lotus, I should be able to get 4 or 5. This kind of spiritual item may not be the best in terms of heaven and earth spiritual energy, but it is rare. There are not many of them in the human race, and most of them are in the demon race. But the demon race is also rare. 4 or 5, a single petal of a 9-colored spirit lotus could be developed into a bottle of gene potion. A single 9-colored sacred lotus could produce 9, but after diluting, it could produce 90. But the effect was naturally not strong, only about 5%. Lin Xian thought that if it was diluted to 5%, then a single 9-colored spirit lotus should be able to produce more than a few hundred. This was still quite impressive. But compared to the others, which were tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, there was no comparison. But the value was definitely thousands of times higher. However, for those martial artists, even a 1% increase in attribute purity would make them so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days. Between a 1% increase in attribute purity and a 100 points increase in attribute purity, most people would choose the latter. However, those who truly understood would choose the former. 4 or 5, how many can you develop? Murong Qing asked. That depends on how much you want to improve. The limit should be 30%. Murong Qing revealed a shocked expression. So much, 30%, what kind of concept was that? Lin Xian nodded. But it's too precious, so we'll have to dilute it when the time comes. My idea is to dilute it until it increases by about 5%, but we'll talk about that later. I don't want to do that now. We'll have to use it at a critical moment. Murong Qing said, 5% is already very heaven-defying. Basically, from birth to the end, all martial artists will not have any increase in attribute purity. Without that opportunity, even a large family would find it difficult to achieve. Let alone 5%, even 1%, those people would rather spend an unimaginable price to obtain it. You must know that a 1% increase in attribute purity is very exaggerated for martial artists, especially those with rare attributes. Of course, this increase will only appear when the realm is higher. There is almost no difference between the lower levels. Of course, Lin Xian understood this as well. Therefore, a 5% increase in attributes was already heaven-defying. That, Murong Qing suddenly became somewhat bashful. I say, pretty sister, if you have something to say, just say it. This isn't you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Qing then looked at Lin Xian and said, even if you don't sell it for the time being, can I ask you to develop a gene enhancement medicine for me? My attribute purity is still considered strong, at 80%, but maybe you can increase it to 100%. For Murong Qing, the temptation was simply too great. Just give me the money. Of course, no problem. Murong Qing said with surprise. Even if it was 10 billion, 100 billion, if it could increase her attribute purity to 100%, she would be willing. There would not be a second chance in this world. Even if she had to go bankrupt, she would not hesitate. Anyway, she could still earn it back. As for attribute enhancement, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What attribute? Lin Xian asked. At that time, he could use her attributes to experiment and develop gene enhancement medicine. Time. Lin Xian, damn. Time. You have a time attribute. Lin Xian looked at her in surprise. Murong Qing nodded, yes. Murong Qing should be the only time attribute that Lin Xian had seen so far. In Lin Xian's opinion, the time attribute was rarer than the space attribute. Although the level was the same, Lin Xian had seen the space attribute, but he had never seen the time attribute. The fact was indeed so. The time attribute was rarer than the space attribute. It was so rare that it could be counted on one's fingers. You don't believe me? Look. Murong Qing pointed outside the window and then snapped her fingers. Outside the window, the leaves of the trees were blown by the wind. Suddenly, time seemed to be frozen, and the scene froze. A small area, targeted time stop. Lin Xian was used to the space attribute, and it was indeed powerful. But now, he really wanted the time attribute. The time attribute was also very powerful. Amazing. It's okay. It's too difficult to cultivate. But I have the advantage of high attribute purity. In human history, I am the only one with a time attribute purity above 60%. Lin Xian, amazing. But because of you, I might be able to reach 100%. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. But 9-colored spiritual lotus, which was the gene enhancement medicine that he developed himself, should not have space and time to improve. In other words, Lin Xian could only use the Adonis system to exchange. He was a little reluctant. 5 million Adonis points. That would be 5 million sets of medicine. If it was diluted by half, it would be 10 million sets. By then, the price of one set would be more than 1,000, right? Damn. That would be 10 billion, damn. Was he going to exchange it for her just like that? No way. He was reluctant. Let her use 10 billion to buy it. Lin Xian believed that she was willing, but, most importantly, Earning 10 billion directly from Murong Qing and selling 10 million copies to earn 10 billion were two different concepts. Lin Xian would definitely choose the latter because he would be able to get more from it. Other than money. To be honest, if I develop it myself, I don't have space and time. Genetic medicine. Lin Xian said. Murong Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, but it was also within her expectations. These two types, as well as the dark and light attributes, although they were all attributes, they were something that couldn't be explained clearly. Unlike water, fire, and lightning, which had physical properties, darkness, light, space, and time. Was this something that could be created with 9-colored spiritual lotus? She felt that it was impossible. Alright, it's not that easy. Murong Qing said faintly. I'm going back to sleep. Tomorrow, let's sort out the things here and then go back. Murong Qing walked away after finishing her words. When she reached the door, Lin Xian's voice came again. But I didn't say that it can't be improved. Murong Qing was stunned for a moment and suddenly turned around. What do you mean? Lin Xian laughed. Although I can't develop it, I have something that I don't need to develop. You can think of it as the main body of the attribute enhancement medicine. Chapter 586. In fact, Murong Qing did not have much hope. The time and space attributes were almost impossible to increase on Sky Blue Planet, let alone with potions. So when she heard Lin Xian's words, Murong Qing believed him. But when Lin Xian said he could do it, are you playing with me? Murong Qing frowned and asked. Why would I play with you? You've helped me so much. If I lie to you, am I still a man? That's true. Then Murong Qing smiled and came over. How much? I'll buy it. It's free. Lin Xian said. What? Murong Qing was stunned again. She knew how precious this thing was. Lin Xian didn't want money? Then give it to me. Murong Qing smiled impolitely. Okay, I said I don't want your money. But I want something else. Lin Xian smiled. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Say it. As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. To Murong Qing, this thing was too important. Moreover, when the purity of any attribute reached 100%, there would be a qualitative change. Time was no exception. Perhaps its strength would be greatly increased. It was needless to say that it would increase her strength. It's simple. You have it. What? You have it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Qing. Lin Xian did not forget that Murong Qing was also his mission target. So, even if he helped, he had to get her, right? Once he got her, Lin Xian would not even ask for money and would give her the attribute increasing potions. Brother, are you serious? Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Yeah. Look, you're so beautiful and charming. Wherever you go, people will turn their heads. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would be overjoyed. Murong Qing sat on the sofa in Lin Xian's hotel room and poured herself a glass of red wine. You men are really pig trotters. Then she smiled and took a sip. It's normal. This is a man. Lin Xian smiled and sat beside her. Anyway, how should he put it? Murong Qing never took Lin Xian's words seriously. Forget it. Didn't you say that you already have Han Chushue and Ling Ying? No, I remember that Han Chushue's mother came to Tianhua City specifically for this. You should be her boyfriend, right? Although she didn't dare to believe it, Han Chushue's mother had come in person. To be honest, she had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, she knew Ouyang Jing and Chen Mo. They were also one of Han Chushue's suitors in Tiandu. In addition, they were also here. Lin Xian's relationship with Han Chushue was indeed extraordinary. It's not. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Although he really wanted to admit it, if he did, it would be almost impossible for him to win Murong Qing's heart. Therefore, Lin Xian could only continue to be a scumbag. His heart was very uncomfortable, but there was not much he could do. Oh! Murong Qing smiled and crossed her legs. She was wearing a knee-length skirt. She would not be exposed, but it made people want to take a look. Murong Qing saw Lin Xian's eyes. Where are you looking, little hooligan? If she did not have a favorable impression of Lin Xian, she would be angry. The main thing was that she had a favorable impression of him. She just pouted and rolled her eyes. Then, she silently put her legs down. Is this the man you were talking about? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Seriously, I really want the attribute increasing potion. If you really have it, I am willing to spend 10 billion or even 100 billion. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian seriously and said. But, I said, I don't want your money. Murong Qing, could it be that this brat was really thinking about her? She could not say that she had high standards, but her standards were not low either. Anyway, although it looked very tempting, she cared more about her purity than anyone else. Otherwise, she would have been in a relationship until now. She was like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. However, people who did not know her well would think that she was a loose woman. Go go go, you dare to tease me. Why? Didn't you tease me often in the past? Lin Xian laughed. Then, how about I accompany you for a night? Murong Qing suddenly said seductively. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Actually, it's not impossible. Let's just do it in this room. What do you think? Murong Qing, go go go. I am going to sleep. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and stood up. Think about it again. After saying that, she walked away. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. What should I do now? Lin Xian had a headache. This Murong Qing was a bit difficult to pursue. The main thing was that Lin Xian did not dare to tease her. It was that kind of feeling. Although her favorability had indeed reached 20 points, which wasn't considered low, Lin Xian was very clear about her character. She might seem like a loose person, but in fact, if Lin Xian really went to tease her or take liberties with her, she would most probably be angered and her favorability would be affected. Therefore, he could not be anxious. Anyway, he had already thrown out the olive branch and told her that he had a way to improve her time attribute. She would only be more curious and concerned. That's right, Murong Qing was a bit confused. After she returned to her room, she lay on her bed. So annoying. Murong Qing punched her pillow. She did not know how long it had been since she acted like a little woman. On one hand, she really wanted to improve her attribute strength. On the other hand, she could not really do what Lin Xian said, right? Lin Xian was not her boyfriend. So, could she let him do it? Forget it. Although she felt that this kid was not bad, he was 5 or 6 years younger than her. She did not want to be an old cow eating young grass. She did not care much about a person's family background. She only cared about whether she liked it or not. Because her family background was already heaven-defying, and her family did not care about her love life. As long as she liked it, it was fine. The key was that she had not met anyone that she liked. But really, Lin Xian seemed to be the first person of the opposite sex that she wanted to interact with in all these years. This was because there was something special about him that she had never seen before. This young man always did not play by the rules. Most importantly, there was something about him that she could not see through. There was a saying that when a girl started to be curious about a guy, that was the beginning of her fall. Yes, she was starting to be curious, but it was a bit difficult for her to accept it. In short, now it all depended on Lin Xian's methods. The one who was suffering the most now was that Liao Jian. What was going on? He had spent so much time cultivating his relationship with Murong Qing, but he had not even touched her hand yet. He still had to help with things. This was the most fucking unbearable. For the next day, they continued to stay in Linen City and did almost all the things that needed to be done. Murong Qing made a few phone calls in Linen City, the surrounding cities, and even further places. She bought a large amount of raw materials and then transported them to the big warehouse in Linen City. Murong Qing's channels were still amazing. She had people in every city. Anyway, she only needed to make a few phone calls. Now, they only needed to transport the equipment and they could start operating. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Xian received a call from Ling Ying. Tianhua City has fallen. Chapter 587. Lin Xian almost dropped his phone. Tianhua City had fallen. Hello. What's the situation? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. Ling Ying also said anxiously, I don't know. Suddenly, a large number of beasts swarmed in. There were already many experts guarding outside, but the appearance of the beasts was too sudden. Suddenly, an unimaginable number of beasts surrounded Tianhua City. There was no time to defend. In just a few minutes, the barrier was broken and the beasts swarmed into Tianhua City. It was already impossible to defend. I only found out after being woken up. Lin Xian's heart sank. Ling Ying, protect little fairy well. I'll go back now. I know. Then, Lin Xian hurriedly hung up the phone. Tianhua City had fallen. This was something Lin Xian never expected. But he should have thought of it earlier. The disappearance of the beasts was a sign of something. However, how did these demonic beasts suddenly appear in every corner of Tianhua City without any warning? No one could understand. If they didn't appear in large numbers, how could such a well-guarded place fall in an instant? And the beginning of a city's fall was when the beasts swarmed into the city. When the beasts swarmed into the city, it was basically already fallen. It was almost impossible to fight back. At that time, the people's hearts would crumble, and in the city, there were too many people and it was too chaotic. Human martial artists were afraid of hurting the civilians and didn't dare to go all out. But the beasts didn't have to worry. Perhaps Lin Xian had already thought of this, but it was too sudden. It was really too sudden. Lin Xian thought that they would have to fight no matter what. But he never expected that within a few minutes, the barrier would be broken and the beasts would enter Tianhua City. Tianhua City should be gone. Now, Lin Xian probably didn't care about this. He was only worried about everyone's safety. Nothing must happen. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed to Ling Longyu's room and released his spatial attribute to enter. Ling Longyu was lying on the bed. She didn't look like a lady at all. She was sleeping soundly. Get up, get up. Lin Xian patted her back and Ling Longyu flipped over, smacked her lips and went back to sleep. Lin Xian, no, wasn't this expert very vigilant? His divine sense was very strong. What could he sense from far, far away? Why didn't she wake up? Pa. Lin Xian used a lot of strength this time, mainly because he was too anxious. Ling Longyu sat up abruptly, her sleepy eyes half opened as she looked at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bastard. Die. A surge of power condensed subconsciously. No, no, no. I have something to do. It's urgent. Lin Xian said anxiously. Ling Longyu then quieted down. It was mainly because she saw that Lin Xian's expression was indeed very anxious. Tianhua City has fallen. Ah! Ling Longyu was puzzled. A large number of demonic beasts have attacked Tianhua City. Tianhua City has already fallen. Ling Longyu frowned slightly. You humans are so weak. Don't you have so many experts protecting you? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know the details. It was just a few minutes ago. In just a few minutes, it has already fallen. I have to go back now. I'll send you back. Lin Xian nodded. He came to find Ling Longyu because of her space attribute. She could bring them back faster. Wait, I'll call Murong Qing. Although it was urgent, he couldn't be in a hurry. Murong Qing had the time attribute. She must be a powerful expert. With her help, Lin Xian was confident. At least, he was confident that he could protect everyone. This time, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He used his phone to call Murong Qing. She picked up almost instantly. Hello. Before Lin Xian could say anything, a voice came from the other side. I heard. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the hotel. Murong Qing hung up after saying that. Obviously, she was more well-informed than Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyu to the entrance of the hotel. Murong Qing was already standing there. Let's go. Then, the three of them disappeared from the spot. The continuous space jump allowed them to arrive outside Tianhua City in a short period of time. Oh my god. Murongqing was shocked when she saw this scene. To be honest, she had never experienced such a situation before. She had only heard of it and seen it before. This was the first time she saw it so clearly. She was still shocked. In her line of sight, the demonic beasts were so dense that it was hard to imagine. The battlefield was no longer outside Tianhua City. Instead, it was inside Tianhua City. The demonic beasts had already attacked inside. These demonic beasts were pouring in large numbers. Only God knew what was going on inside. Lin Xian frowned. "Do you want to follow me?" Lin Xian asked Murongqing. Murongqing nodded. "I'll follow you. Thanks." Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyu. Ling Longyu roughly understood Lin Xian's meaning. Then, the three of them disappeared from the spot and appeared in Ling Ying's house, Xiao Xian. At home, Lin Yue and Ling Ying were still there. When they saw Lin Xian, Lin Yue quickly ran over and hugged Lin Xian. It's okay. Lin Xian patted her back. "What's the situation now?" Lin Xian asked Ling Ying. Ling Ying said, "Everything happened too suddenly, and it's late at night. We were completely unprepared. Even now, we don't know how the large number of demonic beasts did it. It's like a spatial teleportation, sending a large number of them out of Tianhua City. We didn't have time to defend and fell." Lin Xian walked to the window and looked out. The crowd was densely packed and screaming as they tried to escape. The cars couldn't move at all. Some of them even knocked into people and other cars. It was total chaos. The demonic beasts had yet to attack, but there were already a few flying demonic beasts in the sky attacking the humans. Some even came out from the ground. In short, this time, the number of casualties in Tianhua City was probably the highest in history. It was late at night, and everyone was sleeping. They were completely unprepared. The three major forces didn't even have time to notify them. The demonic beasts attacked the city in a few minutes. In such a situation, it was like a super earthquake in the middle of the night. A large number of reinforcements would require a lot of time. Even if they came, it would be difficult. Ling Longyu, do you have enough spiritual energy? Ling Longyu nodded. It's just a few 100 kilometers of spatial jump. It won't take much. Then I'll have to trouble you to send them back to our hotel. Ling Longyu nodded. I won't go first. Send sister Lin Yue over first. Ling Ying looked at Lin Yue and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. Ling Ying definitely wanted to fight. Okay. Lin Xian then looked at Lin Yue and said, Little fairy, let Ling Longyu send you to Linen City first. Chapter 588. Lin Yue bit her lips. Xiao Xian, don't worry, Ling Ying and I will try our best to fight for it. Even if Tianhua City might fall, we still have to try. If we can save one more person, we'll save one more second. Don't worry, I'll do what I can. You don't have to worry about your safety. Go back and have a good rest. I'll be back in the morning. Lin Yue knew that no matter what she said to Lin Xian, he wouldn't listen. She wasn't the kind of person who would cry and throw a tantrum. She knew that her existence would only restrict Lin Xian's actions. Millimeter, you must be careful. Xiao Ying, you all must be careful. They nodded, and then Ling Longyu and Lin Yue disappeared. Lin Xian looked down at the chaotic scene outside with a frown. Murongqing didn't know what to say, so she just stood there and watched with him. Ling Ying came to Lin Xian's back and pulled on his clothes. Lin Xian, what do you want to do now? Lin Xian said, the battle at the edge of Tianhua City must have already started. Maybe we don't have the qualifications to go there. It's too chaotic and we can't do anything. What we can do is to try and buy more time for the people who are escaping. There were people from the three major forces evacuating here, but they couldn't make it in time to deal with the unprepared people in the city. It was too chaotic. When a disaster broke out, it would be like this. Murongqing walked over and drew a circle on the window. This is Tianhua City. The edge is the largest battlefield. Even if it suddenly fell, a large number of martial artists have already gathered their forces. She then pointed at an area and said, "This is the center of Tianhua City, which is where we are. Relatively speaking, it's still relatively safe. The main thing is that the counties outside of Tianhua City have probably been completely attacked by demonic beasts. That's not the main battlefield. After the main battlefield, there will be many demonic beasts, and the casualties will be very heavy. If you want, those places can be considered. Millimeter. Let's go and gather everyone. They probably don't want to leave." Lin Xian's phone kept ringing. Lin Xian. Lu Yufan's frightened voice could be heard. Lin Xian said, "You live with Yi, right?" Where are you now?" "Hurry up and run," Lu Yufan said fearfully. Lin Xian then said, "Gather your family, Yi, and Yi's family as soon as possible. I will bring a friend and rush over immediately to send you all to Linen City. Then, what about you? Don't ask, just do it." Then, Lin Xian hung up and called Wang Xintong. She was at home now. "Wait for me at home. Don't go out yet. I want to fight." Wang Xintong bit her lip and said, "Yes, I know. I'll guide you." Lin Xian then called Miao Xiao Miao. They all wanted to fight, but Yi and Lu Yufan couldn't. Their realms weren't high enough. Absolutely not, so they had to leave. There was also Xiao running. Lin Xian called her, but she didn't pick up. Miss Xiao might have gone to the front line or fighting in a county near the border. Ling Ying said softly. Lin Xian believed in Xiao running's strength, but in such a battle, even a domain realm cultivator might not be able to survive. It was not a problem if they wanted to run, but if they wanted to keep fighting, then it might not be so. A domain realm cultivator couldn't beat 1,000 mystic heaven realm cultivators. Of course, that was just a saying. After all, a domain realm cultivator could still release a big move to kill a large number of monsters. But what if they didn't have enough spiritual power? Other than them, Lin Xian didn't seem to have anything to pay attention to, right? There was also Han Chuxue. She didn't need to think too much. They must be together. Zhong Tian and Wang Fugue were both in Tianhua City. With their ability and family background, it was definitely not a problem for them to escape. As for the others, they should be fine. If the ones he was worried about were safe, Lin Xian would be relieved. The rest were those who had the ability to fight for humanity. With them together, Lin Xian would be relieved. "Lin Xian, I've thought about it. I'll go to the front line. I'm the law enforcement officer of the Sacred Palace. I have an obligation." Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, you must pay attention to your own safety." Murong Qing laughed. "Why? Are you worried about me?" "Of course. Protect yourself well. With that heavenly venerable powerhouse, I'm relieved. Let's go." Then, Murong Qing walked out. "Chuxue is already on her way." Ling Ying said softly. "Yes, everyone needs to do something, even if it's dangerous." Ling Longyu probably wouldn't help them fight because she was a demon. She was neutral, but she would at least protect Lin Xian and the others. "At least we can do something." Looking at the chaotic scene outside, to be honest, anyone would be worried. Children's cries, women's screams, helpless cries. Ling Longyu's figure appeared. "Who else?" Ling Longyu asked. "There are still a few friends. I'll bring you there." Ling Ying, "Wait here first." Then, the two of them disappeared and appeared in the villa where Lu Yufan and the others were. There weren't many people in the villa. Those people quickly drove away. "Old Lu, why aren't you running? Hurry up and leave." A car stopped in front of Lu Yufan's villa. A person poked his head out and said hurriedly, "You guys go first. I don't know what you guys are waiting for. Hurry up and leave. In less than 2 hours, I'm afraid a large number of demon beasts will attack our Tianhua city." Lu Yufan's father, Lu Yun, said, "Old Zhao, you go first. Then I'll go." Then, the car sped away. "Old Lu." Another voice came. Yi Nantian brought Yi and Yi's mother over. "Old Yi. Lin Xian told us to wait here, didn't he?" Yi Nantian asked. Lu Yun nodded, "Yes." Although they didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do, they admired Lin Xian. Plus, their daughter strongly wanted to believe in Lin Xian. So, they really waited. Sigh, I didn't expect Tianhua City to have such a day. It's too sudden. Yi Nantian sighed. Lu Yun nodded, yes, it's too sudden. Maybe this day will come sooner or later. But with such a degree of suddenness, I'm afraid the casualties in Tianhua City will be unimaginable. But, how is Lin Xian going to help us? Could it be that he has the transportation of the three major forces? This was their guess. They felt that it was most likely. If it was the transportation of the three major forces, it would be quite safe. Now, the three major forces were using a large number of transportation to bring the refugees away. But there were too many people. Tianhua City had millions of people. It was impossible for them to make it in time. Shua, Lin Xian and Ling Longyu arrived. Chapter 589. Lin Xian. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were pleasantly surprised when they saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian was worried about them and they were also worried about Lin Xian. Lu Yun and his wife and Yi Nantian were also surprised when they saw Lin Xian. How did the two of them get here? Space attribute. That's right. Space attribute. Lin Xian walked over and quickly said, I'll ask my friend to send you guys away first, Ling Longyu. Ling Longyu nodded. Lin Xian, are you saying you'll let her go? Yi Nantian thought he heard wrongly. How is that possible? Lin Xian said, she has the space attribute and is very strong. She can send you guys to Linan City in a short time. Once you guys are there, you will be safe. Yi Nantian and Lu Yun were shocked. That was a few hundred kilometers. Yes, now that the civilians were escaping from Tianhua City, they still had to go through the beast territory which was a few hundred kilometers away. That area might not be as dangerous and chaotic as the beast territory, but it might still be very dangerous. They might even lose their lives there. After all, most of the civilians were not strong enough. Lin Xian, what about you? Lu Yufan asked worriedly. I'll stay here and help. If you guys aren't strong enough, don't follow. Lin Xian knew what Lu Yufan wanted to say. Then, be careful. Lu Yufan said worriedly. Yi Yi also said, be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Yi Nantian walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Do what you can. I know. Let's go. Ling Longyu sent them away. Without Ling Longyu, Lin Xian really didn't know what to do. Not long after, Ling Longyu appeared beside Lin Xian again. Lin Xian, I can help you save people, but I can't help you humans fight demonic beasts. Ling Longyu was afraid that Lin Xian would misunderstand, so she explained to Lin Xian. In the past, she wouldn't have cared about Lin Xian's thoughts and opinions. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Thank you. Ling Longyu shook her head. I'm only in the celestial venerable realm. The difference in strength between the celestial venerable realm and the great virtual realm is more than 100 times. The only thing I can do is to bring a small number of people away and achieve a space jump of a few hundred kilometers. If my sister was here, she could easily send tens of thousands of people to Linan City. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. It's a pity that she's not back yet. That's right, if Ling Longyu was here, she could easily send a lot of people away. If my sister was here, she could open up one or even a few space wormholes and send people directly to Linan City. But I can't. Ling Longyu also wanted to help Lin Xian and these humans. In the past, she didn't care about it, but during this period, she realized that she liked this place. She didn't want this place to be destroyed, but she could only save people, but she couldn't openly attack the demonic beasts. This was a different concept. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. After sending Lu Yufan and the others away, under normal circumstances, Ling Longyu was one of the demonic beasts. She was attacking the humans, but now she was helping the humans. Lin Xian was very satisfied. I don't know how these demonic beasts suddenly appeared. This was Lin Xian's biggest headache. If they continued to appear, Tianhua City would have no chance of being defended. Actually, even if it fell, It would be fine as long as fewer people died. Actually, I can roughly guess. Ling Longyu looked at Lin Xian and said. What? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. I couldn't guess it in the past, but with everything that happened tonight, it's likely that the Myriad Demon Alliance gathered a large number of demonic beasts together. It's very likely that they used spatial properties to gather them in places that you humans can't detect. When the numbers reached a certain number, they used spatial powers to teleport all of them to the surroundings of Tianhua City. This also resulted in the sudden appearance of large numbers of demonic beasts, making it impossible to guard against. But, other than you void foxes, are there any other demonic beasts that can control space? Ling Longyu shook her head. Almost none. There are some that can control space, but they are definitely inferior to us void foxes. Even my sister can't teleport such a large number of demonic beasts to a certain place. To be able to do so, it has to be at the Heavenly Dao realm. But in my impression, there are Heavenly Dao realm demonic beasts, but there aren't any spatial demonic beasts at the Heavenly Dao realm. Then I have a rough idea. The only thing that can make me think of this is void heavenly crystal. Furthermore, it's a spatial wormhole condensed from a large number of void heavenly crystals. Lin Xian pondered slightly. That also means that there might be a spatial wormhole condensed from a large number of void heavenly crystals near the Myriad Demon Alliance. Then, these demonic beasts would constantly appear outside Tianhua City, saving us a lot of time in attacking. It might even prevent us from seeing them. Normal humans would be able to detect any abnormalities when the demonic beasts gathered a few 100 kilometers away. There would be spies of the human race there. At that time, the human race would be able to defend in time. They could even pull the battle line to tens or even tens of kilometers away from Tianhua City. However, the demon race had been scheming. They knew this and thus chose such a method. It had to be said that they were truly insidious, but they had indeed achieved their goal. It must be the void heavenly crystal. I remember that back in the Myriad Demon Alliance, I noticed that they were collecting large amounts of void heavenly crystals. However, void heavenly crystals are extremely rare. This is probably the result of the Myriad Demon Alliance's decades of collection, said Ling Longyu. That also means that if they still have void heavenly crystals in their hands, just like in Tianhua City, then in the future, the Myriad Demon Alliance can launch a sudden attack in Linan City and all other cities. Ling Longyu nodded. Fuck. Lin Xian scratched his head. Then it's over. Even if they knew, what could they do? Every day, every moment, every second, millions of people were guarding outside the city. That was impossible. However, if they didn't do that, and a large number of demonic beasts continued to appear, there would be incidents similar to Tianhua City happening one after another. Cities would fall one after another at an extremely fast speed. What can we do? Lin Xian asked. Yes, destroy the void heavenly crystal. As long as it's destroyed, the Myriad Demon Alliance won't be able to find so many void heavenly crystals for at least a few decades. At least for a few decades, the Myriad Demon Alliance won't be able to launch a sudden attack like this again. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and revealed a worried expression. How do we destroy it? It's very simple. Just bombard it with enough power. The void heavenly crystal is just a crystal. It should be possible to do it with the power of a heavenly venerable, but... Lin Xian said, but where is the void heavenly crystal? Even if we find it, it's a problem whether we can destroy it alive, right? Chapter 590. Ling Longyu slowly paced and nodded with a worried expression. That's right. The heavenly void crystal is naturally very important. If I'm not mistaken, and I've seen the heavenly void crystal in the Myriad Demon League, the heavenly void crystal must be set up near the Myriad Demon League. It's impossible for humans to appear in the Myriad Demon League, so there's a high possibility that it's there. And that's the Myriad Demon League. The heavenly void crystal is very important. Even if it's the Myriad Demon League's territory, there must be experts guarding it, Lin Xian said. Ling Longyu nodded her little head. Okay, I got it. We'll see if there's a chance later. Let's evacuate the civilians first. The lives of the civilians had nothing to do with Lin Xian, but they were humans. Every death meant one less person who could fight against the demon clan in the future. If too many people died, it would weaken the morale of the human race. Moreover, as long as one was a normal human, who would be willing to see people die for no reason? Ling Longyu took Lin Xian to pick up Wang Shintong first, then went to the Bounty Hunter Guild together because Miao Xiaomiao was there. Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao hurried over when she saw Lin Xian. Where's everyone? Lin Xian asked. Uncle Ba and sister Chanxian went to fight. Chu Meng and the others haven't even reached the profound heaven realm, so they retreated with their families for the time being. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian. Miao Zhenghao walked over. Grandpa Miao. Xiao Miao insisted on fighting. I can't stop her. I'll leave her to you. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me, Grandpa Miao. I'll ask my friends to send you to Linen City first. Miao Zhenghao shook his head. No need. You don't have to worry about my safety. I have some connections with the three major forces. Miao Xiaomiao nodded at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was still worried, since Miao Xiaomiao was assured, Lin Xian had nothing to say. Let's go then. Miao Zhenghao quickly reminded them, remember, don't go to the main battlefield. There are probably tens of millions of monster beasts and humans there, and there are also countless Law Realm monster beasts, including Grand Dominion Realm and Heavenly Venerables. A battle between those powerhouses can destroy a huge area with just a wave of their hand. Don't go there. That's the main battlefield of the three great forces, and there are also many powerhouses from the three great forces guarding it. Your limit is the various large cities behind the main battlefield. There are also many monster beasts there, and the civilians are being slaughtered by the monster beasts. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Let's go. Then, they disappeared on the spot and arrived at the house. Inside the house, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were anxiously sitting on the sofa. There was still a sea of people outside. Cars couldn't move at all, and bicycles couldn't be ridden. It was too crowded, and it was chaos. It was so chaotic that families had to flee together. When they were pushed by the crowd, they could only watch helplessly as their family members disappeared from their sight. They couldn't find them anymore as they were drowned in the sea of people. Big sister Ling Ying. Miao Xiaomiao shouted when she saw Ling Ying. Ling Ying nodded. This is Xin Tong. Lin Xian gave a brief introduction. Han Chuxue stood up, and everyone looked at Lin Xian. Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, Lin Xian, Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Shintong, and Ling Longyu. This was their lineup. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't attack the demonic beasts, but she could protect their safety. Lin Xian then said, let's go to Yunhai County. Their strength and numbers were limited, so they could only do what they could. Okay. We'll listen to you. Lin Xian then said, dark, ice, wind, my space, and Shintong's water and light. Our combined combat strength shouldn't be weak. At the very least, we should be able to protect a lot of people and help them escape safely. Let's do what we can. What about the main battlefield? Han Chuxue asked. Lin Xian shook her head, that's not a place we can go. Then she nodded. Let's move together and take care of each other. Ling Longyu, I'll give you the coordinates. Send us to Yunhai County. Okay. In the next instant, all of them disappeared and appeared outside of Yunhai County. Around them, the densely packed citizens of Yunhai County fled towards the center of Tianhua City. After all, the demonic beasts came from outside, and there were very few demonic beasts in these areas. Only a small number of them went deeper. The people from the three major factions hurriedly evacuated them, and the cars sped away as if they could survive if they ran for a second longer. Looking at the distant sky in the direction of Yunhai County, it was originally night, but Yunhai County was exceptionally bright. It was all fire. Buildings were on fire, and people were screaming and crying in despair. Even further away, there were occasional explosions, and even the ground was shaking. Terrifying forces were intertwining, and that was a battle between expert. It was unknown how many people had died in such a battle. Tianhua City was the center of the city, and the chaos was only caused by the people. Yunhai County was close to the edge of Tianhua City, and it was close to the main battlefield. Many demonic beasts had already rushed here, and it was even more chaotic. It was a real disaster. Heaven could imagine what the situation in Yunhai County was like. The main thing was that it was late at night, and everything was too sudden. That was why it was so chaotic. Lin Xian and the rest went against the flow and headed towards Yunhai County. Those over there, Yunhai County is very dangerous. Quickly follow the citizens and retreat under the leadership of the three major factions. Someone saw Lin Xian and the rest and quickly shouted, "Uncle, we are martial artists. We should help the human race." Miao Xiaomiao said. "Martial artists? Be careful." Yes. Then, they sped away. There were not as many people in Yunhai County as there were outside. It seemed that most of the people had retreated. The entire street was filled with people fleeing in all directions. The martial artists, including the members of the three major factions, were fighting with all kinds of demonic beast. Lin Xian then said, "This is the main road of Yunhai County, and it is also the largest street. Most people would choose to escape through this wide road. Let's first block this road, and then follow the other martial artist." Okay. Whoosh. Then, they took out their spiritual weapons and rushed forward. Demonic beasts died under their hands, and Ling Longyu used her spatial attribute to protect them. At the same time, she teleported the people who were being chased by the demonic beasts to a safe place. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. In front of them, 2 huge black spiders moved quickly on the wall, rushing towards a family of 3. The family of 3 hid behind a car, but they were obviously discovered by the demonic beasts. Boom. The lightning struck just as the demonic beasts were about to attack them. The demonic beasts were sent flying. "Hurry up and leave." Lin Xian shouted at them, and then continued to rush forward. There were many martial artists like them, and it was not only the members of the 3 major factions who were fighting. This was also a blessing in disguise. Chapter 591. Time ticked by. Lin Xian and the others were still quite strong. They had protected many civilians and killed many demonic beasts while they were escaping. However, it seemed like they killed a lot, but compared to the entire horde of beasts, it was only 1 in 100,000. The surrounding civilians retreated, while those who couldn't were killed by the beasts. They didn't dare to leave their homes after seeing this scene. However, they would still die sooner or later. Martial artists and members of the 3 major forces had also suffered heavy casualties. Even here, there were corpses everywhere, not to mention the brave warriors who were still tenaciously defending the border. In the surroundings, some monster beasts would even ignore their existence and quickly attack the retreating civilians. Their bodies were more or less stained with blood. Of course, it was all from the beasts. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Retreat quickly. In front, more than 10 martial artists who came to fight on their own accord ran over and shouted, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian stopped one of them. "A group of beasts broke through the defense line and are about to reach here. The civilians of Yunhai County are almost all evacuated. We don't have any reinforcements here. Let's avoid them and wait for reinforcements." "How many?" 3 to 5,000. Including us, the members of the 3 major forces don't have as many beasts as we do. Moreover, the members of the 3 major forces need time to gather here. Hurry up and run." After saying that, those people ran away. Just as they ran away, Lin Xian and the rest saw a black mass of beasts rushing over from afar. At the front was a battle between millions of beasts and humans. In a battle of this scale, a large number of beasts could take advantage of the chaos and rush in. This was a very normal thing. 99% of the members of the 3 major forces were fighting at the front lines. The remaining few were scattered in various counties. Their main purpose was to evacuate and protect the people. Tianhua City could fall, but the people had to be protected. They had to do their best to protect their lives. There had been constant fighting and deaths here, evacuating the crowd, protecting the crowd to the center of Tianhua City, and then escaping. Therefore, there weren't many members of the three major factions in these county cities. Most of them were actually martial artists. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian. The others were also looking at him. Let's fight. Lin Xian's body flickered with lightning. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were pleasantly surprised. They also wanted to fight. Whoosh. Han Chushue and Ling Ying were the first to rush up. Then, Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao followed. Wang Xintong's attack power was not as strong as theirs, but the power of light and water was not weak either. Behind them, the people who were preparing to retreat suddenly stopped when they saw these people rushing towards the black mass of demonic beasts. Weren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? Whoosh! Han Chushue was the first to rush in. The surrounding air was extremely cold, and everything had turned into a world of ice and snow. 90% of the densely packed demonic beasts were frozen. Obviously, this was Han Chushue's ultimate move, mainly because most of the demonic beasts weren't that strong. She was now in the lightning tribulation realm, and most of the demonic beasts were around the arcane body realm. If there were a large number of them, with absolute strength, they could release area martial arts techniques. No matter how many there were, as long as the area was large enough, there would be no problem. Thunderclap transformation. Lin Xian released the Earth-class 10-star martial arts technique that Han Chushue's mother gave him, Thunderclap transformation. Boom! Above the night sky, a thundercloud actually gathered. Then, dense thunderbolts bombarded down as if they were going through a lightning tribulation. The frozen demonic beasts in front of them were indiscriminately bombarded. Ling Ying's figure turned into a ghost, constantly flickering among the demonic beasts. Wherever he went, the demonic beasts fell to the ground. Hurricane rolling waves. Miao Xiao Miao's petite figure rushed in, bringing along a violent tornado, and the demonic beasts were all swept into the air. Dazzling earth. A dazzling light flashed in the air, and the surface of the demonic beasts were directly cracked by the strong light, then half melted, and killed in an instant. Everyone at the back opened their mouths wide. These people had such strong combat strength. Linglong Shui actually wanted to help, but she knew that once someone found out, her and her sister Linglong Shui's situation would become very, very bad. This also meant that the Void Fox was no longer neutral, but a friend of humanity, on the side of humanity. Whoosh! Not long after, Lin Xian and the rest killed the demonic beasts one after another. Thousands of demonic beasts, under such a large area of effect martial arts, were easily killed without too high a level. It was just that their spiritual power was depleted too quickly. Take a break, here. Lin Xian threw some food to each of them. Their physical strength and spiritual power consumption were too severe. If they had unlimited spiritual power, they could unleash powerful martial arts techniques without limit, but that was impossible. When the people at the back saw this scene, they all rushed over. Are you Lin Xian? Since they chose to participate in the battle, it proved that they wanted to protect everyone with their own strength, but it was reasonable for them to run. If they couldn't win, they couldn't just throw their lives away, right? But now, Lin Xian and the rest had killed thousands of demonic beasts, so they had the courage to come back. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have been able to do it. But now, Lin Xian and Han Chushue were in the lightning tribulation realm. Ling Ying had also reached the lightning tribulation realm in tonight's battle, and Miao Xiaomiao and Wang Xintong were in the upper levels of the mysterious heaven realm. Their combat strength was combined with high-level martial arts techniques, so naturally, they weren't weak. The main battlefield should be 20 kilometers ahead. Lin Xian looked ahead. The people here were almost all evacuated, and only a few demonic beasts had rushed out. But these demonic beasts, even without them, the other martial artists could deal with them. The main problem was the front line. If the front line was completely lost, what would it mean? Millions of demonic beasts would rush over like a tidal wave, and at that time, it would be completely unstoppable. Of course, the few of them weren't strong enough, but now, if they wanted to realize their value, the best choice was the front line. But the front line was very dangerous. Ling Longyu, can you try to go to the Myriad Demon Alliance? Lin Xian asked. Ling Longyu bit her lips and shook her head. No, my realm might seem high, but if I go to the Myriad Demon Alliance, any random person in there would be stronger than me. It's almost impossible for you to destroy the void heavenly crystal. Lin Xian revealed a worried expression. But if they didn't destroy it, the demonic beasts would constantly replenish the front line, and it would definitely be loss. Moreover, my spatial power might not be useful if I encounter a very strong existence. Ling Longyu said. Lin Xian, the people in the border counties have basically been evacuated, and the demonic beasts are scattered, so they won't be able to do much. The main problem is the front line. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. The front line. Could they go? They wanted to go, and so did Lin Xian, but... Chapter 592. Once the front line was lost, it meant that Tianhua City had truly fallen. It was true that there were many beasts that had entered Tianhua City and killed many people. There were probably no less than 100,000 dead. However, the real beast army was still blocked by the humans. At the edge, there were millions of them. The humans were constantly increasing their numbers, and so were the demons. As for whether they could hold on, Lin Xian really didn't have much confidence. Because of the void heavenly crystal, the beasts were increasing their numbers too quickly. However, the danger was similarly great. Lin Xian really wanted to go. It was obvious that all of them wanted to go, but for safety, powerhouses were all honed from battle after battle. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. All right, then let's go. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the girls were surprised. Wasn't this the meaning of their existence? They believed that other than everyone, there would be more people who would bravely go to the front line. Of course, there might be more people who would escape. However, the humans weren't protected by the three major forces, but by each of them. In the end, even if Tianhua City fell, they had fought and done their best. They had a clear conscience. But Lin Xian looked at them. Just do your best. Be careful. Understood. Ling Ying smiled. On the battlefield, it was impossible for them to stay together all the time. Then, Lin Xian said, let's fight together first. If anything happens, Ling Ying, you, Chu Xue, and Ling Longyu should be together. I'll take Little Miao and Shintong. All right. Then, a few figures rushed to the main battlefield. When they arrived at the edge of Tianhua City, they were unprecedentedly shocked. At a glance, there were all kinds of demonic beasts. It was a sea of people, and the power that erupted was simply unprecedented. It was the kind of place where if you entered, you might not even be able to tell the direction in the next second. In any case, you just had to look around. If you saw any demonic beasts, you would attack. That was the only way. There was no strategy, but if you were careless and fell, or if you were knocked down, you might not be able to stand up again. Lin Xian believed in the strength of Ling Ying and the others, but this kind of scene was terrifying. It was too chaotic. Above the void, in the distance, even further away, and even near, was the battlefield of the strong. Basically, the main battlefield did not see strong existences killing large groups of people, because once they appeared, there would be strong human experts targeting them, pulling the battlefield away from the crowd. Otherwise, in the battle between them, they could casually release martial arts techniques and kill a large number of people. The battlefield may stretch for tens of kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. In any case, it's so big that it's beyond your imagination. Go. Be careful. Whoosh. Then, several figures rushed in. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sky gradually brightened. The entire main battlefield was full of corpses. Corpses were everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of fresh blood. The human reinforcements had arrived long ago, but the demonic beasts' reinforcements were even more exaggerated. The battlefield was gradually spreading to the inner part of Tianhua City, indicating that the human race was getting more and more unable to hold on. But a battle of this scale, millions of demonic beasts would add up to tens of millions. It was not something that could be settled in a few hours. Even if they could not hold on, they could still hold on for a while. This was not a problem. In fact, this was already the limit of the human race. They did not collapse directly because of the sudden attack of the demonic beasts. Relatively speaking, only a small number of demonic beasts entered Tianhua City, but a small number was not enough to make a difference. Only when the front line was truly lost and millions of demonic beasts poured in would it be a true fall. Lin Xian's level in this battle had already risen to the 5-star Thunder Tribulation realm. God knew how many demonic beasts he had killed. In any case, he was bombarding indiscriminately with lightning attacks. His vision was covered by sweat and possibly blood. Fortunately, Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute. He released the last of his remaining attributes and returned to a safe position to rest and recover his physical strength and spiritual power. Many others wanted to retreat but could not do so because they could no longer turn back. Their bodies were completely powerless, but they had to be besieged by an unimaginable number of demonic beasts. This was cruel. Ling Longyu bit her lips and watched this scene from beginning to end. In the past, she did not care. But now, she was struggling. She really wanted to help. She really wanted to. She did not know how tormented her heart was. At this time, a powerful strength shot up from the horizon. It was an Empyrean powerhouse. It was clear that he had killed his opponent. With such a powerhouse, tens of thousands of martial artists would perish in the blink of an eye. Some people's pupils shrank when they felt this terrifying power. It was over. It seemed like there was no expert who could save them. Ling Longyu saw this scene and saw the area where the heavenly venerable realm demon venerable was preparing to attack. In that area, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were still fighting. Then, Ling Longyu clenched her fist. Despicable ant, go to hell. Terrifying flames erupted from his body. Once this sea of flames was released, it was possible that 3,000 to 4,000 people would die instantly. It was over. Those people saw the terrifying sea of fire surging towards them and despair filled their hearts. At this moment, a smaller figure appeared above their heads. With a stretch of her hand, all the flames were blocked and annihilated in the void. Everyone looked at the void in surprise. It's you. The heavenly venerable realm expert recognized Ling Longyu after seeing her. Void Fox, aren't you neutral? You were even a member of my Myriad Demon Alliance. Now, you're actually fighting for the humans. Have you forgotten that you're from the demon race? Wait for the judgment of the Myriad Demon Alliance. The expert said viciously. My friend is in this area. You almost killed my friend. So, you must die. Whoosh. Then, Ling Longyu rushed up and the two figures disappeared from the spot. Actually, in order to protect Han Chuxue and Ling Ying, Ling Longyu could have just used the power of space to bring them away. However, she did so with the excuse that her friend was there. In fact, she wanted to help but gave herself an excuse. In a short period of time, the two figures appeared in the void again. Ling Longyu kicked them down and killed a group of beasts. The heavenly venerable realm expert was dead. Thousand Bait heavenly prison. Ling Longyue's eyes flashed and rushed into the group of beasts. The Thousand Bait heavenly prison exploded and attracted countless beasts. Since she had made her move, there was no need to stop. Lin Xian also saw this scene and laughed. This girl. Lin Xian stood up and rushed into the battlefield again. In the battlefield, the few girls were very brave. To them, this was a very important experience. Chapter 593. Time passed again. Ling Longyu was held back by several demon race powerhouses, but Lin Xian was not worried about her safety. At this moment, another change happened. Light flickered in the distance. Hundreds of thousands, millions of demonic beasts joined the battle again. Not good. The demon race has increased in numbers. Too fast. How did they manage to increase their numbers instantly? If this continues, we won't be able to increase our numbers in time. Tianhua City will be completely lost. Go. All of you, go. Let this group of trash know that we're not easy to bully. Lin Xian revealed a solemn expression. No, it would definitely be lost. This whatever void heaven crystal would definitely be destroyed. Otherwise, if it was like this every time, the human race would completely fall. With another million demonic beasts increasing their numbers, the defenders of the three major forces were directly suppressed. Absolute suppression. I'm afraid, we have to retreat. Mu Rongqing appeared beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her. She no longer had her previous elegance. Her body was also covered in blood, and her clothes were somewhat tattered. Lin Xian told her about the void heaven crystal. Is what you said true? Lin Xian nodded. It should be. Mu Rongqing muttered slightly. It's nothing if Tianhua City falls. We've already done our best. The casualties of the people have also been reduced to the limit. But if it falls now, there's no time to retreat. The casualties will reach millions. This is just this time. If it's as you said, the human race will really be in danger in the future. This void heaven crystal must be destroyed. Lin Xian nodded. I'll give it a try, Mu Rongqing said. Lin Xian, are you crazy? That's the Myriad Demon Alliance. And without the power of a heavenly venerable, you can't break the void heaven crystal. I'm a heavenly venerable. Mu Rongqing looked at Lin Xian seriously. Lin Xian, he had underestimated her. All right, let's go together. You'll need me, do you believe me? Lin Xian said. Mu Rongqing fell into hesitation. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight would definitely come in handy. A large number of heavenly void crystals had gathered. Lin Xian released his eye of cave spirit and was able to directly locate them. Wait, I'll go find another dark attribute or space attribute heavenly venerable realm powerhouse. That way, they can protect us as much as possible. No way. Mu Rongqing denied it again. In the current battlefield, one less Empyrean is a huge loss for the human race. No way. Mu Rongqing shook her head. At this moment, another million demonic beasts appeared. It's over. Mu Rongqing's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't hold on any longer. Behind you. Lin Xian pointed in the direction of Yunhai County behind them. A few demons had snuck in behind them and set up a teleportation array there. Then, they saw a hole appear in the sky behind them, and a large number of demons were teleported behind them. They were being sandwiched. Wait a minute. Those demonic beasts ignored them and charged towards the direction of Tianhua City. Mu Rongqing's pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. Then, she hurriedly said into her earpiece, a large number of demons are pouring into Tianhua City. Evacuate quickly. No, there are too many people. There are still more than 4 million people in the city. It will take at least a day to completely evacuate. Mu Rongqing felt as if all her strength had been sucked out. Oh no. This heavenly void crystal teleportation had completely caught them off guard. They had no temper. It looked like they were guarding, but it was useless. Mu Rongqing looked at Lin Xian and hurriedly said, Tianhua City has been completely lost. This spatial teleportation caught us off guard. There are still millions of people who didn't have time to evacuate. They can't hold on anymore. There's one way to destroy the heavenly void crystal, but it's definitely too late. At least Tianhua City won't make it in time. Lin Xian sighed. But it must be destroyed. As for the people, they can only hope that there will be more and faster reinforcements. Otherwise, they will all die. And this place must be defended. We can't let it go. Otherwise, countless demons will also pour in. Mu Rongqing gritted her teeth. At this moment, a wormhole appeared in the sky. At first, Lin Xian thought it was another demon, but after he saw it clearly, he was pleasantly surprised. Above the void, two figures stood. After they appeared, they also looked shocked. How long has it been since we left? How did it become like this? Bing Lingyu frowned. Ling Longshui glanced down and saw that Ling Longyu was actually fighting for the human race. She didn't have any thoughts of blaming her. Hey! Xiao Linglong, little Bing Lingyu. Lin Xian jumped up and down on the ground, shouting and yelling at them. It was impossible to see in such an environment, but their perception was extremely strong. Whoosh, two people appeared in front of Lin Xian. Has the Myriad Demon Alliance attacked? Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Linglong, can you help us? Linglong Shui shook her head. No, I'm in the absolute void stage. I can't participate in the battle. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. The Myriad Demon Alliance will also have absolute void stage cultivators participating in the battle. At that time, the losses will be even greater. There's no need to fight. Lin Xian said, your sister said that you can create a wormhole that connects two places, right? Linglong Shui nodded. Lin Xian pointed in a direction and said, there are millions of civilians there. They can't retreat in time. A large number of demon beasts are rushing over. Can you set up a wormhole and let them leave as soon as possible? Yes, location. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Linen City. You can go there and ask anyone. Linglong Shui nodded and then disappeared. Yes, she couldn't attack the demon race, but she could set up a wormhole and let the civilians leave as soon as possible. As long as there weren't many casualties, it was acceptable for Tianhua City to fall. Murong Qing was surprised. Lin Xian, Lin Xian said, she's in the absolute void stage. She can set up a large number of wormholes and let the civilians enter and appear in Linen City. As long as there are enough wormholes, a large number of civilians can leave Tianhua City in the shortest time possible without any transportation. That's great. That's great. Murong Qing was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian then looked at Bing Lingyu. Little Bing Lingyu, are you in the absolute void stage? Bing Lingyu shook her head. I'm just one step away. Just right. Thank you. Lin Xian. Bing Lingyu shook her head. Don't forget, I'm also a human. After that, she rushed into the distance. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a world of ice and snow. Hundreds of thousands of demon beasts were frozen and killed instantly. This was the combat power of a powerhouse on the battlefield. So powerful. Is she really in the heavenly venerable realm? Murong Qing said in shock. She had seen too many heavenly venerables, but none of them were this powerful. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. Bing Lingyu was obviously chanting a big move. Above the void, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Snow swirled in the air. Any demon beasts that were touched by the snow and ice within a radius of dozens of miles were turned into ice sculptures. Chapter 594. Everyone was shocked. Bang! The ice and snow shattered and millions of beasts turned into nothingness. Everyone. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Xian had seen too many heavenly venerables. In this battle, there were also many demon clan members of the heavenly venerables realm. He had seen them kill tens of thousands of people in seconds. However, Lin Xian thought that was the limit. What kind of move was Bing Lingyu using? Millions of beasts were killed in seconds within a few dozen miles. Saint-level martial arts technique. It must be a saint-level martial arts technique. Only a saint-level martial arts technique can achieve such an effect. But a saint-level martial arts technique is a legendary martial arts technique. Murong Qing's beautiful eyes widened. A heaven-level martial arts technique could topple rivers and overturn seas. A god-level martial arts technique was unparalleled. Above the god-level martial arts technique was the saint-level martial arts technique. That was a legendary existence. Even Murong Qing had not seen it before. It was enough to show that there was almost no saint-level martial arts technique in this world. A saint-level martial arts technique coupled with the ice attribute. A 10 stars heavenly venerables had achieved such an effect. Everyone was still fighting a second ago, and the next second, the battle was over. Millions of beasts were annihilated. However, in the next moment, a large number of beasts appeared again. They had just heaved a sigh of relief when the battle started again. Bing Lingyue's figure landed beside Lin Xian. She did not look too good. How are you? Lin Xian quickly supported her. Bing Lingyu said weakly, this is all I can do. Senior, you are already very heaven-defying. Thank you. Murong Qing said respectfully. Millions of beasts were killed in seconds. No one could compare. It was really enough. This was also the first time Lin Xian had seen such power. He had seen too many heavenly venerables before, but he had never seen such a terrifying power. He did not know if Ling Longyu could unleash such power. This was the advantage of the ice attribute. The ice attribute was the strongest attribute in terms of area of effect. However, if Ling Longyue's space attribute could compress an area of tens of kilometers, she would be able to instantly kill so many existences. As for whether she could do it, Lin Xian did not know. It had to be known that this was only the 10 stars of the Empyrean realm. If one were to rise another star and reach the Great Void Realm, then according to Ling Longyu, the difference in strength between the Great Void Realm and the Empyrean realm would be 100 times greater. It was too exaggerated. What about the Heavenly Dao realm? Wouldn't the Heavenly Dao realm transcend godhood? It was no wonder the Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao realm were not allowed to participate in the battle. On the other side, Ling Longshui arrived at the downtown area of Tianhua City. When she saw that the place she had lived in for a period of time and liked very much had turned into such a scene, she was quite touched and reluctant to part with it. It was as if her own home had turned into such a scene. Under such circumstances, once a large number of demonic beasts arrived, it would truly be a living hell. Whoosh! Ling Longshui asked about the general area of Linen City and then jumped through space. She set up dozens of wormholes and arrived at the periphery of Tianhua City again. Many people saw her. After all, she was standing in the void, so she naturally attracted everyone's attention. Ling Longshui waved her hand and a huge wormhole appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was surprised. What was this? Ling Longshui then injected her voice with spirit energy, allowing her voice to travel very far. This is a spatial wormhole. All you need to do is enter the wormhole and you will directly arrive near Linen City. Hearing Ling Longshui's words, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Thank you very much, Sister Immortal. Benefactor, you are our benefactor. Everyone, quickly enter. Then, a large number of people surged into the wormhole. After seeing this, Ling Longshui's figure disappeared and appeared in various places, setting up teleportation wormholes one after another. With these wormholes, it would not take too much time for these people to enter Linen City. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong Qing had already retreated to the back to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Void Crystal. I can go with you. I have the time attribute, so I have relatively strong functions and self-protection abilities. You have the space attribute. If you say you can find the Heavenly Void Crystal, then let's go. Where are we going? Bing Lingyu asked. Lin Xian told Bing Lingyu the general situation. I'll go too. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. You have a good rest. Your spirit energy is completely exhausted. Don't worry, I will let Ling Longyu follow you. But you are going to the Myriad Demon League. I have chatted with Ling Long a lot these days and have some understanding of the Myriad Demon League. It is too dangerous there. It's okay. The time attribute and space attribute Heavenly Venerables should not be too big of a problem. Moreover, we are not going to attack the Myriad Demon League. We will try our best to avoid encountering the members of the Myriad Demon League. Moreover, the attention of the Myriad Demon League is probably here. It should not be a big problem. Bing Lingyu nodded slightly, but she was still a little worried. Why don't we wait for Linglong? Lin Xian shook his head. No, it's better for her not to show up. Whoosh! Linglong Yu asked the few Heavenly Venerables and then landed beside Lin Xian. Sister Bing, you are back. Linglong Yu said in surprise. Bing Lingyu nodded. Lin Xian then told Linglong Yu his idea. Of course, no problem. We can try. Then, shall we go now? Yes. Lin Xian then said to Bing Lingyu, Lil Bing Bing, I will leave the safety of Chushue and the others to you. Don't worry. Then, The three of them disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were at a place Lin Xian had never been before. Ling Longyu stopped. Ling Longyu said, "The location of the Myriad Demon League is still a few dozen kilometers away from here. This place is a few thousand kilometers away from Tianhua City. I may need to recover my spiritual power. After all, we are going to the Myriad Demon League. If my condition is not good, it will be very dangerous." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, then we will rest." Ling Longyu continued, "There is no need to rest. We just need to hurry. My spiritual power will recover quickly. Moreover, we can only walk this part of the journey because there are many experts in the Myriad Demon League. If I release my spatial power at this distance, I will be detected from afar." "Okay." Then, the three of them quickly rushed in the direction indicated by Ling Longyu. "What kind of place is the Myriad Demon League?" Murong Qing asked Ling Longyu. Although she was in a high position, her understanding of the Myriad Demon League was close to zero. To be precise, the entire human race did not know much about the Myriad Demon League. They only knew that there was such a force in the demon race. This was because they could not go to that place and did not dare to go there. Going there was courting death. No matter how strong an expert was, they would not go there. This was because there were experts in the Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao Realm. Although they could not participate in the war, they could attack people. If they appeared in the Myriad Demon League, would they not kill them? Obviously, it was impossible. Chapter 595. What kind of place was the Myriad Demon Alliance? Even many existences in the demon race didn't know about it, but Ling Longyu had been there before. Of course, she knew. How should I put it? The Myriad Demon Alliance is a pure organization of the demon race. It doesn't have an absolute base. The entire demon race is the headquarters of the Myriad Demon Alliance. The Myriad Demon Alliance recognizes people, not places. Today, this place can be the territory of the Myriad Demon Alliance. Tomorrow, it can be another place. Murong Qing nodded slightly. This is very different from the human race. Lin Xian also said, "Yes, in a sense, the three major forces of the human race are like the Myriad Demon Alliance of the demon race. However, all three of us have an absolute base. In fact, I think the Myriad Demon Alliance is better. However, the Myriad Demon Alliance naturally needs a place where they can gather a large number of demon beasts. They also need a base, but for them, the base is not that important. Right now, a sub-base of the Myriad Demon Alliance is in a city that was captured by the human race more than 10 years ago. The entire city area belongs to the Myriad Demon Alliance. It's also the place where I went. The Heavenly Void Crystal has a teleportation effect, but the farther it is, the more difficult it is, and the more power it needs. However, it's different now. The base's significance to the Myriad Demon Alliance has changed because they need to guard the Heavenly Void Crystal there," Ling Longyu said. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, this thing is of great significance to the demon race. If they want to take down the human race faster, the Heavenly Void Crystal is indispensable. However, it's hard to say whether the Myriad Demon Alliance will send a large number of troops to guard the Heavenly Void Crystal this time." Murong Qing said, "There are two possibilities. One is that the demon race thinks that it's difficult for us to detect the Heavenly Void Crystal, so they may relax their vigilance. The fact has proven that without Ling Longyu, we wouldn't have noticed this. The second possibility is that because this is a very important thing, they will be more cautious when they use it for the first time." Lin Xian, "If it were you, what would you choose?" "The latter," Lin Xian said. "Guarding the Heavenly Void Crystal only requires a few more experts. It's a very simple thing. I think it will be more dangerous there to be on the safe side." Murong Qing felt the same. "So, we may have to be more careful." Now that the sky was beginning to brighten, it would be more difficult for them to take action. However, they couldn't delay it. Could they delay it until tonight? Impossible. By then, Tianhua City had already ended. Perhaps this time, it wasn't for Tianhua City. It was to prevent such a situation from happening again, at least for the next few decades. Otherwise, it would only take a few months for the demons to launch their next surprise attack. No. In less than a few months. Tomorrow will do. Most of the demon clan's combat power was made up of monsters who didn't know what was good for them. They only knew how to follow orders and kill crazily. They could quickly gather in large numbers, but humans had their own thoughts and fears. The difference was too great. 2 hours later, the outline of a city appeared in front of them. This place had been away from humans for more than 10 years. It was surrounded by trees and all kinds of vines. The buildings that could be seen were also covered with green vines. Some of them even extended very far. To be honest, entering a city like this was like entering a ghost city. But this was a demon city. We're here. This is the current base of the Myriad Demon Alliance. As it is the closest to the human race, it can be considered their base camp. However, although there are many experts in the Myriad Demon Alliance, not many are willing to stay here every day. They will go to various places to seek breakthroughs, continue to seek opportunities, or go to places with rich heaven and earth spiritual power to cultivate. That's what I know, but I'm not sure what it is now. Lin Xian nodded and then opened the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit was very powerful in that it could see the direction of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The Eye of Cave Spirit could see where the heaven and earth spiritual energy was denser, or where the heaven and earth spiritual energy changed from weak to strong. What Lin Xian needed was this change. A large number of void heavenly crystals gathered in one place. Perhaps it was difficult for them to sense it with their perception, but the Eye of Cave Spirit could definitely see it. They just needed to find the direction and go over. After opening the Eye of Cave Spirit, Lin Xian saw a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual power gathering in front of him. If there were ordinary heaven and earth spiritual treasures, the fluctuation of heaven and earth spiritual power would be very low. But in his line of sight, the fluctuation of heaven and earth spiritual power was extremely high. This basically confirmed Ling Longyue's thoughts. Front left. The distance is not certain, but it shouldn't be too far. Lin Xian said. Murong Qing was very surprised. How did this kid come to this conclusion? She could roughly sense that the heaven and earth spiritual power there had increased slightly, but this was not enough for her to conclude that it was the location of the void heavenly crystal. However, since she had followed, Murong Qing chose to believe in Lin Xian. With the space attribute and time attribute of the Empyrean realm, they should have the ability to protect themselves. Let's go. Following which, the three figures quickly rushed into the city, then concealed themselves in small alleys and slowly moved forward. One had to know that this place was equivalent to the experts of the demon race secretly sneaking into the area where the human race's divine temple was located. This was probably the case for them now. Therefore, even if they could travel faster, they had to move forward in the slowest, most cautious, and safest way. They did not dare to release their divine senses. Why? Because once one released their divine senses, as long as there were demon venerables around that were stronger than them, they would be able to sense their divine senses. This also meant that they had been exposed. There was a point in not releasing their divine senses, and that was that they would not know the situation around them immediately. For example, if there were any demon beasts in the dark that had discovered them. However, most of the demon beasts that lived here had probably gone to Tianhua City to fight, so there were not many of them. Moreover, they did not dare to release their divine senses, but Lin Xian could release the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit was also very effective in detecting danger in advance. It's right in front. Half an hour later, they arrived at a place closer to the center without any fear. The houses here were much cleaner than the edges, and there was no moss climbing up the tall buildings. What did this mean? It meant that there were traces of a large number of people living here. There was a cleaning. There must have been a large number of demon race that had taken human form living here before. The three figures quietly poked their heads out from behind a broken trash can in a small alley. Heavenly void crystal. Ling Longyue's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw what was in front of her. Lin Xian also saw it. In front of them was a plaza surrounded by supermarkets, shopping malls, and movie theaters. Surrounding this plaza was enough to show that this used to be a prosperous place. Above the plaza, a large number of dark blue crystals were releasing power. Chapter 596. That was the heavenly void crystal. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were a few meters long while the small ones were only a few dozen centimeters long. However, when their power was gathered together, sometimes the power would suddenly surge into the sky and open up a wormhole. A wormhole was probably opened somewhere, allowing a large number of demon beasts to enter and appear in Tianhua City. It's a bit difficult. Murong Qing frowned and said. Currently, they couldn't see a single demon beast in this plaza, but it didn't mean that there weren't any in the surrounding. The plaza was very spacious. As long as one person from the surrounding buildings looked over here, they would be discovered as soon as they appeared in the plaza. And destroying this heavenly void crystal obviously couldn't be done in one move. It would take time. In other words, in the current situation, as long as they had the thought of destroying the heavenly void crystal, they would definitely be discovered. They weren't as lucky as before. What do you think? Murong Qing asked Lin Xian. Although she was stronger than Lin Xian, she didn't know why, but she inexplicably felt that Lin Xian was their backbone. Do it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. Definitely do it, but do we just do it like this? Murong Qing asked. What else can we do? Should we go back? Anyway, we already know the location. Why don't we invite stronger experts to destroy this place? Lin Xian said. We can do that. Murong Qing nodded. They didn't have much confidence. Since they knew the location, it was obviously the best choice to seek help from stronger experts. Let's go. Just as they turned around and were about to leave, they suddenly found a person standing behind them. It was a very thin middle-aged man. His face was unimaginably pale, as if he was a dead man. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, revealing a bloody smile. Our luck is really good. Such a beautiful human girl, the taste of her blood must be very sweet. His eyes flickered as he looked at Murong Qing. They were discovered. His first reaction was to let Ling Longyu release her spatial attribute to send them away quickly, but his second reaction was, no way. If they hadn't been discovered, it would have been fine. It wouldn't have mattered whether they had escaped or not. However, if they had been discovered, the price they had to pay for their escape was that the Myriad Demon Alliance would definitely move the Heavenly Void Crystal to an unknown place. Moreover, they would be more vigilant in protecting it. By then, it would be almost impossible for them to find the Heavenly Void Crystal again and destroy it. One city after another fell into the enemy's hands. The human race was in great danger. Ling Longyu, can you block it? Lin Xian asked softly. Sure, it's just a heavenly venerable level vampire bat. Ling Longyu nodded. Good. Let's go and destroy the Heaven Void Crystal. Lin Xian's decision was very decisive. He had to do this. Whoosh. Following which, the three of them split into two different directions. Lin Xian released his spatial energy to send himself and Murong Qing directly to the place where the large number of heavenly void crystals were located. As for Ling Longyu, she directly rushed towards the demon venerable. The battle was about to begin. Their appearance attracted a lot of attention. Boom. Murong Qing went all out. Her powerful strength directly bombarded the heaven void crystal. I need time. My attribute isn't suitable for causing destruction. Murong Qing said as she attacked. Yes, if she had the thunder attribute, it would definitely be much faster. However, although Lin Xian had the thunder attribute, the difference in strength was too great. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures appeared around them one by one. They were all heavenly venerables and domain realm powerhouses. Lowly human, you still want to destroy the heaven void crystal? You're courting death. A heavenly venerable level demon venerable roared. A thundercloud appeared in the void above and thunder roared. Murong Qing, time stop. Lin Xian shouted and then teleported over. At the same time, Murong Qing, who was attacking the large number of heaven void crystals, cooperated with Lin Xian to release Time Stop. She was a heavenly venerable. Even if she was not as strong as the other heavenly venerables, she would still be able to maintain Time Stop for a little while. Ding! You've exchanged for obedient spray. That's right. Lin Xian had exchanged for the obedient spray from the second merchant center. This was their only way to turn the tables. It was true that Lin Xian could not defeat them, but he had methods that these people did not expect. The cooperation of space and time had reached the pinnacle. When Lin Xian appeared in front of the heavenly venerable, he happened to be stopped by Time Stop. He stood there motionless. Just a moment was enough. Sizzle. Sizzle. Lin Xian's obedient spray was directly sprayed at him, and he threw it out with a flip of his hand. Then, another obedient spray appeared, and it teleported in front of another celestial venerable powerhouse. Then, another obedient spray appeared. Murongqing did not dare to delay for a moment. She attacked crazily with terrifying strength. When she looked back, she wondered what Lin Xian was doing. Why was he using a water gun to fire at a heavenly venerable and domain realm powerhouse? He was crazy. Was this why he wanted her to release Time Stop? Within 2 seconds, Lin Xian had taken control of 4 people. This was already the limit. If he did not have the space attribute, he would only be able to control 1 person. The 3 of you, block the others. You, help attack the void heavenly crystal. Lin Xian naturally ordered the first demon venerable with the thunder attribute to attack the void heavenly crystal. Yes. Of the 4 people controlled, 3 participated in the battle, and 1 helped attack the void heavenly crystal. With the terrifying power of the thunder attribute, the power created by the void heavenly crystal was directly shattered by the thunder. This was the use of attributes. Time was very strong, right? But no matter how strong you were, you could not compare to the destructive power of the thunder attribute. Each had its own merits. No matter how strong your thunder attribute was, you could not stop time. Murongqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were they fighting on their own, and there was even a heavenly venerable helping them? That spray? Murongqing was going crazy. How many jaw-dropping things did this Lin Xian have on him? She had seen spray that could control people or make them faint. It was normal. But damn, this was a heavenly venerable. How could he control a heavenly venerable? Who would be able to withstand this? How much longer? Murongqing said as she attacked, "We just broke the power barrier created by the void heavenly crystal. If we want to destroy all the void heavenly crystals, even if I attack together with him, it will take at least a minute. Can he still be controlled for a minute?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but..." Then, Lin Xian threw 5 bottles of obedient spray to Murongqing. "Spray him every 10 seconds. Murongqing." Lin Xian looked around. 1 minute was only 60 seconds. It was very, very short, but in the surrounding sky, one terrifying power after another rushed over. One after another, heavenly venerables rushed over, and the great void stage. If it was only the heavenly venerables, it might still be possible, but there was still the great void stage. "You're courting death." An old man roared and turned into a shocking flame in the sky, bombarding Lin Xian. "Come here." Lin Xian controlled a heavenly venerable powerhouse, who flew directly in front of Lin Xian and released power to block for him. Then, he was insta-killed. This was the power of the Great Void Stage. Die. Chapter 597. The Great Void Stage was indeed the Great Void Stage, too strong. No matter what realm it was, Lin Xian could not beat it. Run. That's right, his first reaction was to run, but how could he run? Block it for me again. Another heavenly venerable was controlled. He released all his strength and life force to block this attack. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Longyu appeared beside Lin Xian. "Run." Ling Longyu hurriedly said. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. "Murongqing, go. Soon. You guys go. Now." Murong Qing gritted her teeth. Soon, soon. Go, we'll talk about it later. Lin Xian roared. They had tried and failed, but there was nothing they could do. However, they could not die. This great void stage was only of the fire attribute. If they were to leave, they would not be able to stop it. If another demon venerable of other attributes came, it would be over. Time stop. Murong Qing released a terrifying time force and controlled all the heavenly venerables. However, the great void stage was completely useless. Ling Longyu, bring us away. All right. Then, Ling Longyu released her space force. However, what's going on? Ling Longyue's pupils suddenly shrank. Why was it useless? Void Fox, it seems like you've betrayed my demon race. A voice was heard, and then dozens of figures appeared beside them at the same time, surrounding all of them. Dozens of. Great Void Stage. Was this the 1,000 Demon Alliance? The one who spoke was a woman. Not good. It's the Purple Lightning Martin. She also knows the Space Force. Although she can't compare to me, she's of the Great Void Stage. We can't run. Ling Longyue's face was pale. I didn't expect this little human to dare to destroy the Void Heavenly Crystal. Do you think it's enough with the help of the Void Fox? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. An old man sneered. Kill them, don't leave the Void Fox alive. A heaven-defying force condensed. The sky above, which was originally clear, suddenly turned dark and a vortex appeared in the sky. All kinds of forces condensed, giving off a feeling of doomsday. This was the force condensed by a group of void stage powerhouses. Puff! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee on the ground. The pressure, he could no longer bear it. It's over. He had been too careless. It was his fault. He had overestimated himself and underestimated the myriad demon alliance. No, he wanted to give it a try. Perhaps everyone wanted to, but it was his choice. In the Great Void Stage, Ling Longyue's space energy and Murong Qing's time energy were all useless. What else could he do? Roulette. Lin Xian shook his head. It was useless. The roulette wheel could not produce something that could allow them to escape from the power of dozens of higher void stage cultivators. Space. Time. It was impossible. Even the two people beside him couldn't do it. What else could he count on? Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. She was unwilling and guilty, but there was nothing she could do. I'm going to die. I'm going to die before I've even started dating. Fuck. Murong Qing was very unwilling, but there was no other way. She glanced at Lin Xian. Ling Longyu was also looking at Lin Xian. If there was only one higher void stage cultivator, they could still try to fight or escape. But with dozens of them, it was useless. With such overwhelming power, not to mention Lin Xian, even Ling Longyu would be killed. All of them attacked. I'm sorry. Lin Xian closed his eyes and murmured. Various scenes appeared in his mind. Ling Ying. Han Chuxue, Lin Ya, Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Shintong. Lin Xian couldn't bear to part with any of them, but he could only say goodbye. He had tried his best and regretted it. No, in a sense, he didn't regret it. If he could do it again, he would try his best to destroy the heavenly void crystal. Perhaps after experiencing death once, Lin Xian could accept it more easily, but he was even more reluctant. It's okay. I did it willingly. I can't do anything about it. Murong Qing took the initiative to hold Lin Xian's hand. Boom, the few of them closed their eyes. A terrifying power surged over. Lin Xian felt that he would be reduced to nothingness in the next second. However, just as everyone was prepared to welcome death, they heard the sound of the power exploding around them. The aura surged at them from all directions, but it did not cause any damage. Lin Xian and company opened their eyes. Above the void stood a woman in a white immortal dress. Sister. When Ling Longyu saw Ling Longxue, she nearly cried. Lin Xian smiled. He never expected this girl to come at the most critical moment. Ling Longxue had released her spatial attributes, diverting all the power to her surroundings. In other words, their power had struck her. Ling Longyu was unable to resist them, so her spatial powers were of little effect. However, Ling Long Shui was different. She was already at the Great Void Realm, and was even half a step into the Heavenly Tao Realm. At the very least, no one could compare to her in spatial powers. The Void Fox was the strongest expert in spatial powers. No other race or creature could compare to the Void Fox in terms of spatial attainment. Ling Long Shui landed beside the three of them just like that. "Xiao Linglong, you saved my life," Lin Xian said excitedly. Initially, they thought that they were going to die. They really thought that they were going to die. However, who would have thought that Ling Long Shui would be 1 second late and they would be dead? Yet, she really came in time. "I owe you a favor. Now, we're even." Ling Long Shui glanced at Lin Xian and said simply. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at the myriad demon alliance. "Void Fox, what is the meaning of this?" The old man pointed at Ling Long Shui and said angrily, "You all wanted to kill my sister first. What do you think this sovereign means? All right. You Void Foxes have chosen to side with the humans, right? Then, don't blame us Fae for falling out with you and questioning you." That's right. This was what Ling Long Shui and Ling Long Yu were worried about. It didn't matter if they remained neutral, but once they helped the humans, it meant that they were enemies with the Myriad Demon Alliance. In the future, they would be in danger. In the beginning, it was Ling Long Shui who openly helped the humans attack the Fae. Now, it was Ling Long Shui. They had no way out, and it could be considered as giving them a reason. They didn't feel particularly conflicted. "Then, let's see if you have the strength." Ling Long Shui's petite body blasted out a terrifying power, suppressing them. "Do you think my Myriad Demon Alliance doesn't have a Heavenly Tao Realm expert presiding over it?" From the horizon, a power that Lin Xian had never felt before surged at him. Was this the power of the Heavenly Tao Realm? Ling Long Shui had no plans on attacking them. Every second she delayed meant an additional second of danger. "Let's go." With a flip of her hand, Ling Long Shui easily crushed the Heavenly Void Crystal. The Heavenly Void Crystal was completely destroyed. Following which, all of them disappeared from their original positions. Since that was the case, they might as well shatter the Void Heavenly Crystal. When the experts saw the Void Heavenly Crystal shatter, their pupils constricted. "Void Fox! Void Fox! I want all of you dead." Chapter 598. The members of the Myriad Demon Alliance did not expect that the human race would discover the Heavenly Void Crystal in such a short time. Secondly, they did not expect that the human race would dare to come here and destroy the Heavenly Void Crystal. Of course, without the help of the Void Fox, not only would they not be able to destroy it, but they would also all die here. Thirdly, they did not expect that the Void Fox would help the human race. Lin Xian and the others appeared in the wilderness. Ling Long Shui's expression did not look good. "Sister, what's wrong?" Ling Long Shui quickly ran over to support Ling Long Shui. Lin Xian and Murong Qing also hurried over. Ling Long Shui shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. I just used too much spiritual power." She had used up a lot of spiritual power to open so many teleportation wormholes in Tianhua City. In order to let the people of Tianhua City move faster, she had set up more wormholes. It was not a problem for her to set up a few of them, but setting up dozens of them would definitely consume a lot of spiritual power, even if she was in the Great Void state. Then, she had used the spatial attribute to transfer everyone's shocking attacks. They did not attack Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they attacked themselves. It seemed simple, but it had to be known that this was the power of dozens of Great Void stage cultivators. How powerful would it take to use the spatial attribute to transfer all their power? It was reasonable that she had used up all her spiritual power. This was the first time Murong Qing had carefully observed Ling Long Shui. This woman's beauty, temperament, and strength shocked her. Was she a Void Fox? Wasn't she too noble and beautiful? How did Lin Xian know such an existence? And it seemed that they had a good relationship. "I'll support you." Lin Xian walked over. No need. Linglong Shui said. This bastard just wanted to take advantage of her. Go away, you scoundrel. Linglong Shui was protected by Linglong Shui. She was only slightly weak, but she could still walk. Murong Qing opened her mouth slightly. This Lin Xian dared to take advantage of this woman? Are they that close? Lin Xian smiled bitterly and suddenly thought of something. By the way, what's the situation in Tianhua City? Linglong Shui said, the demon race has completely invaded Tianhua City, but I opened dozens of wormholes. They have basically retreated. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Tianhua City could be abandoned for the time being. It could fall, but the civilians could not suffer too many casualties. Linglong Shui saved them. Thanks. I'm just returning your favor. Linglong Shui said softly. Then, Linglong Yu brought them back to Tianhua City. They stood on top of a tall building and looked at the dense demon beasts and the members of the three major forces who were retreating. Lin Xian sighed softly. The city that they had lived in for so long still couldn't hold on in the end. But fortunately, the casualties of such a sudden attack didn't reach a terrifying level. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Logically speaking, the casualties of such a sudden attack should be almost the entire city of millions of civilians. Relying on the quick defense of the three major forces and the wormholes opened by Linglong Shui, they could safely retreat. If not for Linglong Shui, the three major forces wouldn't have been able to hold on, and millions of civilians would still have died. Tianhua City can only do this. Although the casualties are still very serious, fortunately, the heavenly void crystal has been destroyed. In the future, it will be difficult for the demon race to gather together for such a sudden attack. It can be considered to be stable for a while. Lin Xian sighed. Thank you, Senior. Murong Qing cupped her fists towards Linglong Shui. Although they seemed to be about the same age, Murong Qing knew that the heavenly void fox and the demon race must have lived much longer than her. Moreover, she was stronger. There was nothing wrong with calling her senior. Linglong Shui looked at Murong Qing. The girls around Lin Xian were also beautiful. It's fine, Linglong Shui said softly. Go back and rest. This is all we can do for now. The three major forces have also retreated. Lin Xian said to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui nodded and then looked at the wormhole in the distance. Do we still need to stay? Lin Xian nodded. Stay. There are still many members of the three major forces who haven't retreated. Help fix the landing point at this point. I believe that the three major forces must have countless experts guarding the other side of the landing point. Even if the demon beasts rush in, they will be killed instantly when they go out. Moreover, they can't enter in large numbers. If we don't stay, the others won't be able to retreat immediately. Let's stay for a few more hours. Linglong Shui nodded and then they entered the wormhole together. When they reappeared, they were outside Linen City. Outside Linen City, many members of the three major forces had gathered. Most of the citizens had already rushed into Linen City. It was basically over. In the end, the human race had lost. However, in some ways, this didn't meet the expectations of the demon race. They didn't lose too badly. Lin Xian. As soon as Lin Xian went out, he met Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Shintong, and Bing Lingyu. They were very worried because they knew what Lin Xian was going to do. That place was too dangerous. Fortunately, they came back safely. Lin Xian walked over and said, "Go back and rest." "I'm fine." "Why don't you rest?" Lin Xian said, "Rest. Let's go together." They had done all they could. Now that they were going back to sleep, they felt relieved. Then they all walked away. "Lin Xian." A voice called out to him. "Uncle Qin." Lin Xian looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng's clothes were a little tattered. It was normal. After all, he had participated in an intense battle. Qin Feng walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. "I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Tianhua City and the three major forces. You have saved everyone once again." Lin Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. It's not me. It's them. Qin Feng then bowed. Thank you. Murong Qing said, you all go and rest. Leave this to me. Qin Feng, the wormhole can still be maintained for a while. There must be many citizens who haven't made it in time or don't know the news. They might not even be able to come. Bring a team of people who are in good condition into Tianhua City again. Find the citizens who were left in the suburbs and bring them back. The safety of the citizens is the most important. Yes. Lin Xian looked at them and said, let's go and rest. Then they entered Linan City. The sudden influx of millions of people in Linan City was a little troublesome. Accommodation had become a problem for the time being. However, the three major forces would arrange temporary accommodations for them. As for their temporary accommodation, it was the Rose Paradise Hotel. This seemed to be the first time everyone was staying in one place. This feeling seemed to be pretty good. Chapter 599. Wang Xintong didn't have a family, so it didn't matter where they lived as long as they could follow Lin Xian. Miao Xiao Miao's grandfather also came to Linan City. Linan City was the city behind Tianhua City. If they retreated, they would definitely retreat to this city. Miao Xiao Miao was also staying here for now. Tomorrow, she would probably go back to live with her grandfather in the Linan City Bounty Hunter Guild. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying didn't really care about it. They could always buy another house if they didn't have enough money. Lin Xian also needed to buy a new house. It didn't matter where Ling Longyu and Ling Longxue lived, they could live here for the time being. Little Xian, after telling Lin Yue that he was safe, Lin Yue ran over worriedly and hugged Lin Xian the moment he arrived at the entrance of the hotel. He didn't know when Xiao Yu Ning had returned, but she had been staying with Lin Yue all this time. Lin Xian smiled and patted Lin Yue's back. It's okay. Didn't you come back safely? It's broad daylight and there are so many people around. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Yue then let go of Lin Xian and looked at everyone. Everyone quickly looked away as if they didn't know anything. I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in dust and beast blood. It's so dirty. Ling Ying said and walked away. I'm going too. Han Chuxue followed her. Then they all walked away. Do you all want to eat after taking a shower? I'll get the hotel to prepare food for everyone. Lin Yue said to them. Then we'll have to trouble sister Lin Yue. Just like that, a day passed. Everyone slept very deeply. After fighting for a whole day, everyone was tired. What was happening outside had nothing to do with them. The next day, they played around in Linan City and familiarized themselves with the place. This was where they would live in the future. Lin Xian was now a 5-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying had also reached 5-star Lightning Tribulation Realm. Miao Xiao Miao and Wang Xintong had successfully reached the Lightning Tribulation Realm. After all, they had killed too many beasts in a day. 7 days later, everything had basically returned to normal. Most of the people had settled down. Linan City could be considered to have reached a peak. The three major forces wanted to praise Lin Xian, but Lin Xian didn't like to show his face in public. This matter was suppressed, and everyone returned to their own lives. Ling Longxue, Ling Longyu, and Bing Lingyu spent money to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. Just like in Tianhua City, they lived in the city. Their actions were equivalent to becoming enemies with the 10,000 Demon Alliance. They were no longer neutral and stood on the side of the human race. They didn't care. They also liked the life of the human race. A large part of it was probably because of Lin Xian. Han Chuxue lived in her own home in Linan City. The Han family's business was very big. With the Han family's business in the city, they could easily get a house. Ling Ying was the same. As for Xiao Running, she seemed to like being a teacher. She directly went to Linan City's St. Brilliance Academy to be a teacher. Miao Xiao Miao continued to live in the Bounty Hunter Guild. Wang Qianqian and the rest, as well as the entire Gale mercenary group, were all here. Wang Xintong lived in the sacred palace. After all, she had Qin Feng as her master. It wasn't too troublesome. Lin Xian wanted to continue living with Ling Ying and the rest, but how should he put it? He was embarrassed. Did you know that feeling? He, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue were well aware of it. However, the others, including Lin Ya, didn't know. Previously, they lived together because of safety concerns. Now that they changed places, living together again? That didn't make sense. However, it wasn't a problem. Everyone lived close to each other. As for Lin Xian and Lin Ya, of course, they bought a house in Linen City. It was beautifully decorated and cozy. Lin Xian didn't do anything this week. He just played with them. Actually, nothing had changed for them. It was just a change of location. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi's family also lived in Linen City. The two girls also went to St. Brilliant's Academy to continue learning from Xiao Running. Their strength was relatively weak. They were still in the learning phase. Murong Qing also stayed in Linen City. She probably wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Xian or develop a business. Perhaps it was also because she liked this kind of life. She didn't have to work every day. For Lin Xian, the next few days were to develop his business. Now that Tianhua City was gone, he had finally calmed down. He had done all that he could, and he had a clear conscience. Another week later, Linen City had completely calmed down. After all, half a month had passed. For Lin Xian, there wasn't much progress in this half a month. He was just playing around and taking advantage of girls. However, this damn Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue's mission deadline was only a month away. This was very worrying. Lin Ya started working at the Art Shen Corporation, which was the Art Shen building. They had already recruited more than 100 employees, IT elites, etc. It was very easy to recruit employees at this time. This was because millions of Tianhua City citizens had entered Linen City. Among these people, there were quite a few elites. This was considered a chance for Lin Xian's company. Lin Ya was very surprised. She hadn't seen Lin Xian for a while. In such a short period of time, he already had a company of such scale. At this moment, Lin Xian and Murong Qing were in one of the factories. A group of people were gathered there. The equipment had already arrived and the materials had been transported in large batches. Lin Xian was personally working while Murong Qing and the other workers stared at him without blinking. Earth Spirit Flower, Purple Water Caltrop Grass, and Jade Marrow Liquid were placed into the equipment. The equipment adjusted the grams and automatically divided the grams. Then, the final product was directly put into a small glass bottle. Lin Xian took it out. It was a colorless liquid. That's it? Murong Qing asked in surprise. Lin Xian nodded and then passed it to Murong Qing. Do you want to try? Murong Qing shook her head. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death. Lin Xian, this was the first one to make it. Who knew if it would work? Damn. Earth Spirit Flower and Purple Water Caltrop Grass are ingredients for medicine. They are not poisonous. What are you afraid of? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Okay. I'll try. Then, Murong Qing took it and drank a very small amount without any hesitation. Ding, your physique plus 10. Murong Qing's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. How is it? Chapter 600. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Although she was already prepared, she still felt that it was unbelievable. Drinking such a little thing could increase her attributes. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Although the increase in attributes was very little to her, but to be honest, even if it was just a little, why would anyone give it up when they could get it for free? It's done. Murong Qing said faintly. Lin Xian smiled. Let's try the mental cultivation fluid. Murong Qing quickly said. Lin Xian nodded, then changed the formula of the mental cultivation fluid and handed it to Murong Qing. Wait, you seem to be whoring for free. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Hee hee. Murong Qing laughed, then hurriedly snatched it and drank it directly. Ding, your spirit plus 10. Murong Qing's little mouth was wide open. In some ways, this 10 points of spirit was much stronger and more precious than 10 points of physique. How is it? Yes. Murong Qing nodded. Then prepare for mass production. Lin Xian smiled. 2 days later, the major factories began to mass produce the physique modification liquid and the mind cultivation liquid. In Linen City, more than a dozen shops had already started to renovate 10 days ago. Now, the renovations were almost done. It was just a simple renovation for the purpose of selling the medicine. Lin Xian wanted to see how effective it was. If it was successful, then he could open shops in all the major cities and even create other industries. No, he could sell the things that everyone else was selling. However, with the mind cultivation liquid as a gimmick, other businesses wouldn't be too bad. And Murong Qing used her own power to spread the news, which indeed attracted countless people's shock and disbelief. They thought it was fake because it was impossible. How could there be something like medicine that could permanently increase attributes after eating it? But even so, it still attracted the attention of countless people. The people were paying attention, the 3 major forces were paying attention, the major families, and the 8 major families were paying attention. They all knew that if it was true, it would bring a lot of benefit. They might even be affected by it. On the morning of the 5th day, thousands of people arrived at the Art Pavilion building. Some of them came from other cities and even the empire. There were also the 8 great families of Tianju and the great families of Linen City. They all wanted to see if this was real or fake. This was a press conference held in the Art Pavilion building, and it was broadcasted live across the entire continent. It was only natural that this move would attract the attention of the entire planet Aqua Blue. This was also the first time Lin Xian wore a suit. The lobby of the Art Pavilion building was very spacious, and it was normal for it to accommodate thousands of people. The entire lobby was filled with delicious food and drinks. The reporters, the leaders of the various great clans, and even the people from the 8 great clans who had secretly come over were all chatting with each other. They had no choice but to pay attention to this matter. If it was true, being able to cooperate with such a startup company was simply making money. They had to grasp the real news as soon as possible. Not bad. Ling Ying nodded slightly when he saw Lin Xian in a suit. Nonsense, don't you see how handsome I am? Lin Xian said smugly. Come on, you are far from the word handsome. Ling Ying said in annoyance. Han Chushue chuckled at the side. They were also wearing beautiful clothes. After all, they were participating in Lin Xian's home ground. Even if others didn't care, they would care. I'm hungry, can I go out and eat something delicious first? Ling Longyu pouted and looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Sure, go and eat. Be careful when you eat. Ling Longyu then pulled Miao Xiaomiao's hand and the 2 girls ran out together. They were both beautiful little girls, and after interacting with each other, they found that they were quite compatible. Then, they became good friends. Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu also walked out slowly to eat. Lin Xian, we will also go out first. Lu Yufan waved to Lin Xian and then walked out with Yi Yi and Wang Xintong. Their parents were also here. They were very satisfied with Lin Xian and even had some respect for him. Your sister is nervous. Xiao Running looked at Lin Ya and said with a smile. Lin Xian looked at Lin Ya and smiled. It's okay, it's just a small scene. Lin Ya said, my own company has been established for a long time, but I have never experienced a press conference like this. Moreover, Sister Murong made it a global press conference, and these 2 potions have a lot of attention. Hundreds of millions of people will watch. Today, there are many big families and even people from the 8 big families of Tianju. Lin Ya was really nervous. Because Lin Xian had indeed helped the 3 big forces a lot. Other than Murong Qing, the 3 big forces helped Lin Xian to publicize this matter for free. Of course, the 3 big forces also wanted to collect a lot of potions, but Lin Xian didn't agree. Of course, he could sell them all at once, but Lin Xian didn't want that. He wanted the public. Only by serving the public could Lin Xian gain support and people's hearts. Only then could he further develop his own force. If he sold everything to the three big forces, Lin Xian would only get money. It's okay, there will be a lot of situations like this in the future. You are my little fairy, I have to rely on you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Yue took a deep breath and nodded. Don't worry, there shouldn't be a problem. Kid, you have become a big boss. A few months ago, you were my student who needed my protection. Now, it's your turn to protect me. Xiao Running smiled helplessly. Hey, Miss Xiao, why don't you resign and work for me? I'll give you the position of vice president. Xiao Running rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Forget it, I still prefer to be a teacher, and you are no longer in the category of a student. Work hard. I'm going out to eat. I've been busy with you all for the whole day, and you don't even give me a salary. Xiao Running said deliberately. Miss Xiao, we'll go with you. Ling Ying and Han Chushue also walked out together. Today was Lin Xian and Lin Yue's home ground, and they were all here to eat. Oh right, the other executives of the Art Xian group haven't been confirmed yet, right? Lin Yue said, I pulled a few senior executives from my previous company over, and they are very willing to come. They have been following me since the beginning. Well, I just don't want you to be so tired, but only you and I can trust. Lin Yue nodded slightly. It didn't matter if she was tired, but she was afraid that she would mess up Lin Xian's matter. But under normal circumstances, this matter wouldn't be messed up. As long as the two drugs were real, it would be fine. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, It's about time, let's go to the press conference. Then, they walked out. Chapter 601. At this moment, thousands of people were chatting in the lobby of the Art Pavilion building. When Han Chushue and the others walked out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't a secret that they had a good relationship with Lin Xian, but in their eyes, they were just schoolmates and friends. No one would think that way. After all, the news hadn't spread. Normally, no one would think that they might have some other kind of relationship. A press conference turned into a party for them. All kinds of beauties and handsome men chatted with each other, eating, drinking, and having fun. Chushue, long time no see. I heard that you fought with demons in Tianhua City. Is there any problem? Ouyang Jing held a glass of red wine and smiled as he walked towards Han Chushue and Ling Ying. Then, he asked with a worried face. Han Chushue turned her head and glanced at him. His arrival wasn't anything surprising. Apart from them, there were also people from the other 8 great families of Heaven Capital. Although those who came might not be important figures, Han Chushue recognized a few of them with a glance. Although she wasn't familiar with them, there was no lack of domain realm and heavenly venerables among them. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to this event. It's nothing. Han Chushue said indifferently. That's good. Ouyang Jing smiled bitterly. When he saw Han Chushue dressed up to attend this event, he was jealous. Damn it. In Heaven Capital, she wouldn't participate in these events at all. Here, not only her, but also Ling Ying and the others were following Lin Xian. He was really jealous. Fuck. How could this Lin Xian? Then, his gaze fell on Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu in the corner. To be honest, he had never seen women of this level in his life. Today, he was incomparably stunned. Admittedly, Han Chushue and Ling Ying were very beautiful. But compared to them, in terms of men's desire to conquer, they were completely incomparable. These two women would make any man of any age, crazy. Even he didn't dare to go over and talk to them. He couldn't figure out who these two women were. Since when were there such women in the continent? He really wanted to go over and talk to them, but in the end, he didn't dare. He really didn't dare. Moreover, he was surrounded by the 8 great families. He didn't want to become a public enemy at this time. Liao Jian naturally attended this event. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He actually wanted to do this. Even he had never heard of something like this. Was it really possible? He didn't quite believe it, but if it wasn't true, why would he dare to hold such a press conference? Moreover, so many big shots had come. One had to know that if he was a fake and so many big shots had come, then he would be finished. No one would be so stupid. Of course, that might not be the case. Because his actions had indeed won the attention of the entire continent. There was a gimmick. Even if it was a fake, he would only be cursed. But if he gained the attention of the entire planet Aquablue, it was a different concept. He could gain a lot of attention. Just like some famous trolls on the internet, they would do all kinds of things. No matter how bad their character was, there would still be people who would believe and pay attention. Moreover, he was also jealous. He had thought that Lin Xian would never be able to compete with him. He had even helped out with the factories and shops. However, it was impossible for him to attract the attention of the 8 great families of Tianju. This Lin Xian, on the other hand, had actually attracted all of them. They had even sent people here. Of course, if he did something similar, he could also attract them. But the most important thing was that he hadn't even gotten his hands on Murong Qing. He hadn't even touched her hand. Instead, he had helped her with a lot of things. Of course, he wasn't stupid. Of course, he could tell something was wrong. But it was only in hindsight. Damn it. These 2 people were deliberately using this method to make use of him. Therefore, Liao Jian was jealous of Lin Xian. He hated Lin Xian, but he didn't show it. He couldn't show it for the time being. But the grudge between them was formed. At this moment, Lin Yue and Lin Xian walked out. Suddenly, the crowd rushed up to them. The 8 great families and the people from other families also looked over. It was Lin Yue's first time seeing such a scene. She would be lying if she said that she wasn't nervous. Although she used to be a CEO, everyone was the same. They would be nervous if they had never experienced something like this before. Lin Yue was no exception. However, she felt much more at ease when she saw Lin Xian holding hands with her. Lin Xian and Lin Yue stood in front of the stage. What the hell? Ouyang Jing said disdainfully. It was disgusting that such an unpresentable person could attract the attention of the entire continent. Chief Lin, I heard that you just bought the art courtyard building, right? We know a little about you. May I ask if you bought the art courtyard building with a loan? Chief Lin, are these 2 kinds of medicine that can permanently increase a warrior's attributes real? We all doubt its authenticity. Yes. After all, even the 3 great forces didn't mention such a thing for many years. How could a student like you develop such a thing? Can you tell us more about it? Everyone, please be quiet. Lin Xian looked at the crowd's chaotic appearance. Some of them even smiled and said something through the microphone. Everyone quieted down. They were surrounded by a group of reporters. Around them were various big families and famous people. They also quieted down. Since they were here, it proved that they were curious and doubtful. They were also waiting for Lin Xian's answer. Of course, at least for now, they looked down on this kid. Lin Xian then said with a smile, I'm just a bystander. If you have any questions, ask my sister. She will answer all of you. Of course, you have to ask one by one. Don't worry, everyone can ask. Every topic about the art courtyard building and this press conference will be answered. Lin Xian directly threw the topic to Lin Yue. She would definitely experience these things often in the future. On the camera, everyone's eyes were on Lin Yue. Then, Lin Xian ran off. Everyone, this Lin Xian is too evil. He just left Sister Lin Yue there alone. Ling Ying said helplessly. Sister Lin Yue has to get used to it. Han Chushue said softly. Lin Xian stood beside Xiao Running and the others. Then, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi ran over. Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Longyu were also there. Your sister is so pretty. Xiao Running said with a smile. Miss Xiao is pretty too. Lin Xian smiled. Go away. Xiao Running rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You're so shameless. You even dare to flirt with Miss Xiao. I really don't know who in this world you don't dare to flirt with. Lu Yufan mumbled. Lin Xian smiled and said, as long as it's a girl, I dare. Chapter 602. Murong-Qing listened to their conversation from not far away, and the corners of her mouth curled up. This Lin Xian was really amazing. Not only did he have so many beautiful girls around him, but he also had a very good relationship with them. Most importantly, as an outsider, she seemed to realize that almost everyone had a good impression of Lin Xian. At this time, the reporters began to ask questions. Everyone's attention shifted from Lin Xian to Lin Ya. This was a global live broadcast of the press conference. It could only be done to this extent because of the support of the three major forces. This was the first time in history. In the past, the three major forces would only hold a press conference of this scale when there was something particularly important. Even the strongest families in Tianju or other empires would not be able to hold a press conference of this level. This was also something that surprised everyone. Did Lin Xian have a powerful background? Impossible. Even if it was powerful, it could not be more powerful than the 8 major families. How could he do it? In fact, it was very simple. It was because Lin Xian had conquered the human race that the 3 major forces were willing to help him. He was qualified to do this. Of course, Murong-Qing had also done a lot of things. When the live broadcast showed Lin Ya, the entire planet Aqua Blue was boiling. This was the boss. This was the boss of the Ya Shen group. Damn, wasn't she too beautiful? She was simply a perfect goddess. The kind that one would fall in love with at first glance. God knew how many admirers Lin Ya had across the entire continent with just a little bit of screen time. Her beauty was absolute, and with her status as a boss, coupled with her beauty, it was even more amazing. Lin Ya said, ask them one by one from left to right. This press conference is to answer everyone's questions. Everyone will have a chance, and I will answer them carefully. Boss Lin, I remember that your previous company had an annual income of tens of millions. As far as I know, this Ya Shen building alone is worth more than 30 billion. May I ask if you bought it with a loan? Lin Ya said, it's because of a friend of mine. She is also one of the shareholders of the Ya Shen Group. She invested in the Ya Shen Group. Then why didn't she come? I'm here, but I just don't want to show my face in public. This question doesn't have much to do with this press conference, right? Next question. Boss Lin, I've heard about the existence of a potion that can permanently increase a martial artist's attributes as early as 2 months ago. May I ask if it was personally developed by you? A reporter asked. Lin Ya nodded, then looked at Lin Xian, who was not far away, and said, it was developed by my younger brother. I'm sure many of you know him, but he was just a test subject in the past. It's only now that he's decided to establish the Art Shen Corporation and do mass research. Then, Boss Lin, may I know the effects of your company's product this time? This was one of the points that everyone paid the most attention to. Everyone listened with great anticipation. Lin Ya replied, the effect is very simple. There are a total of 2 kinds of medicine. The effect is to increase a martial artist's physique and mental strength. Boss Lin, how much can it be improved? Each bottle of physique can increase by 5 points. Every martial artist can use it 5 times before it loses its effect, so it adds up to 25 points of physique. As for mental strength, it also adds up to 5 points. Every martial artist can use it 5 times, so it adds up to 25 points of mental strength. Lin Ya's answer became more and more casual. She was also slowly adapting to this kind of environment. Everyone was stunned. Boss Lin, it's only a total of 25 points. Such a small amount doesn't seem to have much effect. Aren't you worried that people won't care and buy it? Lin Ya chuckled, then said, then let me ask you, if you were given a chance to increase your physique and mental strength at a price that isn't too high, Would you choose to buy it? Yes, I would. Then there's no need to worry about this problem. Lin Ya glanced at everyone, then said, these two kinds of medicine didn't exist before. If a martial artist wants to increase their attribute power, other than increasing their level, they can only use rare treasures of heaven and earth. And these treasures of heaven and earth can only be found by chance. It's already very good if 1 out of 1,000,000 people comes across one. Now that the Ya Xian group has given everyone such a chance, I don't think this is a problem to worry about. Boss Lin, since you said that the price won't be too high, then can I ask in advance, how much are these two kinds of medicine sold for? Lin Ya said, 1 bottle of physique reforming medicine is 1,000 yuan, and 1 bottle of mental strength reforming medicine is 10,000 yuan. Everyone exclaimed. A permanent upgrade would only cost this much. It seemed that the price was not high for a permanent increase in attributes, but the total price if sold in large quantities was very high, so there was no need to worry about making money. Moreover, Lin Xian wanted to build a reputation so that he could build his own power in the future. Why is the mental strength reforming medicine 10 times more expensive than the physique reforming medicine? Lin Ya said slightly, as everyone knows, every martial artist will increase their attributes by a fixed value when they increase their realm, but mental strength is an exception. I don't need to say more about the effect and importance of mental strength. Mental strength is determined at birth, and the value increased by one's realm varies from person to person. Basically, it will be less than other values, so in terms of rarity, mental strength is rarer and more important. Naturally, the price will be more expensive. I believe that most people will choose to buy it for 10,000 yuan to increase their mental strength by 5 points. Especially for low-level martial artists, I don't need to say more about the effect. Boss Lin, you've said so much, but we're just listening. What's important is to see it. Can you let us personally experience the authenticity of the mental strength reforming medicine and physique reforming medicine? I think this is also what everyone is concerned about. Is this thing that transcends time real? Lin Ya nodded. Of course, no problem. Then, Lin Xian walked up with a few bottles of reagents in his hand. Everyone looked at him. These are the mental strength reforming medicine and physique reforming medicine. Originally, it was a strength injection, but now I've changed it to oral. The effect is the same, and it's in a blue bottle. As for its authenticity, you can all come up and try it for free. Let me. Then, a group of reporters ran up and received the medicine. Lin Xian looked at the big shots of the other 8 big families and said, everyone, you can all try it for free. They were a little worried, but after thinking about it, they couldn't possibly be openly harming people, right? Then, basically everyone received 1 or 2 bottles and took it on the spot. Chapter 603. This was what everyone was paying attention to. Whether it was real or not, they would know immediately. When each of their numbers increased, they believed that this was real. Everyone revealed a shocked expression one after another. This epoch-making thing was really born. Lin Xian looked at them with a smile. How is it? It's really real. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's real. Those from the 8 great families and the other families panicked. Why? Because they seemed to be witnessing the birth of an existence that could rival their families. Obviously, at least in terms of financial resources, it would reach the level of the 8 great families in the future. Previously, they couldn't imagine that someone could surpass them. But now, it was possible with just this. But if it was just financial resources, it didn't matter. After all, without strength, they wouldn't be the 8 great families. At the Han residence, Zhao Yaji nodded with satisfaction as she watched the live broadcast. Not bad. He can actually create such an epoch-making thing. He only needs time. At least we don't have to worry about his financial resources. Our daughter's taste is not bad. Han Chushue's father didn't look too good. Even if it's real, I don't like this kid. Zhao Yaji smiled and said, I say, hubby, the The child's happiness is the most important. Moreover, this kid is really not that bad. Let's not talk about other aspects for now. At least in our Tianju, which of those young talents that you think highly of can do this? Then I'm not happy either. I know you're angry that this kid cheated our daughter away without saying a word. But if what he does in the future is worthy of our daughter, then you can calm down. Han Chushue's father said coldly, I want to see him. Let our daughter arrange it. Moreover, with this relationship, our Han family can cooperate with this kid on this project. It can also raise our status among the 8 great families again. On the other side was the Ling family. Qinlan was originally quite satisfied with Lin Xian. After seeing this scene, she was even more satisfied. This is amazing. This kid has only been gone for 2 months and he has already created such a thing. I say, hubby, it's all because our daughter has raised him well. Qinlan smiled and said. Ling Ying's father looked at the young man in the camera with an ugly expression on his face. To be honest, daughters were always close to their fathers. It couldn't be said that they favored girls over boys. As fathers, they really preferred their daughters. They had been pampered since they were young. Seeing their daughters being cheated away by other boys, the one who felt the most upset was not the mother, but the father. Send someone to Linen City and call this brat to Tianju. I want to see what's so special about this brat to be able to trick my daughter away. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill you directly. Lin Xian still didn't know that he had already been targeted by the heads of the Han and Ling families. If it was just one family, it would be easy to handle. But if it was 2 families, it might just blow up. What I want to say is that this kind of thing can't be fake. I also hope that everyone can use it without worry. Of course, each type can only be used 5 times. Remember, if you use it too much, it will lose its effect. Then it won't be our fault. Lin Xian looked at the crowd and said. Although these thousands of copies added up to a lot of money, it didn't matter. It wasn't important. Only when they could distinguish the real from the fake would others dare to use it. Chief Lin, we've confirmed the authenticity of this, but now there's another question. Has your YA Shen group reached an agreement with the 3 major forces? Otherwise, why would the 3 major forces help you broadcast the entire Planet Aqua Blues press conference live? There's another point. Even if something is mass-produced, there must be a limit, not to mention this kind of thing. How much can your YA Shen group produce now? Is it because you're cooperating with the 3 major forces that these 2 drugs will be distributed to the 3 major forces first, and ordinary warriors like us won't be able to buy them? Is this the reason for this? Obviously, this reporter asked the question that was on the minds of the people watching the live broadcast at this stage. At this time, Lin Ya said calmly, "Don't worry about this. Our YA Shen group hasn't reached a unilateral commercial agreement with the 3 major forces. I also need to clarify something here. The YA Shen group won't reach a unilateral agreement with any family or force. Our intention is to target everyone. The 5 empires and thousands of cities. What we hope is that everyone with the ability has the opportunity to buy the 2 major drugs. Of course, it's relatively difficult at this stage because there are too many people in demand. Even if we mass-produce them, there will be a limit." After pausing for a moment, Lin Ya continued, "First, we will sell them in Linen City. Linen City has already opened more than a dozen shops, and everyone can buy them there. After that, we will expand to the entire Hua nation and slowly infiltrate the 5 empires. As of now, we can mass-produce about 200 million copies. Even if one person buys 10 bottles of 2 drugs, it can only serve 20 million people. Of course, this is only in theory. In reality, it's estimated that it can serve more than 50 million people. However, this is only the first batch. If the results are good, we will start the second batch of production and sales as soon as possible. The 3 major forces will also have to go through the proper process to purchase them. 200 million copies seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough for a few tens of millions of people to buy them. Sky Blue Planet had the ability to buy more than a few billion. Therefore, it wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't good enough, it was that he wasn't good enough. However, this was definitely an unlimited business opportunity. There would always be people who would grow up and need it. Then we can rest assured. At this time, a female reporter suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, President Lin, I heard that you also have a drug that can increase a warrior's attribute purity, right? Isn't this for sale? I believe that this drug will be more popular than the other two drugs. Even if it can only increase 1%, for many strong people, this 1% is a huge increase." Lin Yue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Yes, it can indeed increase attribute purity." Everyone exclaimed. Then, Lin Xian continued, "However, everyone knows how difficult it is to increase attribute purity. Although we have successfully developed this drug, we can't mass-produce it. In fact, the reason is very simple. Every drug has its own formula, and it's the same for the attribute enhancement drug. However, the formula for the attribute enhancement drug is too rare, and it's destined that it can't be mass-produced. At the same time, through this press conference, I would like to ask everyone for the 9-colored spirit lotus and 9-star rainbow berry. If there are any, we will purchase them at a satisfactory price. President Lin, aren't you afraid that the formula will be leaked?" Chapter 604. Was he not afraid that the formula would be leaked? To be honest, even if an ordinary person had the technology, they would not dare to produce it on a large scale because the formula would definitely be leaked. It did not matter if someone stole it or bought the formula to search for it themselves. Of course, the latter was difficult. The former could be done by sneaking into the factory. Moreover, with such a monopoly, the medicine would definitely be targeted by everyone. No one dared to think about it before, but now that someone could do it, others would want to do it too. Lin Xian chuckled. "Since I dared to do this, I'm not afraid of others stealing the formula. You can buy the medicine and research it. Also, you can come and look at my factory. Just don't mess it up or I'll be looking for trouble." Lin Xian's words shocked many people. He was not afraid. So what if they knew the formula? They did not have the chalcedony liquid. So what if they stole the chalcedony liquid? At most, they could only produce a small amount. They could only rely on stealing. At this time, Lin Xian stretched. "All right, today's press conference is almost over. Everyone should have asked what they wanted to ask. Let's have lunch here. Our YA Xian group will naturally cover everyone's lunch. I wish everyone a good appetite. We're going to have lunch too. Oh right, let's talk about the sales time of the two types of medicine. The sales will officially start at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Come and buy it with your ID card." After that, Lin Xian walked away with Lin Yue. Click click, Liao Jian secretly clenched his fist. "You still want to open for business? You two tricked me and you still want to open for business? I'll let you know that I, Liao Jian, am not someone you can mess with." This matter had already become the trend. He could not stop it even if he wanted to. However, he needed time. As long as there was not enough time, it would not be able to threaten his position as the business tycoon in Linen City for a period of time. Moreover, he could play tricks. He had an advantage, which was that the medicine was in high demand. However, there was also a disadvantage, which was that he was only selling it in Linen City. If the store, the factory, and everything else were destroyed, he would have to start all over again. Fuck you. He was furious. Whether it was the factory, the store, or even the Artshen building, they were all his. Damn it, he had helped them all. At noon, Lin Xian brought all the people he knew, including Han Chuxue, Linglong Shui, and Murong Qing, to a huge gathering. This seemed to be the first time that all of them had gathered together. The table was full of beauties, all kinds of beauties, and only Lin Xian was a man. It was simply amazing. It was just that. Lin Xian didn't know if they were in cahoots or something, but they all chatted with each other and ignored Lin Xian. But Lin Xian didn't care. He wanted to proudly say that one day, all the people sitting here would lie down and pout for him. He really had nothing to do for the past few days. Actually, it wasn't really that bad. He had put all his effort into the Art Xian group. Although there might not be any problems, it was related to all of Lin Xian's future plans. On the second night, Lin Xian successfully sneaked into Ling Long Shue's house to eat. Ling Long Shue, and Bing Ling Yu were all his mission targets. This Ling Long Shue's favorability had reached dead. It was really not easy. Ling Long Yu's favorability had reached 42. Bing Ling Yu didn't know for now, but Lin Xian felt that it shouldn't be low. Lin Xian, I want to eat noodles. Can you go downstairs? Ling Long Yu sat on the sofa and swung her little legs. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, go away, I am a guest. You want a guest to cook for you? Ling Long Yu pouted and snorted. Isn't your company going to officially start operations tomorrow? Why are you still here? Ling Long Shue passed Lin Xian an apple and asked indifferently. I don't miss you guys. Lin Xian grinned. The three girls, hooligan. Ling Long Yu rolled her eyes and ate the fruit fiercely. It was as if she was biting Lin Xian. Bing Ling Yu smiled. She liked to watch them bicker, especially Lin Xian. She didn't know why she liked to watch silently. Wife, I haven't seen you in a while. Did you miss me? Ding. Felt Ling Long Shue's anger. Prince Charming points plus 100,000. That's right. Ling Long Shue's expression was a little strange. Why was this Lin Xian getting more and more unscrupulous? What was he calling her now? Shut up. Ling Long Shue shouted. What's wrong? Lin Xian scratched his head. Ling Long Shue frowned. She was really beautiful. God. He once had this woman. Wasn't he too invincible? Don't talk nonsense in the future. Their relationship was already very good. Ling Long Shue was like Ling Long Yu in the past. She wanted to kill Lin Xian, but now, don't talk nonsense in the future. She felt like she couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Hey, you promised to be my wife. Ling Long Shue looked at them from the side and quickly ate the fruit. She wanted to beat him up. She really wanted to. No. Ling Long Shue said coldly. Wow. Don't be so shameless. Ling Long Shue sat down. I only said I would give you a chance. Don't twist the truth. That's right. You still want to have improper thoughts about my sister. P2E, how can a lowly human be worthy of my Void Fox clan? Ling Long Yu glared at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with Ling Long Yu anymore. Even though they were both mission targets, Lin Xian's attention was clearly on Ling Long Yu. Between a goddess of this level and a beautiful Lolita, Lin Xian would definitely choose Ling Long Yu. Ling Long Yu was someone who had no breasts and no buttocks. How could she be more interesting than Ling Long Yu? Then my dear Xiao Linglong, will you do me the honor of going out for a meal and watch a movie with me tomorrow night? Lin Xian grinned and looked at Ling Long Shue. I won't do you the honor. Ling Long Shue said coldly. Hey, look at you. You said you would give me a chance to pursue you. I am indeed pursuing you. But you rejected my invitation to a meal and watch a movie. Is that considered giving me a chance to pursue you? Ling Long Shue frowned. That seemed to make sense. She looked at Ling Long Yu and Bing Ling Yu. One shook her head and the other nodded with a smile. All right. Ling Long Shue could only reply softly. Lin Xian revealed a happy expression. This was the first time he asked Ling Long Shue out for a meal and a movie alone. That's right. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time. They had done so many things together for a meal, but this was the first time they had done it alone. He was a little excited. He didn't know what he could do. Chapter 605. Ling Long Yu did not know what to feel when she saw that her sister had agreed. Firstly, she was unhappy. That was her sister. She was so beautiful and had so many admirers. How could she go on a date with a human? How could a human be worthy of her? Secondly, she was disappointed. It was as if someone was fighting with her for something she liked. It was as if someone was going to snatch it away from her. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow night at 6. I want to go too. Ling Longyu mumbled. Go away, go away. Don't mess around, little brat. Ling Longshueyue pouted her lips. Ding. Feeling Ling Longyue's resentment, Adonis points plus 100000. Sister, don't let him take advantage of you. That bastard is very bad. Don't you think so, Sister Bing? Ling Longyu said. Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu nodded. Lin Xian touched his nose awkwardly. He suddenly thought of something. Oh right, you guys went to look for the parchment scroll. How was it? Ling Longshui nodded. We found it. The 4 parchment scrolls have been combined into one. Then did you guys go to the place marked on the parchment scroll? The location marked on the parchment scroll was the forbidden area of the Void Fox clan. It could be a forbidden area or an unknown place. However, Ling Longshui was certain that there was a huge secret hidden within. It was related to the extinction of the Void Fox clan and the death of her parents. She really wanted to know what happened during those years. What kind of place did they go to and why did they never return? Ling Longshui shook her head. No. No. Why? Bing Lingyu said, the place marked on the parchment scroll is a place that we can't go to. Not even the virtualized stage. Lin Xian was shocked. To be precise, it's not that we can't go. We just lack a key. Ling Longshui said. Key? What's there to be afraid of? The power of the great virtual stage can just directly smash the door into pieces. What's the point of opening the lock? Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyu was speechless. It wasn't his fault. It was because he didn't understand. Ling Longshui explained to Lin Xian in detail, that place is known as the secret of planet Aqua Blue. Not to mention the Great Void Realm, even the Heavenly Dao Realm can't break in. Without the key, no one can enter. Even the power of space is helpless. Many experts know of that place, but they don't know its exact location. I didn't expect the location of the parchment scroll to be there. There's such a thing. Lin Xian pricked up his brows. There was still a place on planet Aqua Blue that even Heavenly Dao Realm and spatial elemental powers could not enter. Did it require a so-called key to enter? What kind of place is that? Lin Xian asked out of curiosity. Ling Longshui said, rumor has it that it's a second world, a parallel world to planet Aqua Blue. It's another planet Aqua Blue, where countless people and fey beasts from another world live. There are also rumors that it's a void world, but there exists a realm that surpasses the Heavenly Dao realm. It might be the realm of shattering the void, but no one has ever entered it. No, my parents, the Void Foxes, and perhaps many experts from back then have entered it, but they all died. Lin Xian frowned. Shattering the void? Is that true? He needed that place. If it was another world, a parallel world to planet Aqua Blue, could it be Earth? Lin Xian was very curious. What's the key? Lin Xian asked. The key. Ling Longshui hesitated for a moment before looking at Lin Xian. Then, she said, rumor has it that the key to that place is a weapon. Perhaps it looks like a weapon on the surface, but it's actually a key. As for what kind of weapon it is, I'm not sure either. Perhaps others know, but at the very least, I know that one should not attempt to enter without reaching the Heavenly Dao realm. Why? Back then, I knew that my parents, as well as many experts, were at the Heavenly Dao realm. However, they never came out again. If a Heavenly Dao realm expert perishes here, perhaps only those at the Heavenly Dao realm with 10 stars are qualified to enter. Ling Longshui said with a slight shake of her head. Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian pondered slightly. At the very least, he knew that there was a place that could allow him to return to Earth. As long as there was a place with a sliver of hope, that was enough. The most terrifying thing was having no hope. As long as there was a sliver of hope, there was nothing to be afraid of. But having no hope at all was the most despairing thing. Lin Xian believed that since he came from another world, there had to be a way to return. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come at all. Since he could come, there had to be a way. Even if it was impossible, there was still a way. Sister, how far are you from the heavenly Tao realm? Asked Linglong Yu. 1 step. Linglong Shui said softly. Isn't that about to advance to the heavenly Tao realm? Asked Lin Xian. Linglong Shui shook her head. It's been 30 years since I took this step. The bottleneck is just too profound. Perhaps I'll need another 100 years before I can take the next step. That terrifying? Lin Xian gaped. What do you think? We Fei do have longer lifespans, but cultivation is harder. Ignoring 100 years, from what I know, numerous Fei take thousands of years to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. It's even possible for them to take 10,000 years. Sister, a conservative estimate of 100 years is already heaven-defying, all right? Linglong Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. However, what he said made sense. 100 years was just the concept of a year in a human's lifespan to a Fei at her level. Then, if you advance to the heavenly Tao realm, will you head there? Asked Lin Xian. Linglong Shui shook her head. Firstly, I don't have the key. Secondly, I'm not confident. After all, I have learned my lesson. Before I reach the heavenly Tao realm's 8 stars, I might not attempt it. Although she knew it very well, she did not dare do so. Of course, it was not because she was afraid of death. If she had the key, she would head there on the first day she reached the heavenly Tao realm. However, she had a younger sister that she could not let go of. If she were to head there, she would most likely die. She could not leave her younger sister behind alone. Her strength might seem all right, but she was unable to do anything to those at the Great Void Realm. Furthermore, they had a feud with the Myriad Fey Alliance a few days ago. If she were to die, she would truly be worried for Linglong Yu. Furthermore, Linglong Yu was someone who loved to stir up trouble. It's best if that's the case. I'm really worried that you might one day take things too hard and head there. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. He was also very worried. That won't happen. Linglong Shui said nonchalantly. That's good. I'm leaving. I wanted to freeload a meal from you, but now, you won't even let me have a meal. You even want me to cook for you. Sigh, I'm sad. I'm leaving. Following that, Lin Xian left. Chapter 606. Tomorrow was an important day. The 2 major potions would be on sale. At the same time, it was also Lin Xian and Linglong Shui's first date alone. For some reason, he was looking forward to the latter. The former was obviously more important. Perhaps it was because Lin Xian was not worried that the business would be bad. The next morning, Lin Xian and Lin Ya both woke up early. They were quite excited, especially Lin Ya. She was even more nervous than Lin Xian. Lin Xian had thrown such a big business to her. She was afraid that she would not do well. Morning, little fairy. Lin Xian yawned as he walked out. He was not used to living without Ling Ying. Lin Ya had already prepared breakfast. It was only 6 o'clock. The sky was still dark outside. After all, it was late autumn. It was already November. Sometimes, it would even snow in November. Let's eat breakfast. After that, we'll go take a look at the store. Lin Xian nodded and sat there. Lin Ya had already prepared everything. I wonder how the business will be. Lin Ya was worried. Lin Xian smiled. What do you think it will be? Lin Ya said, there should be a lot of people, but I'm not sure how many. Hopefully, it will achieve the desired effect. Don't worry. If there aren't many people, I'll cut off my head. Lin Xian smiled. Although he was nervous, he was not nervous. If such a thing did not attract many people, then the game would be over. That was impossible. Okay, I'll go change first. Lin Ya was so nervous that she did not have the appetite to eat. She hurried back to her room. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. After about a minute, Lin Xian quietly walked over. Lin Ya was not wary of Lin Xian. She closed the door but did not lock it. She opened it with a light twist, and then Lin Ya's scream was heard. Ding! Felt Lin Ya's shyness. Prince Charming points plus 500000. Ding! Did something bad. Prince Charming points plus 10000000. These Prince Charming points were a bit exciting. Get out. Quickly get out. Lin Ya's face was red as she covered herself with her clothes. This scoundrel. Lin Xian grinned. Hehe, little fairy, we don't have a third wheel like Ling Ying. No, get out of here. Lin Ya said. Hey, Lin Xian snickered, then closed the door and walked out. Lin Ya let out a long sigh. What was she going to do? This scoundrel was getting more and more impudent. He clearly knew that she was changing and yet he still came in. Although they had done it very much before, but no matter how many times they did it, she would still be nervous and shy. Lin Xian was deliberately teasing Lin Ya. She wouldn't get angry anyway. Moreover, she got more than 1 million Prince Charming points. Now that Lin Xian used more Prince Charming points, her Prince Charming points increased. This was good news. After 2 minutes, he ran over again. Xiao. Xiao Xian, you. Lin Ya covered herself. Her face that had just slightly recovered reddened again. Ding! Felt Lin Ya's shyness. Prince Charming points plus 100000. Little fairy, hurry up. Otherwise, the breakfast will get cold. Lin Xian grinned and reminded her. I know. Lin Ya lowered her head and whispered. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you don't come out in 5 minutes, I'll personally help you choose your clothes. Lin Xian smiled and walked away after saying that. It really worked. 3 minutes later, Lin Ya walked out in a very beautiful office lady uniform, looking like a strong woman. Of course, her face was still red. You're not allowed to dress so beautifully in the future. Lin Xian said. Ah! Lin Ya was stunned. You're my little fairy. You're only allowed to dress so beautifully in front of me. You can wear normal clothes in front of others. Lin Ya, although it was very domineering, Lin Ya was inexplicably happy when she heard it. Perhaps this was what women were like. I know. The main thing is that today is very important. Lin Xian nodded. So I forgive you. Hurry up and eat. It's getting cold. You should change first. The food is getting cold. Okay. After the meal, the two of them walked out under the first glimmer of dawn. There were several Ya Xian group stores less than a kilometer away from them. After all, it was the city center. It was normal to open a few stores here. Lin Ya was very nervous along the way. Although it was said that the official sale would start at 8 o'clock, with the strength and preciousness of this medicine, it was normal for people to line up early, afraid that it would be sold out. Therefore, she was worried that if this scene did not happen, it would really be a failure. At this time, there were not many people on the road. It was different from summer. When they walked to the street, the scene in front of them made Lin Ya slightly stunned. On the entire huge street, many of the other stores were not open yet. Only the breakfast stores were open. But even so, it was a relatively quiet time. The entire street was densely packed with people. How many people could a prosperous street accommodate? There were tens of thousands of people, but it was almost full now. No shop would have such a scene when it was about to open. Even if it was a supermarket opening and there were free eggs, there would only be a few dozen people. It would never be like this. Lin Ya opened her small mouth. Lin Xian smiled and said, they must have all come to line up in advance to buy. Lin Ya then showed a surprised expression. Originally, she expected to be satisfied with thousands of people lining up. But at this time, it had reached the scene of tens of thousands of people lining up. It was simply too exaggerated. Some reporters were also very concerned about the effect of the opening day. They had already come early to film. When they saw this scene, they were also surprised. But after thinking about it, it seemed to be normal. After all, if the sales of these two medicines did not achieve such a situation, it would be a little difficult to say. It's very successful. Murong-Ching was also very concerned. She had come early and was very satisfied to see this scene. Then, she saw the two people on the street and walked over with a smile. Not bad. In half an hour, I'm afraid the surrounding streets will be full. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Sure enough, we can earn money by following Boss Lin." Murong-Ching smiled. "Let's go and see the other stores." The other stores naturally had the same scene. It could be considered to have broken the record of this industry. Those people held their ID cards and were ready to move. They were very nervous, afraid that they would not be able to get it if they were late. They did not know how many medicines were on sale now. The streets of Lin and City that had Art Xian Group stores presented an unprecedented spectacular scene. Not far away, Liao Jian saw this scene and his face sank. "I want to see if you can open for business normally." Chapter 607. Taking a step back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was the one who sold the skyscraper, and he was the one who personally found the factories. The store was also set up by his connections. It could be said that he had done more than half of the business for the Art Xian Group. Damn it. It turned out that he had been tricked by them. Honey trap. Damned honey trap. Motherfucker. Although he knew that if he wasn't a pervert, he wouldn't have been tricked. However, with his status, if this were to spread, his reputation would be ruined. Most importantly, he was very angry. He had been tricked by a brat. Lin Xian and the others had visited almost all of the shops. Everywhere they went, there was a sea of people waiting for the shops to open. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Got it. Lin Xian put down his phone. What's wrong? Lin Yue looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian stretched his body and said, "Someone is jealous and came to cause trouble." At this moment, in the center of Linen City, outside their biggest store, uninvited guests were attracted. Scram, scram, scram. All of you, scram. A group of menacing men with machetes in their hands walked through the crowd in an aggressive manner. Who are you? We're queuing here to buy medicine. What does it have to do with you? A resident from Tianhua City couldn't stand such a scene and said with dissatisfaction. Oh, you still don't know who we are. The leader of the group, a man with a scar on his face, laughed mockingly. Go, let him know who we are. Yes, Brother Tian. Then, two men walked over with a cold smile and knocked him down with a punch in front of the crowd. Then, they kicked the resident on the ground until he was covered in wounds. Be careful in the future. This is Brother Tian, the right-hand man of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall. Do you think you can point fingers at him? Then, those people glanced at the crowd and said, Get lost. They are from the Azura Palace. Did the Art Xian Group offend the Azura Palace? That can't be right. I remember that the YA Xian Group only came here half a month ago. They have been preparing for their grand opening all this while. It's impossible for them to have a conflict with the Azura Palace, right? From what I remember, although the Azura Palace is quite strong, they usually don't gather people to cause trouble. Could it be that there really was a conflict? It's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a local snake. What's more, the Art Xian Group isn't a strong dragon. They might be in big trouble today. Who cares, as long as we can buy the potions. Li Tianheng carried the baseball bat and walked straight to the entrance of the Art Xian Group store that had yet to open. The Azura Palace was the local tyrant. Such an existence existed in almost every city. Tianhua City was no exception. However, the development of Tianhua City was very ordinary. After all, it was the most border city. Not many people were willing to invest in establishing a force there. However, Linen City was different. The Azura Palace was a force. It was one of the more powerful forces aside from the three major forces. Of course, it wasn't as grand as the three major forces, But it wasn't small either. The Azura Palace was involved in more than a dozen cities, and the total number of members of the Azura Palace was over 10 million. Although 10 million might not seem like a lot, it was important to note that the Azura Palace was an independent force. They would not risk their lives to protect the human race like the other three major forces. No one would care what they did, and no one would say anything about it. They were an independent force. In short, the Azura Palace was a force that Lin Xian wanted to establish. The Azura Palace had already been established, and its scale wasn't small. Lin Xian hadn't even been established yet. He had only just started his own company. In the 5 great empires, there were many forces similar to the Azura Palace. However, if one wanted to establish one, it would be very abnormal. In short, a force like the Azura Palace, in terms of financial resources and overall strength, wouldn't lose to any of the 8 major families of Tianju. However, they were all independent forces. The 3 major forces allowed such a force to exist. Just like the 8 major families of Tianju, if one had the ability, then one could establish one. Of course, there was one condition, and that was that one couldn't harm the human race. They couldn't collude with the demon race. As for the rest, they could do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't commit any crimes. To be able to establish a force like the Azura Palace in this era was, to be honest, very powerful. Therefore, when they saw the Azura Palace looking for trouble with the Art Shen group, they were quite worried. The 3 major forces really wouldn't care about this kind of trouble, unless it caused some kind of impact, or if someone reported it. Anyway, as long as no lives were lost, nothing would happen. Especially at this time, the 3 major forces were busy with construction and the situation outside of Linen City. Although they were very concerned about the Art Shen group's sales of medicine, they had clearly stated that they wouldn't cooperate with any single force. Therefore, they could only rely on their own ability to purchase the medicine. Li Tianheng, one of the 4 hall masters of the Azura Palace. What kind of identity did he have? In terms of financial resources, he might not be as good as the boss of Linen City, Liao Jian. However, in terms of power, he was an existence that even Liao Jian had to curry favor with. The 4 hall masters of the Azura Palace had an even more honorable status. Coincidentally, Linen City was their headquarters. It was rumored that the hall master of the White Tiger Hall of the Azura Palace was guarding Linen City. The other 3 halls were respectively developing their forces in the other 3 cities. As for the boss of the Azura Palace, he was probably an existence even more mysterious than the 8 major families of Tianju. Anyway, not many people had seen him before. Bang! Li Tianheng held the baseball bat in his hand. His strength surged and he directly smashed the door of the art courtyard store that had yet to open for business. The glass shattered and the door was broken. Ah! Seeing this scene, screams came from the surroundings. He really did it. What kind of conflict did he have with the art courtyard group? Li Tianheng said angrily while smashing the door, brother who said that in the future, all companies of this scale in Linen City will have to report to the Azura Palace. The establishment of the art courtyard group has greatly impacted the Azura Palace's industrial chain. They didn't even consult with the Azura Palace before establishing a store here. Therefore, brothers, smash it. Of course, that wasn't the truth. It was just that he had received a huge sum of money from someone. A refugee from Tianhua City had established a corporation, and he was only a little rich. He wouldn't be afraid of such a corporation. Furthermore, the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall's hall master, Brother Tiger, was Liao Jian's close business partner. Since he had given Li Tianheng money, it was reasonable for him to help. Most importantly, he wasn't afraid of anything. The 3 major powers wouldn't easily interfere with them. Furthermore, as long as they didn't kill anyone, it was fine. I say, are you tired from smashing? If you are, take a rest. A voice came from the side. Chapter 608. Many people were afraid, but after thinking about it, they realized that it wasn't targeted at them, so they didn't need to be afraid. Moreover, they didn't want to run away, they still wanted to buy potions. Hearing the sudden sound, everyone looked over. Lin Xian put his hands in his pockets and looked at the group of people with a mocking expression. Lin Xian swore that ever since he came to Linen City, he had never offended anyone. Now that these people were here to cause trouble for him, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that someone must have ordered them to do so. Even if he didn't offend anyone, the person who ordered them to cause trouble was either his competitors or someone who was jealous of him. Competitors. He had a monopoly in this industry, so there were no competitors. There were definitely people who were jealous of him, but Lin Xian thought of one person, Liao Jian. This guy must be unhappy. With his ability, it was easy for him to invite people to cause trouble. Of course, it could also be Ouyang Jing's group. As for who it was, Lin Xian didn't need to know. He only needed to deal with the people in front of him. Li Tianheng and the others also saw Lin Xian and the others. They directly ignored Lin Xian, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yue and Murong Qing. These two women were simply the best of the best. No wonder Liao Jian specially mentioned this matter. At first, he didn't think much of it. He didn't watch the press conference, so he didn't know about it. But today, after seeing them, he completely fell for them. She was fucking way more exquisite than any woman he had ever played with. Lin Yue saw the shop's door being smashed, and her charming face showed anger. Although the door being smashed wouldn't affect the business, no one was willing to see such a scene. You are the people in charge of the Art Pavilion Group. Li Tianheng looked at them, and it just so happened that he could look at the two beauties more directly. Behind him, the members of the Azura Palace followed closely. Murong Qing didn't panic at all. She didn't need to show up, so she let the men handle it. Lin Xian slowly walked towards them. His eyes swept across the crowd, and then fell on Li Tianheng. Azura Palace? Over the phone, Lin Xian had also received the news. He had been in Linen City for half a month and had never had any dealings with the Azura Palace. However, Lin Xian naturally knew about the Azura Palace. How should he put it? Lin Xian was very concerned about it. Since he had started expanding his influence in Linen City, and the Azura Palace was the local dragon of Linen City, it meant that the Azura Palace would definitely become his stumbling block in the future. They would definitely face each other head-on, but who would have thought that the Azura Palace would come knocking on their door now? Of course, Lin Xian didn't have to guess to know that someone related to the Azura Palace must have asked them to come forward. Since you know they are from the Azura Palace, why do you still dare to steal our business? What do you think of my Azura Palace? Li Tianheng looked coldly at Lin Xian. I stole your fucking PI business. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this Lin Xian curse like that? And, it felt pretty good. Xiao Xian. When Lin Yue heard Lin Xian swearing, although she felt relieved, she didn't want Lin Xian to act like that in front of everyone. Li Tianheng's face suddenly darkened. You're courting death. Lin Xian mocked. You keep saying that my Yue Shen Group is stealing your Azura Palace's business? Then let me ask you, my Yue Shen Group only has one business right now, which is selling 2 great medicines. What kind of tyrant is your Azura Palace? You also sell medicines? You're selling shit. Then how is my Yue Shen Group stealing your business? Can you make them? Stealing business? You're too embarrassed to say something like that, you idiot. Everyone, damn. This Lin Xian is that young man from Tianhua City who has repeatedly performed miraculous deeds, right? Isn't he a bit too stubborn? That's right, but what he said makes a lot of sense. Whether the Azura Palace is in this business or not, only the Yue Shen Group can make these 2 great medicines in the entire continent. How could they possibly rush into the Azura Palace's business? They're definitely trying to stir up trouble. They might even be hired by someone who's jealous of them. How disgusting. I remember that the Azura Palace is doing pretty well. How did it become like this? Is it because the White Tiger Hall's Hall Master is in charge of Linen City, and the boss of the Azura Palace isn't here? But, although it's satisfying, the Yue Shen Group is done for. They've just started and they've already provoked a colossus like the Azura Palace. The three major powers won't care about them. If the Azura Palace starts to suppress and stir up trouble, it'll be bad news for the YA Shen group. Li Tianheng's face was extremely ugly. Good, good. You're the first person who doesn't put the Azura Palace in your eyes. Today, I'll let you see how terrifying the Azura Palace you've insulted is. As for your YA Shen group, don't even think about starting your business today. Everyone, teach this blind thing a lesson. Yes. Brother Tian. Then, a dozen people walked over with a cold smile. Lin Xian swept his gaze over the group. Needless to say, this Azura Palace was quite something. The other three major powers had countless low-level warriors, but this Azura Palace only sent a dozen people, and more than half of them were in the Profound Heaven Realm. Was the Profound Heaven Realm so worthless now? Lin Xian was quite famous in Tianhua City. However, in Linan City, he was just SOSO. Some people had only heard of him, but didn't know much about him. They didn't care if it was true or not. They only cared about the famous experts in their own city. As far as they knew, this Lin Xian was only in the Profound Heaven Realm. Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Xian was still in the Profound Heaven Realm. Only a few of them knew about the Lightning Tribulation Realm. The Azura Palace's recruitment criteria was to have at least the Profound Body Realm. That's why this Azura Palace was so famous. They were indeed quite strong. The weakest among them was in the Profound Body Realm. Although most of them were in the Profound Body Realm, in a certain aspect, the quality of the Azura Palace's members was higher than the three major powers. However, the difference in numbers was obvious. Warriors were allowed to fight, but they were not allowed to kill or cripple. That would be breaking the law. Lin Ya, who was beside him, revealed a worried expression, while Lin Xian sneered. I don't know how terrifying the Azura Palace is. I only know that the people in front of me are a bunch of trash. Lin Xian didn't move, but his clothes fluttered in the wind. Then, everyone was shocked. The people in front of them had all disappeared. Following that, miserable screams came from afar. They looked over and saw that those people had all been sent flying to the other side. They fell from the sky, each of them holding their backs and butts, groaning in pain. Li Tianheng frowned. Chapter 609. Of course, he knew that this Lin Xian had the space attribute. But, how could he do this? His realm was probably not low. But so what if it was high? Look at what realm he was in. He was a 9-star Lightning Tribulation Realm warrior. Azura Palace, is this all you've got? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so arrogant. I'm just playing around. Li Tianheng's body exploded with energy, fixing Lin Xian on the spot. He was indeed the Hall Master's right-hand man. A high-level Lightning Tribulation Realm warrior with the dark attribute was something. Lin Xian might not be able to defeat him in the dark. But, his dark attribute's purity was not full. During the day, the dark attribute's effect was very low. You dare to humiliate my Azura Palace? Today, I'll teach you a lesson and smash your shop. If I see you again in the future, I'll smash your shop every time I see you. After saying that, Li Tianheng rushed toward Lin Xian. But, why did he feel that he couldn't reach Lin Xian even though he was only 10 meters away? Murong Qing, who was behind Lin Xian, smirked. Time deceleration. No matter how fast he was, if time slowed down for him, everything would slow down for him. Lin Xian broke free from the fixed image and easily arrived in front of Li Tianheng. Bang! A punch landed directly on his nose. He saw it and wanted to defend himself. But, why did he feel so slow? Then, he fell to the ground and flew out. Lin Xian rushed over and stomped on Li Tianheng's body. You motherfucker! You still want to beat me every time you see me? Let me tell you, I'll beat you every time I see you. What the hell? You still want to smash my shop? I'm not going to cripple you. Azura Palace, you motherfucker. Everyone watched as Lin Xian crazily kicked Li Tianheng in front of everyone. What puzzled them the most was that something wasn't right. Logically speaking, Li Tianheng should be very strong. How could he be kicked into such a state by a brat in his early 20s? Moreover, they didn't see Li Tianheng retaliating at all. How could he not even be able to retaliate? This was Mu Rongqing's time attribute. She had forcefully slowed down Li Tianheng's time. In other people's eyes, nothing had changed. It was just that he had not punched back. However, for Li Tianheng, he had punched. Normally, a punch would only take 0.1 seconds. Why did it take him several seconds to raise his hand this time? He was dumbfounded. Then, he was beaten up. Li Tianheng had been kicked dozens of times by Lin Xian, and he was vomiting blood. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't. After Lin Xian was done kicking, he walked to the side. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why didn't Li Tianheng have any room to fight back? Liao Jian, who was watching from afar, was in disbelief. How was this possible? He was quite clear about Li Tianheng's strength. He was an existence close to the law realm. How could he be beaten up like this? Or could it be that Lin Xian was stronger than him? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Lin Xian was in the law realm? Bullshit. However, in the next moment, he sneered. It didn't matter whether Li Tianheng had beaten up Lin Xian or destroyed the shops. The most important thing was that Lin Xian had beaten up Li Tianheng in front of everyone. At the same time, he had insulted the Azura Palace. Naturally, the Azura Palace had formed a grudge with this Lin Xian. Li Tianheng was nothing. Liao Jian had to curry favor with him. However, the main target was not him, but the person behind him, the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall Master. If Li Tianheng didn't have the backing of the White Tiger Hall Master, he would be nothing. Even Liao Jian looked down on him. However, since he did, he had to curry favor with him. And now, this Lin Xian had formed a grudge with the Azura Palace. He believed that Li Tianheng couldn't defeat him. However, if the person behind Li Tianheng wanted to make a move against Lin Xian, not to mention Lin Xian, even the art courtyard building would be blown up. He admitted that these potions would be very popular. However, if they were restricted, there was no way for them to rise. At the same time, Mu Rongqing retracted her time attribute. Li Tianheng coughed up blood and crawled up from the ground. He was battered and exhausted. The arrogant and despotic appearance from before was nowhere to be seen. You're courting death. Li Tianheng pointed at Lin Xian. Slap! Lin Xian sent him flying with a slap. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian stepped on his body. Do you know who is behind me? I advise you. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Li Tianheng's expression was ferocious. Behind me? Isn't it just the Azura Palace? Let him come, I'll take him on. Lin Xian curled his lips. If you don't dare, then scram. Following that, Lin Xian exerted his strength and sent Li Tianheng flying. He crashed into the shop's entrance that was smashed by him. Li Tianheng screamed miserably as the pieces of glass pierced through the floor. The other members of the Azura Palace quickly ran over and saw this scene. Tian. Brother Tian. They quickly helped him up. Fuck. Prickly. Li Tianheng was covered in wounds. However, none of them were serious. All of them were external injuries. Even so, they still caused him great pain. Today, I, Li Tianheng, will be defeated here. However, I guarantee that within 7 days, your art courtyard group will become a pile of wasteland. Let's go. Li Tianheng gritted his teeth and said angrily, Don't be in such a hurry. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over like a demon. Li Tianheng's body trembled. It was completely subconscious. He was probably scared of being beaten up. What are you doing? Lin Xian curled his lips. He pointed at the door and said, You want to leave after smashing my shop's entrance? Don't you want to compensate me? Li Tianheng sneered. Go, give him 10,000 yuan. Lin Xian walked over and sent Li Tianheng flying with another slap. 10,000. Do you think I'm a beggar? 100 million. If you lose a single cent, I'll make you lose a leg. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 100 million? Li Tianheng was about to collapse. However, his injuries were too severe and he had lost too much blood. You're extorting me. My shop's entrance is made of Armstrong polymeric glass. The cost is more than 10 million. Li Tianheng. Isn't this just a normal bulletproof glass? I can break it with just a little bit of strength. Polymeric glass? What about the remaining 90 million? You scared me. 90 million for mental damage. Li Tianheng, you're courting death. Slap tilde Lin Xian sent him flying with another slap. Then, he stepped on his finger. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Crack tilde then, everyone saw that his finger was crushed. A heart-wrenching scream was heard. Then, it's your arm. Lin Xian stepped on his wrist. Still 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I'll give. Li Tianheng was really scared. Chapter 610. What the hell? How could he, Lin Xian, be bullied so easily? Li Tianheng trembled as he used his other hand to transfer 100 million to Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the transfer of 100 million, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The surrounding people were all stunned and convinced. In Linen City, no one dared to provoke the Azura Palace. Other than the 3 major powers, anyone with money or power would have to bow down. After all, this wasn't Tianju. In a city like this, encountering such a powerful force, everyone would be proud to join the Azura Palace. Even the young people in Linen City felt that the Azura Palace was better. They were working hard to improve their strength so that they could join the Azura Palace. However, they didn't expect that someone below the Hall Master of the Azura Palace would be beaten to such a state. Maybe he was powerful now, but they were worried about the future. What if the Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall came personally? What should they do? I, Li Tianheng, will remember what happened today. Just you wait. Let's go. Li Tianheng covered his hand and quickly ran away. 100 million was the money he received from Liao Jian. He didn't expect that he would be beaten up and lose the money. Remember to come often. Lin Xian greeted them with a smile. Those people suddenly staggered. Lin Xian looked at the time and said to the staff, "Help me clear the door." Then, he looked at the surrounding people and said, "Everyone, since the Art Pavilion Group dares to establish itself here, it means that we are not afraid of the Azura Palace. You can treat my words as boasting, but it's not important. In 20 minutes, the shops will be officially opened. I don't have any other requests, but as you can see, the line is already a few streets away. I only hope that everyone can buy in an orderly manner. Also, don't panic, the 2 types of medicine are enough for now." 20 minutes later, more than 10 shops were officially opened. The crowd rushed in. Lin Xian and Lin Yue nodded slightly when they saw this scene. Basically, we have confirmed that the 2 types of medicine are indeed popular. We can start expanding. Murong Qing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then let's expand to the surrounding cities first. Little Fairy, I'll leave it to you. Lin Yue nodded. No problem. Aya, then I won't care about anything. It's so comfortable. Lin Xian stretched and walked away. Murong Qing and Lin Yue looked at each other helplessly. With such a beginning, anyone would pay close attention to it, but this guy just ignored it. Just like that, he became his hands-off manager. Oh, that's right. Something like this happened today as well. It's enough to see that people are jealous of us. The Art Xian Group must be equipped with a complete and mature security system, which is enough to resist the malicious provocation of stronger martial artists. Murong Qing said to Lin Yue. Lin Yue pondered for a moment. That's natural, but that requires a relatively powerful martial artist. Which powerful martial artist would be willing to work as a security guard? This was the key point. Which martial artist would be willing to work in the service industry? They all used other means, their own strength, and fighting outside to earn money. The so-called service industry was something that ordinary people did. It was simple. No one with a noble status would be willing to wash dishes for others. In the eyes of those martial artists, they were noble. How could a dignified martial artist with such strength do such a thing? This is a problem. Let Lin Xian solve it. Lin Xian had just asked Lu Yufan and Yi Yi out to play, and then he received this news from Murongqing. Lin Xian also had a headache. What's wrong? Is the business of the Art Xian group not as good as expected? Lu Yufan asked. That's impossible. This kind of business must be very, very popular. Yi Yi also said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, it's just that some people are jealous and want to cause trouble. They need some security guards. But think about it, which martial artist would be willing to work as a security guard? For example, the members of the Azura Palace who came to cause trouble were members of the Azura Palace. They were free and willing. They were not security guards guarding a place. This was also related to Lin Xian's power. If he had power, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. Lu Yufan didn't like to use his brain the most. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at Lin Xian like a fool. Yi Yi slowly swirled the drink in her cup with a straw. Actually, if we can't find them for now, we can also scare them, right? Yi Yi suddenly said. Lin Xian looked at her. What do you mean? Yi Yi said softly, I think that with the Art Xian group's current ability, it can easily reach the level where the Art Xian group's voice can be trusted. It can simply tell the outside world how powerful the security system of the Art Xian group is through some simple method. That's right. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. For a company as big as ours, this isn't a rare thing. Although they all know that martial artists are rarely willing to work as security guards, the size of the company is right there. Even if it's fake, it can still scare them for a while. I'll think of something else. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Of course, Lin Xian. Don't you have a good relationship with the three major powers? You can ask the three major powers for help. Lin Xian shook his head. That won't do. I'll owe them a favor. Moreover, the three major powers probably wouldn't want their members to do this for the sake of their members. If it really doesn't work, I can ask my father to ask a few people to protect us for a while. Yeah, I can do that too, Lu Yufan suddenly said. The Yi family and the Lu family were big families in Tianhua City. Although they had moved to Linen City, they had a lot of resources. They naturally had some arcane body realm and mystic heaven realm cultivators. They might even have some thunder tribulation realm cultivators. Lin Xian looked at them. Yi Yi said, they're our family. Lin Xian, you've helped us so much. I believe that my father and Uncle Lu will agree. But it can't be for too long. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I think this is the most reliable. When the time comes, I'll give the Yi family and the Lu family 2 types of medicine for free. No need. You helped me increase my attribute power last time. It's already very precious. My father hasn't thought of a way to thank you. He hates owing people favors the most, especially twice. Yi Yi smiled. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Hee, it's no trouble at all. As long as you bring us out to play often, it'll be fine. I know that you're very busy with many things, Chief Lin. Do you think you can fulfill our small request? Lu Yufan said with a smile. Of course. Get a room and wait for me tonight. The 2 girls. Stinky Hooligan. Chapter 611. Tonight was a very important night for Lin Xian. Tonight was the first time he went out on a date with Linglong Shui alone. He had to make good use of this opportunity. Linglong Shui's favorability towards him had almost reached the 50 favorability level. Of course, Lin Xian knew that at this level, even if the favorability level reached 60 or even 70, his confession might not necessarily succeed. He needed an opportunity, and the opportunity to confess to this kind of girl was very important. Lin Xian didn't plan to confess so directly. He wanted to cultivate their relationship tonight first. Others were in a terrible fix over finding a girlfriend, but Lin Xian was in a terrible fix over which one, how to woo, and how to woo a beauty of this level was a little flustered. Linglong Shui, Linglong Yu, and even Bing Ling Yu had all returned to a relatively peaceful state of life. It had been many years, and it was rare for them to enjoy such a peaceful state of life. The current demonic beast domain was a very dangerous place. Tianhua City had just fallen, and even an idiot knew how many powerful demonic beasts were still outside. Now wasn't a good time to go to the demonic beast domain to farm. Lin Xian was also quite satisfied. He had already reached the 5-star Thunder Tribulation realm, but how should he put it? Although the difference between each major realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, everyone knew that the true difference between the two realms was the law realm and the domain realm. The reason was actually very simple. Aside from a very heaven-defying increase in strength, once one reached the law realm, they would be able to comprehend the law. As for what kind of law it was hard to say. However, it didn't mean that one could comprehend it after reaching the law realm. There were even some people who didn't manage to comprehend the law after reaching the law realm. There were quite a few of them, but basically, as long as one's talent was normal, one would be able to comprehend their own law after reaching the law realm. It was the same for the domain realm. Some people could even comprehend the law of time, the law of space, and the domain realm. In other words, even if one didn't have the space attribute, it didn't mean that one didn't have the space attribute. There was also a chance to comprehend the law of space and the domain realm, but they weren't attributes. This was something that needed to be emphasized. There was still a fundamental difference, and there were also differences in the effects. For example, if one had the domain realm, it might only have the effect of space imprisonment, but if one had the domain realm, as long as it was related to space, it could be released. There might even be a domain realm, and so on. In short, this was what Lin Xian was looking forward to. The sky gradually darkened. It was late autumn, and the sky started to darken at 6 o'clock. However, because of the large influx of Tianhua City citizens, there were millions more citizens in Linan City. Moreover, the citizens of Tianhua City weren't familiar with this place, so there were a lot of people on the streets. It was quite lively. Lin Yue felt quite fulfilled. She was still busy in the art pavilion building. After all, it was her first day, and she had to personally take care of the accounts of the major shops. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were also looking around this place that was also a new city to them. Miao Xiaomiao began to reorganize the Wind Mercenary Group. There were many things that needed to be done. Wang Xintong continued to improve herself, and Xiao Running became her mentor. In short, everyone seemed to be quite busy at this moment. Only Lin Xian was very free. Lin Xian quietly went to Linglong Shui and the others' new residence. At this moment, Linglong Yu was in a bad mood in the room. "Sister, why did you agree to go out with that bad guy Lin Xian?" Linglong Yu pouted and looked at Linglong Shui, who had just put on her coat. Linglong Shui seemed to have specially dressed up today. She was very beautiful. She had such a noble temperament and was so beautiful. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle. Actually, clothes made a lot of difference for both men and women, especially for especially beautiful girls. A pure white turtleneck sweater was the lining. To be honest, a beauty with such a temperament would look the best in pure white clothes. The outer coat was a long, furry brown coat. Coupled with Linglong Shui's tall figure, it really looked good. After all, the weather was cold. Although she wasn't afraid of the cold, she couldn't wear cool clothes when there were people wearing cotton-padded jackets outside, right? However, Linglong Yu was extremely unhappy. How could her sister go out alone with that bad guy Lin Xian? Woo-woo. She felt that Lin Xian wasn't good enough for Linglong Shui. However, Linglong Shui had agreed. Although she didn't want to admit it, in Linglong Yu's eyes, Her sister would always be the most beautiful and outstanding girl. Then there was Sister Bing. In fact, she was a sister complex. It was just that she didn't show it because of her pride. However, during this period of time, the relationship between the sisters had improved a lot. Ling Longyu could even speak her own thoughts. As a bystander, Bing Lingyu saw it clearer than anyone else. However, she didn't care. She also didn't give any suggestions. She felt that anything was fine. She was more relaxed. However, her feelings towards Lin Xian were also very strange. Although she didn't talk much and didn't communicate much with Lin Xian, she cared a lot about Lin Xian. Especially after that time when Lin Xian and Ling Ying's musical ended, the feelings in her heart became stronger. She always felt that there was a connection between her and Lin Xian. However, this connection was lacking something. She couldn't explain it. In short, she felt that Lin Xian was quite good. Even a girl like Ling Longshui was very outstanding. However, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her being together with Lin Xian. Ling Longshui put on her coat and said faintly, "You have to keep your promise. Moreover, Lin Xian helped us so much." "I know, but," Ling Longyu pouted her little mouth again. Bing Lingyu rubbed Ling Longyue's little head and smiled. "Do you think that Lin Xian can take advantage of your sister?" "Of course not. But that big bad guy is really bad." Ling Longyu didn't understand why. Her sister was obviously very powerful. However, for some reason, she felt that Lin Xian could take advantage of her. Maybe he was too bad. How am I bad? At this time, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. He stared at Ling Longyu. Lin Xian, this shameless guy, also got the keys to their house. "You know very well whether you're bad or not." Ling Longyu stared back at him without any fear. "I brought you out to play and eat delicious food every day in vain. It turns out that I'm a bad guy in your heart. Alright, I've worked hard for nothing. It turns out that what I did was unnecessary. In that case, I won't bring you out to eat delicious food in the future. You can go by yourself." Ling Longyu. Chapter 612. But, to Ling Longyu, this was an extremely frightening threat. She snorted and chose to remain silent. She couldn't go without food. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Longshui. "Hehe, Xiao Linglong, you're so beautiful today." Ding. You can feel Ling Longyue's jealousy and unhappiness. Adonis points plus 100,000. Ling Longshui was already immune to Lin Xian's flirtatious words. But Ling Longyu was not happy. How dare he tease her sister in front of her? Ah! Kill him! Kill him! Bing Lingyu did not have much of an emotional reaction. She just smiled and watched them play. "Bastard! You're not allowed to look." Ling Longyu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, damn! Now it's none of your business whether I look or not." Ling Longshui did not have much of a reaction. "Let's go." "Alright, little Bing Bing and you little brat, let's go. We won't bring you guys along. Wahahaha. This is fun." Bing Lingyu smiled. Then, the two of them walked out under Ling Longyue's resentful gaze. "Sister Bing, look at this big bad guy taking my sister away. What should we do?" Ling Longyu pouted her lips and muttered. "You won't even be taken advantage of by him. Why are you worried that your sister will be taken advantage of by Lin Xian? The main thing is that bad guy has too many tricks up his sleeve. Plus, even though my sister is strong, she doesn't know much about the human race. She might be taken advantage of by him." There was probably another reason, and that was that this girl's favorability towards Lin Xian was not low. She seemed to be a little jealous. Even his elder sister was jealous. This damned charm. Bing Lingyu looked at Ling Longyu and laughed in her heart. "If you can't, you can follow them secretly if you're worried." Ling Longyue's eyes flashed. Yes. Your sister Bing will follow me. Do I still need to follow?" Ling Longyu then happily held Bing Lingyue's hand. Let's go. We can't let that bad guy Lin Xian take advantage of Big Sister. Remember, don't let them find out. They'll do their thing, and you'll do yours. Okay. In fact, Ling Longyu was thinking the same thing. She was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. How could Bing Lingyu not know what she was thinking? Then help her say it. Then, the two girls quietly followed Lin Xian and the others. Of course, it wasn't really tailing them. Wherever they went to play, they would follow. They wouldn't pay attention to them the whole time. They would play by themselves. Humph. If others went out to play, why couldn't they go out too? Of course, that was a matter for the future. At this moment, Lin Xian and Ling Longshui had just arrived downstairs. It was already dark outside, but it was very lively. Where are we going? Ling Longshui put her hands in the pockets of her coat. The wind was a little strong, causing her hair to dance slightly. She was really beautiful. This woman was simply a masterpiece of heaven and earth. Where do you want to go? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Didn't you ask me out? I'll just follow you. Ling Longshui didn't care. In her heart, she was just keeping her promise. She was just giving Lin Xian a chance to pursue her. But a chance was a chance. If she didn't agree, then she didn't agree. Anyway, she was determined in her heart. But, perhaps she herself didn't quite understand her own heart, because to be honest, she was actually looking forward to going out to play. She didn't realize it herself, and she didn't even realize how high her favorability towards Lin Xian had reached. In this world, Lin Xian was the second man who could make her like this. The first was her father. Then let's go to Rose Heaven. Lin Xian smiled and said. Ling Longshui frowned slightly. Isn't that a hotel? Eat. Ahem, Lin Xian nodded. Yes, eat. If they didn't eat, Lin Xian would rather go to the hotel to do what he needed to do. But I'm not very hungry right now, Ling Longshui thought and said. Then I'll take you to a very interesting place. Yes. Let's go. To the casino. Lin Xian smiled and said. To be honest, he had never been to such a place. The protagonists in TV dramas and novels went there to play. He felt that it was quite interesting. Linen City also had such a large casino. Lin Xian also wanted to go there to have some fun. Gambling? Ling Longshui asked. Yes, the three of you should have spent most of your money, right? Yes, I guess you don't want to accept my favor and take my money, right? Then go and earn some money yourself. It's a good way to have some fun. Okay, but I don't think it's interesting. Ling Longshui said. Lin Xian's lips curled. We'll know if it's interesting or not when we get there. To be honest, anything that Ling Longshui and the others hadn't experienced should be interesting to them. Lin Xian also believed that they should have some fun tonight. Wait. Lin Xian called out to Ling Longshui. Yes. Give me your hand. Lin Xian said to Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui really believed Lin Xian. She reached out her hand from the pocket of her coat. Then, Lin Xian directly interlocked his fingers with hers. Ling Longshui, what are you doing? She subconsciously shook off Lin Xian's hand. My hand is so cold. Your hand must be very warm in your pocket. Lin Xian said weakly. Then put it in your pocket. Lin Xian then spread out his hand. My pocket is too shallow. I can't put my hand in it. Why don't you let me put my hand in yours? Get lost. Ling Longshui said lightly and then turned around to leave. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Women are so hard to get. Ling Longyu and Bing Lingyu just happened to come down and saw this scene. Crack. The can of Sprite in Ling Longyu's hand was crushed. Bing Lingyu secretly shook her head. Sister Bing, look at him. He just came down and is already taking advantage of my sister. I'm going to kill him. You promised me not to let them find out. Bing Lingyu said. Oh, okay. Big bad guy. Ding. Sensing Ling Longyu's displeasure, Adonis points plus 200000. Ding. Sensing Ling Longyu's jealousy, Adonis points plus 200,000. The system notification came out of nowhere and Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Obviously, he knew that Ling Longyu must have seen it, which was why the system notification appeared. He looked back, but didn't see anyone. She must be hiding. Lin Xian smirked. This was interesting. Not only could he bring Ling Longshui out alone, but if she did well, she would probably contribute a lot of Adonis points tonight. Tonight would be a wonderful night. Chapter 613. Lin Xian brought Ling Longshui to a place called the Men Ao Casino. The entire casino was underground. Of course, this did not mean that it was illegal. On planet Aquablue, gambling was not illegal. It was only illegal if you did something illegal while gambling. It was your own business whether you gambled or not. It was also your own business whether you gambled until your family was ruined or if you jumped off a building. In this era, there were so many beasts out there and humans were in danger. No one had the time to care about this kind of thing. As long as your casino was legal and didn't have sex, there wouldn't be a problem. The entire Men Ao casino was underground. The area of each floor was unimaginably large. It was located under a 5-star hotel. Why did we come to a hotel again? Ling Longshui saw Lin Xian bring her to the entrance of the hotel and frowned. She had stayed in the human world for quite some time. Of course, she knew that a hotel was not only a place to eat, but also a place to sleep. So when Lin Xian said that he would bring her to gamble and then brought her to a place like this, she couldn't help but overthink. Because this is a casino. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longshui frowned. She felt like she had been cheated. Was it because this guy always cheated girls? Let's go. You're not hungry now. I can't bring you here to eat, right? Lin Xian smiled. Don't we have a room? Ling Longshui mumbled. What? You want to get a room with me? You should have said so earlier. Let's go. Lin Xian then pulled Ling Longshui's hand and dragged her into the hotel. Ling Longshui, she shook off Lin Xian's hand and said, "That's not what I meant." She was saying that not only could they come to the hotel to eat, they could also get a room. Then this guy wanted to drag her to get a room. Bastard. He definitely had bad intentions. Ding. You have sensed Ling Longyue's displeasure. Adonis points plus 100000. Sister Bing, look at this big bad guy. He's trying to get physical with my sister. Ling Longyu pouted unhappily as she said from behind. Bing Lingyu smiled. I've long known that he was up to no good. I exist to protect my sister. Ling Longyu finally found a reason for herself. On the other side, Lin Xian scratched his head. Surrey, I misunderstood. I thought you were lonely. Ling Longshui, she wanted to beat him up. Then why did you come to this hotel? Gambling. Why would I lie to you? Just follow me. Then, Lin Xian walked in with Ling Longshui. When the two of them walked in, the people in the hall all looked over and were shocked. For a girl like Ling Longshui, how should one put it? There was no other girl who could attract more attention than her. Although there were many beautiful girls around Lin Xian, if one were to disregard everything else, Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyu were the ones that could drive men crazy. Lin Xian brought Ling Longshui into the elevator and pressed the button for basement 1. Oh right, in a place like a casino, usually a guy brings a girl in and the girl asks to be the guy's girlfriend. Lin Xian started to talk nonsense to Ling Longshui. Since she didn't know about these things, it didn't matter if she believed him or not. Then I'm not going. Ling Longshui said quietly. Lin Xian, hey, I already said that I would bring you here to have fun. How can I do that? I didn't ask you to be my girlfriend. We're just putting on an act, you know? It's not like we're doing anything. Only a couple can come to a place like this. Ling Longshui asked in surprise. Not necessarily. Either a guy comes by himself, or a couple comes by themselves. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. In a place like a casino, it was either a guy or a girl. Most of the time, It was the rich nouveau riche who brought their little lovers or girlfriends. Okay. The elevator door opened, and in front of them was an unusually chaotic place. The entire space was much bigger than Lin Xian imagined. It definitely wasn't as big as the first floor of a 5-star hotel. It was much bigger. There were all kinds of games in the space. A group of people gathered at each table. Some were gambling, some were watching, and there were cheers and sighs. As Lin Xian expected, many people were smoking cigars and hugging beauties. See, aren't they all men and women? Lin Xian said to Ling Longshui with a smile. Ling Longshui had never seen a place like this before. She just stood there and looked around with a frown. It's so messy. Lin Xian walked to her side. It's okay. This is the atmosphere you should have. If you don't want to be noisy, there should be some. The bottom 2 floors should be. I brought you here to give you a better understanding of our human world. Ling Longshui nodded slightly. Although this place was messy and there seemed to be all kinds of people here, Ling Longshui was really curious when she saw the passion radiating from these people. Was this so-called gambling really that magical? Could you really make people so excited? Then Lin Xian silently reached out his hand and hugged her slender waist. God. Too invincible. Ding, hugging a big sister. Prince Charming is worth 500,000. Ling Longshui frowned and dodged to the side. She angrily looked at Lin Xian. What are you doing? Lin Xian said with a straight face, acting like a couple. Let me tell you, this is the requirement here. Look, I brought you here so you have to be a couple. Look at the other guys. Aren't they all hugging their girlfriends? Some are even sitting on their laps. Otherwise, they will be kicked out. Ding, lying to a big sister. Prince Charming is worth 200,000. Ding, feeling Ling Long Yu's displeasure. Prince Charming is worth 100,000. That's right. Ling Long Yu and Ling Longshui came together. When they came out of the elevator, they saw Lin Xian making a move on Ling Longshui. Ling Long Yu was furious, but she held it in and hid in the crowd. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Then, she glanced at the scene. It was just as Lin Xian said. If a guy and a girl looked like they were a couple, then they would be a girl with a girl or a guy with a guy. But you still can't get physical, Ling Longshui said and walked forward. She curiously looked at the different gambling tables. Because of Ling Longshui's appearance, many people in the casino had their attention on her. There was no lack of beauties here. But such a beauty was simply an existence that they had never seen before. But there was a man beside her. She only sold it in Tianhua City. However, it was very popular. This time, she could also expand her ambitions. Lin Xian also believed that she would be welcomed by the people of the mainland. Lin Xian was already very satisfied. He was already holding hands with Ling Longshui. In the past, he did not dare to think like this. Although it was a lie, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. In the future, he would be more familiar with it. Ling Longshui would accept it more easily. This was the key. Towards this kind of girl, he could not be impatient. He really had to take it slow. Sister Bing, look at them. Ling Longyu saw Lin Xian and her sister walking around hand in hand. She was confused. They can't be. Ling Longyu bit her lips. Bing Lingyu smiled and said, how can it be so easy? Lin Xian must have lied to Ling Long. Bing Lingyu was a very smart woman. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become the empress. She looked at the men and women on the scene, their relationships, and the relationship between Ling Longshui and Lin Xian. She could roughly guess what was going on. Needless to say, she guessed it correctly. Bad guy, I will go and tell my sister. Ling Longyu pouted and wanted to run over. But Bing Lingyu stopped her. Hey, we agreed not to disturb them. Ling Longyu then pulled her little head. She was unhappy, extremely unhappy. Beauty, can we get to know each other? At this moment, a few young men smiled and surrounded Bing Lingyu and Ling Longyu. It was shocking. Bing Lingyue's mouth had a familiar relaxed smile. I don't know you, thank you. It's just the two of you. It's boring. Come and play with us. We will help you win money. Get lost. Don't bother me. Ling Longyu was unhappy. Then, she suddenly released her aura. Those few people swallowed their saliva. Oh my God. She was an expert. On the other side, Lin Xian did not bear to let go of Ling Longshue's hand. At first, Ling Longshue was not used to it. Slowly, as Lin Xian explained some gambling methods to her, she gradually forgot that they were holding hands. Is this fun? Ling Longshue's beautiful eyes looked at a huge gambling table with interest. This table, no, this type of table should have the most people around. Ling Longshue had also been paying attention to it. It was a simple game of guessing the size of a sieve. Then, a group of people would place their bets. There wasn't much skill involved. It was basically just luck. However, because it was simple and most of the people here were relatively ordinary gamblers, guessing the size of a sieve became the most popular gambling method in the basement. You want to play this? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Anything is fine. Ling Longshue said lightly. Then, we need to have chips. How much money do you have? Ling Longshue took out her cell phone. None. She said it quite frankly. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Then, I'll lend you some, but you have to return double. Lin Xian said with a smile. Sure. To Ling Longshue, this was a small matter. Would she be worried about money? Furthermore, Lin Xian had mentioned that he was not only bringing her to broaden her horizons, but also to let her earn money. She was at the Great Void Realm, an existence that was close to the heavenly Dao realm. How could she not earn the money of ordinary humans? Chimph, impossible. So be it if I return double. Lin Xian then pulled Ling Longshue's hand and ran in a particular direction. Help me exchange 1,000,000 chips. I want all of them to be 100,000. The beautiful woman bowed slightly and said, Mister, the amount on this floor is relatively small. Do you really intend to ask for 100,000 chips? Yeah. Please wait a moment. Not long after, she handed 10 yellow chips to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also transferred 1,000,000 to the casino. Lin Xian handed the 10 to Ling Longshue. They were like 10 coins that could be held in one hand. Lin Xian said, this one is 100,000. But, this isn't money. Ling Longshue revealed a puzzled look. Lin Xian smiled. These are chips from the casino. They can be exchanged for money and are also exchanged with money. We play to win them and exchange them for money. I see. Chapter 6:15. The two of them walked to a table with fewer people. The people around them looked at the sieve with excitement. When the sieve was opened, some people were happy, while others were sad. Lin Xian then explained to Ling Longshue, guessing big or small is the simplest gambling method. The dealer shakes the sieve, and everyone else can bet on it. For example, there are 3 sieves here. 1 to 9 is small, and 10 to 18 is big. You bet money on it. In the end, if you lose, your money will be gone. If you win, all the money in the prize pool will be given to you according to how much money you bet. Ling Longshue nodded. Although she had never played it before, it was simple and easy to understand. So it's a game of pure luck? Ling Longshue asked. Lin Xian nodded, and then shook his head. Not necessarily. Casinos are much more complicated than you think. There are many tricks in it. Luck is the most important thing in gambling, but there is a saying called manipulation. However, the first level of gambling like this isn't very expensive, so manipulation should be rare. Let's go and play. Ling Longshue nodded, and then followed Lin Xian a little cautiously. When the people around saw the two people suddenly appear, they didn't think much of it at first. However, they were beauties. This kind of creature, especially a fairy whose beauty was unimaginable, was the most eye-catching existence in any situation. Many people stared at Ling Long Shui. She was used to these gazes. She was dressed very tightly, so she didn't worry about anything. The beautiful dealer was wearing a uniform. Originally, everyone's attention was on her. However, the appearance of Ling Long Shui caused everyone's attention to be focused on Ling Long Shui. She didn't wear a uniform, but her temperament and beauty crushed these beauties in the eyes of these people. God! So fairies really existed in this world. This wasn't an exaggeration at all. Ling Long Shui didn't feel much prettier than Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, but standing together, she was the brightest star. Maybe it was because of her temperament. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about anything. If these people could take advantage of her, then they wouldn't be Ling Long Shui. Back then, when Lin Xian flirted with her, Ling Long Shui wanted to kill him. Those who haven't bet on big or small, you can bet now. The beautiful dealer smiled and glanced at the crowd. Ling Long Shui was also very surprised. 10,000 chips, big. 5,000, big. 15,000 chips, small. One by one, the gamblers bet their luck. 5 or 10,000 didn't seem like much, but no matter big or small, the prize pool added up to more than 100 or 200,000. If they could win consecutively, they could actually win quite a lot. Of course, compared to millions or tens of millions, this was child's play. Lin Xian was only letting Ling Long Shui familiarize herself with the game for the time being. The others bet very casually. They were all experienced gamblers and knew that it was all about luck. It was useless to think about it, so they should be more decisive and leave it to fate. Ling Long Shui didn't understand. She held the chips in her hand and looked at the gambling table very seriously. She was very serious. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. I say, wife, just play as you wish. Don't think about it, just bet wherever you want. Ling Long Shui directly and decisively ignored Lin Xian's way of addressing her. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all in a bad mood. This fairy-like girl was actually this little brat's girlfriend. Why? Fuck. Then, let's go big. Ling Long Shui threw in 10 chips. Lin Xian, the others were also dumbfounded. The entire table didn't even have 1,000,000 chips. You alone threw in 1,000,000 chips. Meanwhile, the gamblers who bet small were all excited. They might be able to earn tens of thousands of yuan in one round, but the other side who bet big had an extra million. If they lost, they would lose this much. If they won, they would win 1 or 200,000. Sorry. I bet too much. Lin Xian then took out 500,000 chips and placed them in Ling Long Shui's hand. If they didn't do well, they would lose 1,000,000. Lin Xian didn't expect to win now. He just wanted to let Ling Long Shui familiarize herself with the game. In any case, she would definitely win later. But this million should last for a while, right? Hey, what do you mean by this? If you bet, you bet. There's no reason to take it back. On the other side, a middle-aged man who bet small yelled unhappily. Yeah, that's right. There's no way to take it back. Put it back. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Put it back. The gamblers who bet small were naturally unwilling to let their chips be taken away. If they won, they would lose half of their winnings. Ling Long Shui frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. She didn't quite understand. Then put it in. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then, Ling Long Shui threw in her chips. Open. Quickly open. The gamblers stared at the sieve cylinder impatiently. Then, the beautiful dealer opened the sieve cylinder. 332, small. Yeah. We've struck it big. The gamblers who bet small were all excited. We lost. Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. We lost 1,000,000. Oh. She nodded slightly and then bit her lip. Again. She seemed unwilling to admit defeat. She was a prideful person. Losing money over such a small matter made her very uncomfortable. Hey. Don't be so serious. You can't get addicted. Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Don't worry. I'll only do it this once. I just don't want to lose. Lin Xian also believed that this girl wouldn't get addicted to gambling. Beautiful girl, handsome guy, don't go. Continue. I believe you'll win it back. Yeah. Who can say for sure when it comes to luck, right? Maybe we'll win in the next round. The group of gamblers who won money tempted Lin Xian and the rest. Anyway, they only needed to bet. Even if they lost, they would only lose a little. If they won, they would win more if they bet more. This was human nature. What beautiful girl. What fairy. What they couldn't get wasn't as important as the benefits in front of them. The beautiful dealer looked at Lin Xian and said, You too, if you want to play a little bigger, you can go to the second basement floor. Lin Xian's lips curled up. No rush. My wife doesn't want to admit defeat. Then let's continue playing. Let's win back what we lost first. Then, help me get 1,000,000 chips. He could lose money, but he had to let Ling Long Shui feel good. Ding. Ling Long Shui's favorability towards you +1. Chapter 616. Although Ling Long Shui wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend, he felt that this saying was right. How did he increase his favorability with her in the past? It was simply too difficult. But now, he agreed to continue playing with her and she increased her favorability with him. On the other side, Ling Long Yu and Bing Ling Yu felt that it was quite interesting and quickly joined the other side of the gambling table. Lin Xian exchanged another 1,000,000 chips. If he didn't play, he would let Ling Long Shui play. After the beautiful dealer shook the dice, she smiled and said, Everyone, please place your bet. After she finished speaking, under normal circumstances, everyone would place their bets. However, this time, no one placed their bets for a long time. They looked at Lin Xian and Ling Long Shui, waiting for them to place their bets first. Everyone's mentality was the same. If they continued to bet like that, then the amount they bet would be more than the previous table. They only needed to bet the opposite and win more. Ling Long Shui looked very serious. She placed another 1,000,000 chips on big. After placing her bet, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, Is it okay? Lin Xian smiled and said, If you think it's okay, then it's okay. Ling Long Shui then nodded. I'll bet on small. Small. After Ling Long Shui placed her bet on big, they saw that she placed another 1,000,000. Then, they all placed their bets on small. One should know that in the past, when they bet on small, the other side would only have 200,000 to 300,000. If they won, then they would split it and win 10,000 to 20,000. But now, the other side had 1,000,000. If they won, then they would win more. In their eyes, Lin Xian and Ling Long Shui were fat meat. This time, no one followed Ling Long Shui's bet because they knew that even if they won, they would only be able to take away 90% of the money they had bet on 1,000,000 yuan. They might as well bet on 1,000,000 yuan instead. Because everyone bet on small and everyone wanted to earn a portion of the 1,000,000, the total amount of money on the other side was close to 1,000,000. After all of them were small. The beautiful dealer slowly opened the sieve cylinder as everyone stared at it without blinking. Ling Long Shui's beautiful eyes were also staring nervously. If others were to know that a goddess who was about to reach the heavenly Tao realm was still so childish, they would definitely find it unbelievable. However, it was something she had never come into contact with before. Furthermore, she didn't like failure. After her first failure, she would want to be strong and take it seriously, causing her to care more about winning or losing. 556. Big. The beautiful dealer said with a smile. The group of gamblers looked disappointed and sighed. Did I win? Ling Long Shui asked Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. I won. Disdain. He didn't know Lin Xian, and he didn't watch the news conference, although he did buy some potions. At this moment, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui had arrived at the second underground floor. It had to be said that the second underground floor was much bigger than the first underground floor. However, it was much more luxurious and dazzling. There weren't as many people as the first underground floor, but it was still quite a lot. The second underground floor wasn't as noisy as the first underground floor. The wine and food were freely available, and Linglong Shui felt that it was quite good. No, to be precise, this was Linglong Shui's heaven. Linglong Shui's mouth was twitching. Because of Bing Lingyue's presence, many men had gathered around them, trying to strike up a conversation. Hey! Where are Lin Xian and sister? Linglong Shui suddenly realized that they were gone. It seems like they went to basement 2. Bing Lingyu said. Let's go too. Linglong Shui then pulled Bing Lingyu and ran towards the elevator. Ladies, I'm sorry. Basement 2 requires 5 million worth of assets to enter. Linglong Shui then blinked her big eyes and looked at Bing Lingyu. Bing Lingyu smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Nope. You guys forced me to do this. Linglong Shui then took the remaining 200,000 chips and entered the gambling house again. Chapter 617. 10 minutes later, Linglong Yu walked into the elevator with Bing Lingyu with a few million chips. Originally, she didn't want to act shamelessly, but without money, the beautiful girl had to be restrained. Then, she relied on her powerful strength to casually change the size of the sieve in the sieve cylinder, and then ate it all. Because they had won a few million on the first floor, the two of them had attracted the attention of the casino. The casino was such a place. On the first floor, there were no hidden operations. However, on the second and third floor, the casino would definitely have some tricks up their sleeves in order to make money for themselves. It didn't matter if they won money on the first floor, but later on, they could make them spit it all out. Who didn't have some tricks up their sleeves when they opened a casino? But if you couldn't catch them, you couldn't. If you lost money, you were a noob. Lin Xian and Linglong Shui didn't gamble for more than 10 minutes. They just ate and drank, chatted, and observed the bets around them. At this time, a few men walked over with smiles. Do you two want to play a few solo games? A handsome man said with a smile as he looked at Linglong Shui. She was really beautiful. Stunning. Solo. How do we play? Lin Xian asked. Anything is fine. Simple games are fine. Or do you want to compete? How about golden flowers? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian in confusion. She didn't understand. Okay, golden flowers it is. Lin Xian smiled. Please. Then they walked away. Lin Xian stood up and walked over with Linglong Shui. How do we play? Linglong Shui was a complete newbie, but she found it interesting. Lin Xian also enjoyed this moment. Linglong Shui didn't understand, but he did. He taught Linglong Shui. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Xian said, It's simple. Do you remember the poker game we played? Linglong Shui nodded. Exploding golden flower, each person draws 3 cards. The 3 cards of the same suit are called leopard, which is the biggest. Then it's straight golden flower, which is the straight of the same suit. Then it's straight golden flower, which is the straight of the same suit. Then it's golden flower, which is the straight of the same suit. Then it's golden flower, which is the biggest of the 3 cards of the same suit. Then, Lin Xian roughly explained the rules to Linglong Shui. She was very smart. She knew about poker because they had played it several times in the past. Lin Xian had also taught her a long time ago. He roughly explained the rules to her, and she knew how to play it. Yes, it was just the rules. The golden flower explosion also included psychological aspects and so on. In any case, Lin Xian just let Linglong Shui play. At the gambling table, Linglong Shui sat on one side, and on the other side was her opponent, Wang Nanmu. Behind Wang Nanmu stood a few of his friends. Next to Linglong Shui sat Lin Xian to help her check. Zhongtian smiled and introduced them. Damn. Young Master Lin, your girlfriend is pretty. I'll make friends with you. My name is Huang Kai. Lin Xian. So they made friends based on whether the other party's girlfriend was pretty or not. That's quite something. Linglong Shui was also helpless. Since they said that, she couldn't be bothered. She also didn't want to embarrass Lin Xian. Anyway, it was fine as long as she knew she wasn't. Then, Huang Kai moved to Lin Xian's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother, does your girlfriend have any girlfriends or something like that? Introduce them." Lin Xian looked at him. Yes. Huang Kai's eyes lit up. Wow, for a beauty of this level, her girlfriends must be of this level too. Then, introduce them. Huang Kai chuckled. Lin Xian then said calmly, "Her girlfriends are also mine. They're all mine." Huang Kai. Chapter 619. Wait, what does he mean by her best friend is also his? We're all men, who wouldn't want to cheat on their girlfriend's best friend? But it's fine to just think about it in your heart, but if you say it out loud, won't it be a bit too strong? Best friend. What's Linglong Shui's realm? Of course, she can hear Lin Xian's words. She didn't understand the meaning of best friend before, but after living in the human world, she understood. It means that Bing Lingyu is her best friend. She also knows other people, such as Ling Ying and Lin Ya, but they can't be considered as best friends. What did Lin Xian say just now? He said she's his wife, of course. Linglong Shui ignored it, but what did he say? Her best friend is also his wife. So this bastard not only has eyes on me, but also Bing Lingyu? But thinking about it, Bing Lingyu's temperament and appearance are not inferior to mine, and this Lin Xian is the representative of bad men. It's normal for him to like Bing Lingyu. Heh, this is what a man is like. Ding, felt Linglong Shui's displeasure. Adonis points plus 500000. Hey! The sudden system notification made Lin Xian stunned, then he thought of something. Damn, I'm chasing one now, I can't show anything else, it's fine if I catch up. Then Lin Xian quickly said, I'm joking, just joking. Zhongtian has known Lin Xian for a long time, why does he feel that Lin Xian is not joking? Then young Master Lin, we won't disturb you, you can play with sister-in-law. Zhongtian smiled and said. They can play together, but after thinking about it, it's just the two of them, obviously they want to play alone, so he won't disturb them. Oh, right. Zhongtian suddenly thought of something, and then whispered to Lin Xian, when you're on the third basement floor, you must pay attention to whether or not you're a member of the Men-Ao casino. This casino has an unspoken rule, and it's impossible for them to lose money. They might even have their own people disguise themselves as gamblers to win money. The third basement floor has a lot of winnings, so young Master Lin, you must pay attention and be careful of cheating. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you. It's fine. We'll go play then. Let's have a meal together when we're free. After that, Zhongtian and the others walked away. What is cheating? Linglong Shui heard another word that she had never heard before. Cheating, that's cheating. You can even cheat. She frowned. Then let me ask you, with your ability, can you easily know the size of the sieve in the sieve cylinder? Or even change it to any size? Sure. Linglong Shui said frankly. Then others can do it too. Linglong Shui, naive, she was too naive. You humans really have despicable means. Lin Xian, hey, you're attacking too many people. You're one of them. Lin Xian, then you demons don't have despicable means? Lin Xian's soul interrogated. Linglong Shui said, yes, that's human nature, but you humans have the most tricks. Lin Xian admitted this point. The tricks and scams of humans were so numerous that it was impossible to guard against them. Even a small phone call or an advertisement could be a scam. Then do you still want to play? Linglong Shui didn't care if she played or not, but she still wanted to play to her heart's content. Play, why wouldn't we play? If we don't play, there will be people coming to play with us. See, aren't we here now? Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at a man who was holding a glass of red wine and walking over with a gentlemanly smile. And Mingho swirled his glass of red wine as he looked at Lin Xian and Linglong Shui. He already felt that she was very beautiful on the surveillance camera. He didn't expect to see this woman up close. He couldn't take it anymore. This woman must be his. The two of you haven't been here for a long time. Why don't you play a few rounds? I'm An Mingho, the CEO of the incorporation. When I'm free, I like to come to this casino with my friends. It doesn't matter if I win or lose, I can make friends. It's pretty good. And Mingho said with a smile. Very few people knew that he was the boss behind the Men Ao Casino. Even in the Men Ao Casino, only the founding members or those who were absolutely trusted knew about this. Young Master An, you're happy to lose money? Lin Xian asked with a smile. And Mingho said, how much money can I lose? Even if it's 100 million, it's only the company's turnover for 1 or 2 days, right? And Mingho purposely said this for Linglong Shui to hear. He wanted her to know how rich his family was. Young Master An is indeed rich. We're different. Our entire family only has 1 or 200 million. If we lose everything, we'll have nothing left. Our wife might even run away. Lin Xian purposely said with a smile as he hugged Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui, so angry. Why is this bastard so good at taking things to heart? When did I agree to this bastard hugging me? Why is this bastard so natural when he touches me? Ding. Sensing Linglong Yu's extreme displeasure, Adonis points plus 1 million. That's right, Linglong Yu played a few rounds and turned around to see this scene. So angry. Lin Xian also knew when to stop. After hugging her for a few seconds, he was satisfied and retracted his hand. And Mingho's eyes flashed when he saw this. Why? Why can someone with only a few 100 million find a girlfriend of this level? He can't even find one with tens of billions of assets. No, he can't meet one, never met one. Was it fate? That was the only explanation he could think of. If he were to meet such a beauty, she would definitely be his. However, even if he was played, he didn't feel like he lost anything. At most, she could be his lover. It was a pleasure to see such a beauty every day. And Mingho then smiled. That's why casinos are interesting. Especially the third level. If you bring 100 million here, you can bring 1 billion back, right? And Mingho began to bewitch Lin Xian. Lin Xian obviously knew what he was thinking. He came here to beat An Mingho at his own game. You want to lose money, right? That's fine, you can lose. Now you want to win everything, right? Sorry, you still have to lose. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. That makes sense. Also, we're very lucky tonight. We won tens of millions in a row. I think tonight should be a lucky night. Young Master An, are you sure you still want to bet with us? And Mingho laughed in his heart. Idiot. Idiot, he was the one who made people lose on purpose. What a fucking idiot. Then, he smiled. Why not? I just like challenges. Since you said that you won so much tonight, I really don't believe it. Lin Xian smiled. Alright, let's do it then. Let's make it simple. How about big or small? I'll let my wife play. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.